So the sprint hurdle's on the track, and in the field events we've got the open men's decathlon underway right in front of you on the elevated runway. At the high jump, we have the under 18 and under 20 men's decathlon high jump competition underway. The open men's decathlon are warming up here in front of you in the pit towards the north end of the stadium for their second event in the open decathlon, the long jump. Be running 2 flights, one starting at 12:50 and one at 1:45.
Can I get all the hurdle crew to come and meet Essie and Nicole right on the trackside? Just put your hand up here. All of hurdle crew to come trackside.
Nice clearance there in the pole wall. Outside in the throws area, we've got the under 18 and under 20 women's heptathlon shot put competition underway, and also the Masters men pentathlon javelin also underway. Outside in the throws area, southeast corner of the stadium in the field behind us here. Ready now for the start of the junior and senior men's 110-meter hurdles. 2 juniors on the outside, lanes 7 and 8, and I think 4 seniors, 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are heats, and there will be finals later on this afternoon.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Okay, good. Awesome.
Just a clarification on the open men's decathlon long jump. This is all going to be run as one competition. All athletes should be there at the long jump pit. 14.3 for Cameron Bruce and 13.34 Tommaso Jobin, respectively in the junior and senior 110 meter hurdles winners. All of those athletes will have an opportunity to run again in a final later this afternoon.
Maybe the open only 100 meters, right?
100 hurdles, yeah. So in this one, the first one we have a course correction. That's pretty hot. So Gavin had the fastest start of the three of us, 10:24, and Tom Blake 10:36. So that was a good start. Correct. And we've got Georgia Ellenwood in the pack.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, and a couple of the other girls. Maud Levier is really good too. So it'll be nice to watch.
She's really good. She's great.
She is. She's just not as good as you think. But okay. Oh, and Michelle Harrison just ran 13:15. She's the best. Okay. So.
So now we're getting ready for the women's 100 meters hurdles, and we'll have open
Racing's hot. A little bit
and
about the
under
pace that
20
we're
junior
anticipating.
athletes.
So we got a race
First
runway
heat
now.
will be all senior athletes,
Setting up the live stream.
and then we'll have a heat of
Prize money for
senior
somebody
and
in the
junior
races.
athletes as the second heat.
Cool.
Which races are prize
Again,
money?
these are
So the
heats,
men's
so
women's
there
100,
will be
men's and women's 400,
finals later
men's
this
women's
afternoon.
800, and the women's shot put.
And is it all the same prize purse for all?
No. So,
Stuff good?
yeah, 531 for the women's shot put, and then 532 for the 800, and 321 for the 1 and the 4.
It's crazy to have, like, I swear there's never been any prize money in any mainstream stuff like that for in Ontario in general.
Yeah, they're just starting to.
It's good though. It's good people can play. It's
Yeah.
fun to watch the race when there's something more on the line, right?
Yeah.
For the spectators, the money means more. For the
Terrific
competitors,
lineup
that's
for
when they
the
learn
first heat of the women's 100 meter
because they
hurdles.
need to start off maybe
Several
introduce you a
national
little
team
bit and say,
members
hey, like what's
with
going on
very
here?
fast seat
Like
times,
compared to the meet.
and I think we can look to some fast
Yeah.
times
Absolutely.
both
And
heats
start by
already this
introducing yourself.
afternoon's hurdles.
Talk about yourself just a little bit, and then you can introduce me, and then just say, hey, we're going to bring in guest hosts throughout the day.
Yeah.
Bob Westman, followed by Sultana Frizzell,
Yep.
who's a Olympic multi-time Olympian hammer thrower and Canadian record holder.
Yep.
Stephen Davenport, who is a jack of all trades. He's a runner, he's a coach, he's an everything.
Yeah. I've looked at
Looks like we're going to be running the junior under 20 women first in our women's 100 meters hurdles.
Welcome everyone to the live stream today for our Andy Higgins Classic and 800 Meter Fest. My name is Lewis Kent. I will be your live stream announcer today. We have a pretty beautiful day here in Toronto. It's calling for some rain and overcast, but still looks okay for now. So it's a pretty mild day, but our morning competition has been going since about 9 a.m. this morning, and we're rolling into the afternoon. So I'm here with Bob Westman, the meet director. How are you doing today, Bob?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Glad to be out here at the track today to watch some great competition. So, Bob, you organized the meet for today. So do you want to tell us a bit about what went into organizing it?
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that went into organizing it, and it was a lot of fun. And we have a ton of help. So if anyone's actually here today or you're watching it back later, I'm sure you've seen the dozens and dozens of volunteers and officials that are here helping, and they've been awesome. And in fact, I've done next to nothing. So I've managed to delegate almost every task, which is why I get to be up here with you guys. So, and I think we're off to a pretty good start.
Awesome. That's great. And that's one thing about the track and field community that I love is it's very volunteer-based. A lot of people, it takes a village to run a track meet for sure. So thank you to all our volunteers helping out today and all the spectators coming out to watch. So, Bob, do you want to tell us a bit about Andy Higgins? This is the Andy Higgins Classic, and I know we unfortunately lost him earlier this year. So if you want to tell us a bit about maybe some of the characteristics of why the meet was named after Andy.
Yeah, so Andy was a long-time head coach in this program, and way more than that, but I think that's a good starting point here. He was the head coach, coached on basically just about everything, but really kind of focused in on multi-events. Coach Michael Smith and Dave Steen and numerous others, Catherine Bond, or as most people know her now, Catherine Bond Mills, Jill Ross, and anyways, many others. And he was just a amazing person to be around. I think I lucked out as a coach, getting to know Andy very early on in my coaching career. One of the way he made you feel was like you could do anything, and at the same time reminding you that track and field is just for fun, right? So all of that it kind of went into why Andy was so special and so great. And unfortunately, he did pass away earlier this year in May. And so it's a little bit special to have the first inaugural Andy Higgins here today.
Awesome. Yeah, it sounds like a great man. I never got to meet him myself, but sounds like he made some great contributions locally here, and I'm sure nationally to Canada and the track and field
world. The other great thing he did was he was one of the biggest advocates for professionalizing coaching, and actually is one of kind of the forming members of the Coaching Institute of Ontario.
Well, that's awesome, and I know track's kind of been stuck in a limbo between like an amateur and professional sport, and definitely the push towards it being more professional is a big thing, especially in terms of not only for the athlete side of things. I think a lot of times in track, the athlete side of things gets talked about where it's hard to get funding. You know, it's really hard to get sponsors behind you, but I think a lot of people don't think about the coaching side of things in terms of it is pretty tough to be a full-time coach in track and field, and it's great that Andy was an advocate for that. So recently you were coach for the Canadian World Relays team in Japan. How about you tell us a bit about that?
That was an awesome experience. So I had a great time, for one thing. First and foremost, it was a lot of fun. Japan's an amazing country. And just kind of the whole experience, the way that kind of Glenn Roy runs the show with the relay program, I think is really awesome. And I really enjoyed my role. I was working mostly with the 4x4 and the mixed 4x4. Yeah, so I think kind of what happened, we had a camp first in Gifu, which is going to be the Olympic pre-camp. And everyone really came together well. I think with like the women's 4x4 and the mixed relay, you don't necessarily need to do a lot of exchanges and things like that. But what they did was they really got to know each other really well. They really bonded, and you could really feel they were all out there running together, running for each other. And that brought the best out of all of them, and they ran fantastic. So like the women's 4x4 placed 4th overall, and the mixed relay placed 2nd. So and coming in, we weren't even sure kind of how that mixed relay team would go. You just have no idea at this point how other countries are going to do things, but they did a fantastic job. So all in all, I thought it was great.
Yeah, that's awesome for Canada to bring home a couple medals from it. And I think in track and field, about 90% of the time, it seems like more of an individual sport where you're just solo taking care of your event. If it's a conference or championship meet, you're contributing points towards a team, but you're still on your own aside from the relays, which is really cool because it's seen more of a team sport because it does take that coordination. It's not just about running fast. It is about having those clean exchanges, and that is awesome. And then you've got one more national team you're coaching later this summer in Italy.
Yeah, so pretty soon I'll be heading out to Naples, and I'm the head coach for the World Student Games. And that team is phenomenal. Unfortunately, there were some cutbacks in terms of how many athletes were allowed to go. And that was actually just a result of there was not enough housing for all the athletes. So every country, every sport had to cut back. So, but at the end result, there's 41 amazing athletes that are going to be representing Canada there. And I think that's going to be a team that is also going to bring home some hardware. So.
That's awesome. And going back to Japan there, when I was looking at the roster for that mixed relay, it was mostly university athletes as well, right?
Yeah, there was a good mix in there. Zoe Shirar, who's an up-and-coming superstar, she was on that team. Alicia Brown, who's a U of T athlete, she was running with them in the heats. And then you also had Austin Cole and Phil Osei. So, I mean, it's a real kind of homegrown group.
Yeah, that is awesome. And I think our first race is about to get underway that we're on the live stream here for, which is our women's 100-meter hurdles. We'll get you our start list here shortly. Awesome.
So I think kind of we got a couple feature athletes in this one.
So I think we have 2 sections here for our women's 100-meter hurdles open.
Yeah. And actually, it's going to be a very tight section with Daniel Lynch, Abby McDonald, and Jaziel Tunti. They all have personal bests that are very close to each other.
We've got a couple great camera angles for you down on the track here, so you guys will get a up-close and personal view.
And a big shout-out to the U of T filming crew that's here working on this right now. We have 3 cameras that are filming this today.
And it looks like they're off. It's going to be a very close race, just like the seed times are all within a quarter of a second of one another. Does look to be lane 6 there. I think that's Jaziel Tunti.
Yeah, that's right. Jaziel Tunti from the Coquitlam Cheetahs taking it.
We'll wait here for a time.
14:85. So under her seed time of 15:08, so that's probably a very good time for her.
And that was our U20, so our junior women 100-meter hurdles. Yep. And it looks like up next on the track here, we're going to have our open women 100-meter hurdles. In this first section, we have quite a few standout athletes here in this one. Joyce Beer-Chief Morris there in lane 2. She's represented Canada multiple times. She's a former CIS and OUA champion over the 60-meter hurdles. In lane 3, Tia Tevenen. She was part of the 2017 FISU team representing Canada. In lane 1, we've got Brittany Stenekes. In lane 5, we have Karel Edwards. She was part of the 2015 and 2017 Canadian national team at the World Universiade. In lane 6, Michelle Harrison. Lane 7, Kendra Leger. And lane 8, Natasha Russell. In lane 4 there, Charmaine Williams. She's a 2012 and 2016 Olympian for Jamaica. She's trying to round back into fine form this season, so we'll see how she does against the rest of this very competitive field. These women from Heat 1 in the senior women's 100-meter hurdles are just finishing their warm-ups and will be underway in a few minutes. So we do have a very elite field here for our women's 100-meter hurdles. As mentioned, we have a 2-time Olympian from Jamaica and Charmaine Williams, and 3 other members who have represented Canada at the World University Games, some in 2015 and some in 2017. So we should be on for a great race here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had a couple late scratches. Both Carell Edwards and Christy Mormon weren't able to race, but we still got a very hot heat here today, folks. Look for, in particular, Michelle Harrison. She ran real fast in Guelph last week, 13:13.
And there is a bit of a breeze here today, but it does appear to be a tailwind, I think, based upon how the wind is blowing here.
Yeah, everything's running with tailwinds today.
Which only helps you with the wind at your back. I have never done the 110 hurdles myself, but I imagine it could get a little tricky with the timing of your steps if the wind is too strong, but it's not too strong here. It just seems like a little gusty.
Let's see how they do out of the blocks. Oh, a little jump on the inside. That looks either Tia or Joy, maybe.
We'll have to see what the officials come up with here. As most of you know, I'm sure, in track and field, they changed the rules on false start a few years ago. So it used to be if there was a false start and it looks like a red card.
Oh, it's going to lane 3. I think that's Tia.
Yeah, that's Tia Tevenen.
Oh, that's a tough call, too, because I don't know if her feet left the pedals there.
So the new rule that's in place as of a couple years ago is there is no yellow card to the field on the first false start. If you false start, you are disqualified and unable to race. And that's just unfortunate for Tia there.
Yeah, I think right now what's happening is she's asking if she can run under protest or potentially just trying to plead her case that either her hands or she might have jumped, like kind of twitched in the blocks, but may not have actually left the ground with her hands or her feet. So that becomes a bit of a judgment call. So her and the official right now, head official Ian Reed, they're working it out. In the meantime, I see Sultana Frizzell, the next guest host, multi-time Olympian and Canadian record holder in the hammer throw, entering the stadium. And she'll be up here sometime around 1:30, 1:45, and she'll be helping to commentate on the women's shot put.
Yeah, so we'll have a few guest hosts here today. Right now I've got Bob Westman here, who is our meet director today. And then Sultana Frizzell will be joining me, hammer throw specialist and Canadian record holder. Following that, we'll have Ethan Davenport, a man of all trades. And then we'll finish off 800 meter fest Kate Van Buskirk, who's represented Canada multiple times. At one point was the indoor mile record holder for Canada. So we got a lot of different opinions, different voices coming in, specialists in there.
And we're off in this race. Michelle Harrison is in the lead at the moment. You can always tell by who's touching down in first. And Michelle Harrison's going to take it, followed by Joy, Spear Chief Morris.
We'll wait here on the clock for the time. But she looked real smooth. As you were saying, she ran great in Guelph last week, Bob, and she's just a class act.
Yeah, absolutely. From Saskatchewan, we're just going to wait on a time here to pop up. Normally if it takes a while, just some background for everyone, it means that a couple of the athletes cross at the same time. 13:15, so that's a great time for a heats. She'll be able to come back in a little bit and take another run at that in the final.
Yeah, it was a great.
Enjoy 13:27. That's going to be awfully close to her PB. Let's see if we can pull this up. Yeah, 13:27 is Joy's PB, so that's right it on the nose. We'll have to see what the wind is on that, but.
And Joy is part of that FISU team, I believe.
Yeah,
that's
she is.
Is Michelle as well, or
no? Michelle is not, but I'm sure she's vying to get on the Pan Am Games team.
Yeah, that's an awesome run there. So we'll see what these women can do in the final. Coming up later on in our meet calendar.
All right, up next we got a second section of this women's 100 hurdles. And in here we actually have a couple of speedsters too, especially Cassandra Granke and Tyra Bogue, both U Sport athletes, one at U of A and one at Guelph. Tyra had an amazing rookie season this year. Phenomenal. And she's on a national team, and I believe she's on the NACAC U18 team, or is it the Pan Am U20? This is where Lewis did way more research than me, so I came in unprepared today.
I believe it would be the U20. If she's
right.
first year university, the U20.
That sounds right.
Sounds more accurate.
Our coach is right in front of me down here. I could just yell at him.
Speaking of Jason Kerr, he was one of the nominees for Athletics Canada Coach of the Year for 2018. And it actually ended up being won by Dave Mills, who's actually my coach in London. So I think it's so tough at the end of the day when they make those decisions, Athletics Canada, between whether it's Athlete of the Year, Coach of the Year. There's so many good candidates. But
absolutely.
Jason Kerr, when I was first at Western, Jason Kerr was actually still a coach there. And then he made the switch, I think, in 2012 to Guelph. And he's absolutely transformed that Guelph sprint program there. They've kind of gone from a program that was just a bunch of distance runners to being multiple-time national champions and almost unstoppable going into these big meets.
Yeah, this past year they had quite the run in everything from the 60 to the 600.
They almost seem to have 6 people that could potentially all medal. But we'll see them later today. Austin Cole, I remember, broke up that Guelph 1-2-3 in the men's 300 at that meet. And
so Cassandra Granke in lane 4 and Tyra Bogue in lane 5. And Cassandra's off to a great start, but Tyra's hitting the gas pedal. And Tyra's in control, although Cass is coming on now. And it looks like it's going to be Granke at the finish.
We'll wait here for that time.
Granke actually broke her arm earlier this year. 13:70 for Cassandra Granke. So she is coming back strong, so it's definitely a season's best for her as she's coming back from that injury.
It's pretty incredible to have the confidence to go over those hurdles after recently breaking your arm, that's for sure.
Exactly. Get back on the horse, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So we move on now to the third moving part of this track meet, and this is going to be the women's open heptathlon. So this meets also the combined events championship for Canada, Ontario, Quebec, Masters, all different kinds of things all at once. So a lot of different moving parts here today. Some of the standout athletes that are going to be running in this HEP women's 100-meter hurdles, Georgia Ellenwood, Maude Leveillé. We have a ton of great athletes. So in particular, this hurdle heat's going to be fast too. Probably almost as fast as the open women just ran.
Well, when you have Georgia Ellenwood and international star, it's pretty impressive. It's funny how sometimes when you see, being in training in London, I've been around Damien Warner quite a bit and his coach Vicky Crowley there, but it's pretty incredible how these multi-athletes could be international athletes in their chosen event if they chose to do so. So Damien over the 110 hurdles, and even in the flat 100, he could be, and in the long jump some days.
Damien could find himself on that men's 4x1 at some point.
He definitely could. He's got the speed, so we'll see how these women in the heptathlon, as Bob said, this is our multi-event championship, so we'll see how they hold up here today, and we can compare to see how they did against the open women's 100-meter hurdles. We've got a few minutes here before our women's heptathlon. We are on to our men's multi. You can see they're taking part in the long jump event. As you saw there, it looked like a good attempt there in the long jump. They're just reviewing to see if it was a fault or not. And it looks like it was a good jump there.
All right, let's see if we can pick out some of these guys. So this is our opens men, the open men DECA long jump. So Taylor Stewart is the top seed here, but for all these events, you're going to have different guys with different strengths. I know a guy like Telvin Anthony, for example, he's a great long jumper. He's gone over 7 meters, and he's actually a former pole vaulter, so he's a fantastic pole vaulter. So even though one guy might be a leader in one thing, you're going to get all different guys with different strengths throughout.
And it's pretty fun how they just, some events they tackle, I know for a lot of the men, it's the pole vault. It's just limiting the damage in terms of you got to squeeze every point you can out of your weak events and then really capitalize on your strong events. And as Bob mentioned there, Telvin Anthony, who's up next, it looks like here. One of his specialties is the long jump here. So I can also see Chris Robertson down there. He did quite well last year at Nationals. I think there was a couple, I'm trying to remember now, in terms of the deck at Nationals last year. I feel like he definitely ended up on the podium.
Yeah.
Whether or not what place he finished there, but we've got lots of Canada's top pole or decathletes here mentioned, as Taylor Stewart there, Chris Robertson, Telvin Anthony.
And Taylor Stewart looks like he's coming up next. He's on deck. We'll give a shout out to Taylor and Caroline's blog. I don't know if you guys follow along with it. It is great stuff, so just pop up on Tracky and give that a watch sometime.
For sure.
I saw them filming some stuff already this weekend, so you're going to see there will be some great content.
And that looked like a really good jump, getting some cheers from the crowd for Telvin Anthony there. We'll wait on a measure and see if we can hear. It is a good jump with the white flag up.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to spot it. And this is
unless we have some supersonic hearing when they yell it out. But
my meet director hat is saying we got to get some more indicator boards. It must be good. They got some hollers.
I could be wrong, so it's unofficial. I think I heard 690, which would be a pretty
about right for him.
Which would be a pretty good jump.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Caroline Earhart, and Taylor's blog is quite incredible. If you're a fan of track and field, you definitely need to go to Tracky and check it out. Taylor being the multi, and then Caroline being multiple-time triple jump champion in Canada. It's not just all about training; it's a bit about their lives, and they're pretty entertaining to watch. So definitely pop over to Tracky and give it a bit of a view there if you're a track and field fan, which I'm sure you are if you're tuned in today.
Yeah. So pretty soon, probably just after this Women's Open 100 hurdles, we'll cut out to the women's shot put as well. Where you got Britt Crew, who is an Olympic level athlete. Oh, Taylor's jumping. Oh, another big jump there too for Taylor.
It looks like a foul, unfortunately, though, with the red flag going up.
Yeah, Britt Crew is in there, and Sarah Mitten, she's been climbing like crazy. So we've got some great throwers, and that's one of our prize money events today. $500 going to first, $300 to second, and $100 to third. And shout out to Harvester Financial for providing the prize money for that one.
Yeah, so we do have a couple marquee money events today. That'll be your men's and women's 100, your men's and women's 400, the 800 meters coming up later tonight at 800 Meter Fest, which will be absolutely fantastic. How many competitors do we have on the men and the women's side for just purely 800s later tonight?
I believe it's 220. I know there's a 25 section plus a parents fun run. So an awful lot of competitors. Just on the run right now is Jared Hendricks Pollock. He's a multi-eventer for Western and London Western.
See how he goes here.
Ooh, good takeoff.
We're waiting to see, and the jump is good. He's I remember when commentating at the OUA Championships earlier this year, he's one of the ones we're talking about when you got to get as many points as you can in your week events. I think the pole vault is one of his. He charges at the pole vault mat with one hand on the pole, a little unique style, but he made his way over and did quite well. He found himself on the podium at OUAs this year for sure. Not recollecting how he did at the U Sports Championships, but a young gun in this Canadian multi-event decathlon field. And a bit of a more seasoned veteran here, Chris Robertson, on the start. He is a Western alumni as well, out originally from New Brunswick. He's competed for New Brunswick many a time.
Be well before the board on that one. Looks like he's got a little tape going too.
Yeah, looked like he had a good few inches there before the board. Maybe just trying to get one mark on the table and then could take a bit more risk with the other ones.
Yeah, I'm just getting a little breaking news. There's going to be another special guest host coming up with Ethan Davenport. He's going to bring the Godfather, Mike Stenekes, up with him. Mike Stenekes, 600-meter specialist, 400, 800 runner from U of T, and one of the guys that in our program really set the culture for us. So a great example, and one of our original, we call them long plussers around here, sprinters that run up to the 600. So he's the original.
Yeah, I remember that. That would have been when I was in high school. I think he was in university, and him and the likes of Scott Leach and those guys were quite incredible. And they really did set the foundation for, there's been a long-standing contingent now of really strong 600, 1,000-meter runners at the Canadian collegiate level. So guys like them, they really did set the tone, and there's nothing quite like watching the 600 meters indoors. It's such a battle of speed and tactics, and excited to have Ethan and Mike up here.
One of my favorite Scott Leach moments was at McGill University, and their end of January meet was just awesome. It would get stacked, so all the Ontario schools out east and Quebec would all go. And Scott Leach was running the 600, and he was having a real hot year. And because there's so many entries, they use a check-in procedure, and if you don't miss the check-in, you're not running. But here it was, the top seed missed his check-in for the 600, so he had to run in like section 34 or something like that. And he goes and runs a 118 flat by himself solo in a field of 135 guys. And it was super impressive. So he just hit the gun right off the gun, and took it from start to finish and won the whole meet from there. So one of my favorite Scott Leach moments.
That's pretty incredible. Yeah, being Scott was in his fifth year when I was my first year at Western, so I have some Scott Leach is a fun guy on and off the track, I can put it that way. So yeah, definitely I think he has something like 6 or 7 of the top 10 all-time Western times in the 600, so pretty incredible athlete in himself. Yeah, he ran his final year in the 4x8, he ran a 1:48.0, I think, to anchor the 4x8 for Western to win. So a bit of controversy in that year, too, with a spiked baton.
The spiked baton race.
And officially the Western record to this day. But I think they counted it as our Western record, although there's a DQ in the race. But we won't go back to that. But some class definitely in that race. Another good runner from that era, it was Anthony Romanu, who I've actually seen his race, and I've seen his name in a couple of results for this season.
Yep.
I don't think he competed last year.
No, I didn't see much of him. There was a bit of a re-emergence this year, and that tends to happen. We're a year out from the Olympics, so this is when people are starting to say, okay, I'm going to key back in and give it one more swing. Yeah, so it looks like he's trying to start dropping some times again.
That's good, but a class act from that race. Unfortunately, the Western team in that 4x8 was disqualified, but 3 of the 4 members had won the previous year, or had gotten a medal the previous year, but a young rookie by the name of Trifon Moody, who I know very, very well, thought he'd won a gold medal and got no medal at all. So actually Anthony Romanu sent his gold medal to Scott Leach, saying we we believe you guys got that was unjust that you guys were disqualified. You guys won the race, so here's my gold medal. Seeing he did have a few of his own, but Scott Leach then passed that on to Trevon Moody, so he still has that gold medal, which I think was rightfully earned.
Classy move, Anthony Romanu. All right, we are getting closer to the start to the HEP Women's Open 100 hurdles. I've heard it said to me many times that if you're going to be a great female heptathlete, you need to have a great 100 hurdle time. So a lot of times you're actually recruiting from this event from the sprint hurdles. And we certainly have some great female hurdlers in this field today.
Couple of athletes to look out for in this Open Women's Heptathlon, their first event, 100-meter hurdles.
You might be able to hear a voice in the background. That's our stadium announcer, Mike Sherrar. Mike Sherrar is a Olympian, I believe in the 1500. He has been a member of our club for decades and decades, still competes as a masters athlete and is one of the best in the world and has medaled many times at World Masters. And convenient side fact, happens to be the father of young Zoe Sherrar. So a great lineage, and members of that family have actually been parts of every single level of the UTTC program, right from our junior development to our senior club and now masters and all of it. So
I was going to ask you that if there was any relation there. I mean, with the talent and hard effort and work and recent brought to fame of Zoe Sherrar, and she's had a fantastic year. I was going to say if with the resume her dad's got, there's most likely some lineage there. So that is, and that definitely speaks to the clubs here, the UTTC junior development. I know a few athletes I've trained with over the years at Western are part of that program too, and it's just a great program to get kids involved at a young age. And it's definitely tough to first enter into track and field when you have other sports like hockey and soccer being the predominant, and I think your program here does a great job of slowly introducing them and not doing too much too soon, and knowing that most athletes have a long career ahead of them.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we key in on is just really trying to hit on that long-term athlete development model, knowing that these guys they're going to play volleyball and they're going to play baseball and they're going to do other sports at the same time, and that's okay. So we'll come out to track once or twice a week, not take it too seriously too early on, and still provide enough of an opportunity to foster some development there.
Which I think is the great introduction to track as they start doing it in elementary school and high school. And track is one of those things that you don't need to be doing. It's not like, say, gymnastics where you're doing it 7 days a week from the age of 9 years old. I think a lot of people come into their rights in track and field in their late teens and early 20s, and I think a perfect example of that, who we were talking about earlier, is Damian Warner. I think he got into track and field at the age of 20 or 21, and look where he's come now. So
yeah, years of basketball built up some strong Achilles tendon there, Damian.
Definitely, for sure. And that's the thing, is track and field, you do need especially if you're a multi-event athlete like a lot of our athletes today, you do need a variety of, you need speed, power, endurance, and all these other sports definitely build you up well for that. So next up on this track, we do have our women's heptathlon.
Oh, we're calling it in. They're ready to go. Shortly after this, we'll start cutting out to the women's shot put as well, and that's when the lovely Sultana Frizzell will be taking over.
And we do
at least on my end.
Yeah, and we do a very impressive field for our women's shot put, and we'll get to that once the camera pans over shortly after our women's 100-meter hurdles heptathlon.
Just again, you can see on the scoreboard, that's the live stream of the event today. We have friends and family who are now going to make it. They can watch the live stream online, as you can see on the scoreboard right now. Well, now up at 1m79 in the junior men's under 20 decathlon high jump.
All right, they're calling the women forward. So this will be the first section. And this will be the faster of the two sections. So we do have Georgia in this one in 5. I am not sure who's in 4. I know that's Maud Levier in lane 3.
Once again, for this race, it does seem to be a consistent tailwind for these athletes, so should help them with their time, push them a little bit closer to the finish line with every step. And the track here is starting to fill out a little bit more every few minutes as we get into some of our more marquee events this afternoon.
All right, they are in the blocks. And they're out, and that's a great start from both Maud and Georgia.
They had about half a second on the field by the first hurdle.
And I think Georgia is just a touch ahead, and she will get there first. And let's take a look at this time.
And she showed her strength there over the last couple hurdles. They were neck and neck over about the third and fourth last hurdles, and Georgia just pulled through over the last 30 meters or so.
Just wait on a time to pop up here.
Great run by Maud there to keep it close to Georgia. I mean, Georgia's fully sponsored by Under Armour, full-time athlete. I'm sure Maud's pursuing it, and it's great to have her to run alongside to drag along for a fast time.
Yeah, and Maud recently ran 1370 or 1380, so she's been dropping those hurdle times like crazy.
That is fantastic.
And just a little delay on the results popping up.
We just had a couple of competitors come across the line around the same time, so
As you can see, the wind has settled quite a bit, so that was a positive 0.3 wind reading, so that's legal. Looks like if the wind stays down 8 Ps.
And in this section, we'll just move on until we get the results popping up. In this section, we have our next group of 5 hurdlers. Of note in this one, we have Delissa Huggins. She's a decent hurdler, but in particular, she's an extremely strong high jumper. I think a PB around 179 to 180, as well as a great 800 runner. She's run sub 210 in the 8.
and to go under 210 as a multi that's a lot of points there. So we'll look for that later today.
Yeah. So you just, at this point, you just want to get enough points in here to stay alive so you can hit it on your other strengths.
And that'll be our first 800 of many, many 800s today.
And they are off. And that's Sophie Jelena in the lead. Momentarily. And looks like she's being overtaken by lane 2.
And very close to
And
finish
yeah,
that
lane
line.
2 in the lead. And hopefully we'll get these results popping up on the scoreboard so we can kind of feed that out to you guys. There we are. 14:33, great time.
See if we can pull up the results from that first section.
All right, and I'm going to sign off here and go back to my meet director duties, and Sultana Frizzell is going to be stepping in.
Thanks for being with us today, Bob. We really appreciate all the time and effort you put into organizing today, and thanks for the insight. All right, and now joining us is Sultana Frizzell. How are you doing today, Sultana?
I'm doing pretty well. This is my first time commentating, so you're welcome. This might be a little bit of an interesting voyage, but I'm happy to go along the ride with you.
Sounds already like we're gonna have some great conversations. So it's gonna be a great day. We've got a pretty beautiful weather here compared to what was forecasted. The rain has held off so far, pretty windy down on the track, but that comes with being outdoor track. So just a bit of a resume for Sultana here. She's a 2-time Olympian and our Canadian record holder in the hammer throw. So going to give us some great input into our throws today. I never really gave a background on myself. I'm a distance runner, so don't know too much about the throws, but distance runners and throwers have always gotten along very well in in the track and field world. So
absolutely,
we didn't get it. So go ahead.
Yeah. So my specialty is hammer throw, of course. But back in my high school days, I absolutely picked up every single throwing event. So I kind of have a little bit of a base knowledge of shot put, discus, javelin, but a little bit more specialty in the hammer. So that's where I like to play, and it's unofficially known as the controlled chaos event because anything can go wrong at any point during the throw. But the other events kind of have a more less time in the circle. Less time in the circle.
Yeah, that's awesome. I do not know how. It's a perfect combination of strength, speed, coordination, and I think I'd throw it in the wrong direction if you put me out there. So don't.
It helps if you have a figure skating background. So if you didn't slap on some skates when you were younger and take a couple of twirls on ice, then you might be a little bit lacking in that department. But a couple of my fellow teammates back in the day also were figure skaters and had a little bit of a base knowledge in twirls on ice. So yeah, it's all about spatial awareness and being able to kind of figure out where in space that right foot needs to come down to execute your quote unquote double support phase when you can accelerate the hammer and make sure that you get it through the uprights okay.
That is awesome. I did not clue in at all that. I guess that totally makes sense that a bit of a figure skating background would definitely help with the coordination. So did you do a bit of figure skating growing up?
I'm a little bit ashamed, but not ashamed that I totally had tutus, I had chiffon, leggings, all kinds of crazy stuff, and I absolutely competed at a high level in figure skating. So
wow.
I was on the provincial side of things. I didn't quite make it to the national side for figure skating, but I have to give it to Skating Canada for really kind of making me feel so nervous, so young. When you are by yourself on ice with a panel of judges watching you, you kind of just don't care anymore. So when you walk into a circle as an older athlete, I have no fear whatsoever of performance anxiety because that was rendered out of me quite early in my skating days.
That is awesome.
So thank you.
I think that's one of the strongest things about being involved in sport from a young age, even through middle-aged, kind of prepares you for even the real world or further athletic competition in terms of honing in that energy and that nerves and making sure you're performing well. So
absolutely.
I think we do have our women's shot put now on our live feed.
Oh yeah, we have Brittany Crew in the circle right now, and she's coming off of a really good performance in Germany about 2 weeks ago. She ended up improving her Canadian record of 1869 over in Halle, Germany. So she's looking for a good show today, and she's been very consistent this season after coming off of a foot injury last in 2018. So looking for good things for Brittany as she continues on to Tokyo.
Yeah, and she's been an absolute powerhouse on the Canadian shot put side of things the last couple of years. So it's exciting to have her out here.
Yeah, we have one of our younger athletes, Grace, entering the circle now. She's also with the Sisu Throws Club as well. They are a dominant force here today. So we'll be looking to see what Grace can pull out today.
Yeah, and we'll do our best. I don't know if we'll be able to get any reporting from the field on the distance of the shots, but we'll stay tuned into the live feed we'll stay tuned into the live results to see if we can get some.
What do you mean you don't have up-to-the-date information from the live feed?
From the live feed, yeah, the live feed we're talking about.
Of the throws area.
Yeah.
Back in Trinity College there, so that grounds is actually absolutely used to its full advantage for these throwers. So javelin, shot, discus, and hammer will be going off at Trinity Field,
which is the state-of-the-art facility here at Varsity Stadium downtown in the heart of Toronto, which is fantastic.
Yes, Pan Ams.
Yeah, it's been we got lots cream of the crop talent here today competing. So that was Heather McCann of London Western there throwing. I just know based on being on the Western team with her a few years ago. So it's funny how it's a small community, the track and field world. So that is great. I think I saw when I was doing some research on the athletes today, she may have been a junior athlete, but recently she broke, I think last year she broke Brittany Cruz off's record in the shot put. I might have to look to my notes here to know who that is.
I believe that's Trinity.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Miss Trinity is I don't know, cleaning up cleaning up in the U20 side of things. I believe she just threw discus this morning. Her best effort this morning was 55.25, which is highly respectable considering that she just PB'd about a week ago in Pennsylvania at 55.95. So she's looking very strong and consistent as she moves forward, and ended up also improving her shot put record to 16.80. And she's like just shy of the Canadian record for the under 20 women at the moment, which was set back in 1975.
Wow, so that is
none of us were born.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
that is a 44-year-old record. So that'd be interesting.
Did the math right there?
Just did it right in my head.
You did? Oh
right in my head. 44-year-old record. So well, she's got a whole summer ahead of her, right? So we're only in the middle of her track and field season here. So
yes,
she still does have some real estate in front of her to maybe take a stab at that record.
The real estate looks low, though. I think she can go over it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fair game. And we just saw Sarah Mitten in the circle. She is from Nova Scotia. So yeah, a lot of good talent coming off of, I like to call it the Brock, but I'm pretty sure people are going to kill me for that one. But I know a lot of Nova Scotia people. Back when I was on the 08 Olympic team in Beijing, we had Jared Connaughton, Adrian Power, and Jenna Martin. All fantastic runners from Nova Scotia, and I just needed to give a little shout out to Sarah's hometown there and make sure it was represented well, and she's going to be looking to make that Tokyo team as well, which standard is 1850, and respectfully her season best this season is 1769, so she's going to be looking to push to that over that 18 meter barrier to 1850.
Yeah, and it's not every day I get to spend some time with a two-time Olympian. So do you want to tell us a bit about your Olympic experiences, maybe kind of what your favorite moments, maybe a couple favorite moments from 2008 and then a couple favorite moments from 2012.
Oh boy. 2018, Beijing, China. I have never seen that many fireworks go off in a opening or closing ceremony. It was just unbelievable, and I don't think I'll ever see that again. Like, how can you top that unless Japan's going to try to one up them? I have no idea. But Beijing was definitely my like waiting, not even waiting, more like jumping into the deep end. I went from Pan Americans in 2007. So just kind of this continent to having to compete against the world in my first Olympic Games. So that was definitely I was head and shoulders over my head in Beijing, but I absolutely took advantage of figuring out how to kind of keep those nerves down and how to really compete on a high level, and turn it around for World Championships in Beijing in 2009 and made the final. So some of those times that you have to jump into the deep end can really play off and play in your favor for the following year's competition. And London will absolutely be my favorite event because my family was able to be there with me and share that experience with me. So in 2008 they weren't able to come over, but in 2012 in London put on an absolutely great show, and I got to share it with my mom there, and so having like your family and the people that have been with you from day one of saying, hey, I want to do this crazy thing, and it's going to take a really long time, it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of effort and a lot of time, and they just like the people that stick with you and are able to see you do the thing that you love and reach your goals. It's awesome. It's phenomenal.
And I think it's quite incredible for every kid in sports growing up, whatever the sport of choice is the Olympics is the top of the pyramid in terms of, you try to maybe make a provincial team, then maybe make a national team, and then to go to the Olympics is kind of that pinnacle, and to have achieved that twice is quite incredible. So congratulations on that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And I have a question, just being quite naive to the throws in terms of I I mean, I think I did like the softball throw when I was in grade 6 or something like that.
Hey, that's where it gets started, man.
Yeah.
It's just throwing things like as far as you can away from you.
Yeah. And then we have a 200 on the track here. I believe this will be our Masters 200. A wide range of ages and speeds out there, all making their way around the track. And in lane 3 here, pulling away from the field.
This is amazing. I have no desire to do this when I'm older.
Yeah, it's quite
Absolutely
incredible
not.
what they're achieving out there.
Mad respect right there.
Oh, totally.
I don't think I've ever run 200. Oh, I lied. I ran 200 when I was in high school because I was made to by my track coach because they didn't have like another sprinter to run a 200. So he asked me if I could like just run a leg. And I will have to say that was probably one of my most shining moments in high school was when I did receive the baton, did not increase a placement, but did not decrease a placement. So I would like to say that is a very good accomplishment by a thrower.
So Sultana's highlight of her athletic career is the 200 she ran.
In high school.
In high school.
Yeah. Thank you, Gord Poole from PDCI. You're an amazing man.
So my question was going to be for the throws there was going to be, as a distance runner, you know, you try to stay calm before the race, but, I mean, when you're running upwards of 12 and a half laps of the track, you have some time to ease into it. So to go from calm to being in the peak of it, you have quite a bit of time to warm up. But in the throws, kind of what's going through your mind just before you get on the circle? You know, you have to go from being in this calm mindset to all of a sudden being explosive a few seconds later. So what kind of goes through your headspace at that time?
Absolutely. I think I'm actually on the other end of that, where before I get into the circle, I'm really not nervous, but like that anxiety, jittery. I'm ready to go. I've prepared myself that this is like I'm going to execute today and make sure that this is one of my best days out on the field. So it's almost more the reverse. I have to walk into the circle more calm and poised because I'm already like scratching at the window, ready to like get in here and throw this thing the furthest away from me as I can. And so it's not necessarily like getting amped up about it. It's actually being calm and cool and collected and making sure that I execute the things that I need to at the beginning of the circle or the beginning of the throw to make sure that I execute on the end for the final. And kind of like with the shot put here, as Sarah enters, you kind of want to do the same thing. But shot put, you can actually get in there and just be a grizzly bear. You can just go after it. You kind of, as a spinner, you have to be a little bit more tactical in what you're going to do. But as a glider, and you know, like it depends on the person and how you develop. But as a glider, you just want brute force coming through the shot, making sure that when you hit the middle, that you're putting everything into the strike. But as a spinner, which most of these athletes are here today, you kind of have to enter into it, making sure that you've hit your entry, and then as soon as you hit the middle, you can absolutely jump up into the throw and make sure you have a very good strike. So tactically, from a shot put standpoint, I think you can just be a bear.
That is awesome.
Just be a bear.
Yeah.
And I think we're breaking things in here from the wind.
It's just gonna go pick that up. I think it's just a speaker that's fallen over. The wind is definitely picking up. It's becoming a bit of a swirl instead of it was pretty consistently just blowing at our runners' backs, but I think it's picking it up as this afternoon goes on.
I don't know how that's going to fare for the runners, but Trinity is pretty covered over there, so I think the throwers will be having a good day out back. So yeah, we're just waiting for distances here from the athletes. I have heard none. How about you?
Nope, we do not have any updates yet. I don't believe the live results online will be updating per throw, but I will take a peek. Get a walkie-talkie down there or something. Get some. All right.
I love that they're using the laser pointers today. I always like laugh about the laser pointers. I'm just like, did somebody in like survey class come up with that, like in the engineering department? Because it's actually pretty magical when it's accurate, and it saves a lot of time instead of pulling tape.
For sure, yeah.
Can you imagine how many times you got to pull tape in your lifetime as a judge?
Yeah.
I highly respect our judges and our officials out there.
And as Bob and I were speaking earlier, the track and field community is heavily dependent upon our volunteers at these meets. So we say thank you again to all of our volunteers and everyone that takes a village to put on a track meet. So Thank you to everyone that's helping out and making today possible.
And that was Eli just in the circle there, so we'll be waiting on his result. He doesn't look super happy about it, and I think he just missed the finish on it just a little bit. So we'll see how the competition progresses. And we got Eric coming into the circle too. Both of these men are looking to go over 18 meters. Both of them are, I believe, had really good indoor seasons reaching the 18 meters, but I don't think that they have reached over 18 meters here in the outdoor season. So hopefully in the next while before nationals, we'll be seeing some good marks come out of them.
And pretty much every event we have here today is very highly contested. We have a couple national stars in every event, so it's great to be able to recruit. As Bob and I had mentioned earlier today, our women's shot is one of our prize competitions today. So 500 for first place, 300 for second, and 100 for third.
That's a pretty decent little purse of chunk change there.
And track and field is a sport where prize money is few and far between.
Yes,
so
it is,
great.
Especially for those throwers.
So thank you for all our sponsors for our meet today for making that possible.
Yes, thank you.
Once again, our prize events for today are the men's and women's 100, men's and women's 400, men's and women's 800 later tonight at our 800 meter fest, and then our women's shot put.
Nice.
And it's to the athletes, it doesn't mean as much, I think, in terms of they're out there trying to get personal bests, trying to win or better their own distance or time. But when you're a spectator, it's a little bit more fun when there's some money on the line, and you can just see it as a little bit more entertaining. So it's fun to know that these athletes, and the thing is, in track and field, you put so many hundreds, thousands of hours into it. So it's occasionally nice to get a few pennies in your pocket.
Exactly. Be able to pay the bills at the end of the month.
And it is a tough sport to continue beyond college or university, because once, especially, some distance runners continue to run like road races for fun, whether it be like 10Ks or half marathons. But for field events particularly, I find you kind of need a group to train with. You need the facilities. For me, I can just step out my house and go for a run, but to train in the throws, it's pretty difficult to continue training beyond collegiate level. So shout out to everyone that keeps the dream alive, and it is tough financially too. So hopefully a couple $1,000s today in prize money helps these athletes continue to pursue their dreams.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got a big year coming up, so anything and every little bit helps. And like you said, can't really slap on some sneakers and go for a run. And we're pretty dependent on where those circles are and access to facility. You might have the circle, but you might not be able to get through the door. So I don't know how many times I've jumped fences or Waikiki sneaky between gates to try to get a couple of reps in over my career, and and you just really try not to kill anybody when you're out there, because there's usually a dog walker or two. But yeah, it's part of the journey, and like you said, it's much easier when you have a group of other people, other insane people that are dedicated and doing the same thing day in and day out with you. And I have to give a big shout out to the group that I trained with in British Columbia in Kamloops, because we were in it for the long haul for 2008 and for 2012. So it's the ups and downs of the career, and the training group really helps you get through that.
That is awesome. Glenn Sultana, what's going on with you in terms of training, life on and outside the track right now? For all our viewers tuned in.
All our viewers. I have no idea how many that is, but
but
if you would like to know, in approximately 3 to 6 months, I will be fully certified as an RMT. So I decided,
That's awesome.
I decided after Commonwealth Games in Australia that I would really focus on what I wanted to do after track, and so I took the opportunity. It presented itself, and I decided to go back to school. And I'm almost finished. I'll finish in August, but unfortunately, I need to wait for the time period in which I can petition my board exam. So that always takes a while because it's Ontario. Much love. So hopefully in the new year, by about March, I'll be fully certified and able to give back in a way that was really beneficial to me when I ended up hurting myself in 2016. The ups and downs of the career and the roller coaster, you do get injured along the way, and the physiotherapist and the massage therapist that helped me with my foot injury, and I really wanted to focus on that after my career. And I absolutely love the body and how it moves and the mechanisms, and, you know, just transferring over from how the body moves in hammer throw to how the body moves in injury and dysfunction, and trying to get that going.
That's awesome. And we have a 200-meter race here on the track. Looking very even off the bend. This is our junior women's U20 200 meters, and lane 5 pulling away from the field here. Try and get some names for you guys.
I don't know, that looked pretty easy. I think they should do it again.
Yeah, I think it's for people that haven't kind of competed at that higher level, I think it's very understated or underappreciated, the medical team that surrounds track and field athletes. I mean, quite often it's may not be an acute injury, like may not be like football or soccer where you see someone blow out their knee, but these chronic overuse injuries, when you're doing the same thing over and over again, whether it's throwing over and over again or jumping over and over again, you use the exact same muscles and bones, and you're pushing your body to that limit. To get better and better, you do constantly need to be challenging yourself, and I think sometimes, well, a lot of the time athletes push it a little bit too far and need that medical team. So
well, yeah, you're always towing that fine line, right? So of overuse injury and trying to meet your maximal effort, because there are plateaus that you need to get through. So in your career, the plateaus are going to be a little bit more frequent as you get older. Like when you're a younger athlete and not as seasoned, you have a lot of gains on the technical front. But as the technique kind of settles and you're able to figure out how to move in the circle or move on the track, I guess, those plateaus come in your face a lot of times, and you have to figure out how to kind of push through those barriers, but also not get injured and really listen to your body. And sometimes we just don't listen. We just be like, I'm fine. I'm just going to walk it off. And some of those times you shouldn't walk it off.
Yeah, and I think that's where having a great coach like the likes of Bob Westman we just had on, you always need sometimes an athlete, when you want it so bad, you're willing to do things that you probably shouldn't quite be doing in your body. So it's great to have your coaches there to be your brain when your brain's not quite telling you to do the right thing, and also to have your therapists around, whether it's your sports chiros, physios, massage. You need once again, it takes a village to allow an athlete to compete well. So still working on getting some names for the 200-meter runners here.
11, 10.
Looks like they're lining up again here.
Yeah, I think we have quite a few heats of 200s.
Oh my goodness. Well, as he looks for names, I wanna give a big shout out to my Canadians abroad, especially those throwers. We just had NCAAs down. Where were NCAAs? Was it Texas? I think it was Texas.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, absolutely love Texas. That was my first NCAA in Austin's, but I can't remember exactly where in Texas this one was going to. But I have to give an honorable mention to Cameron Rogers, who broke the junior record at 71.50 as a sophomore at Cal Berkeley. So she is absolutely crushing it right now, taking that junior record up over 70 meters. And so we'll be looking for good things from her in the future as she progresses in her season. I also have to take a shout out to Joe Maxwell, who came 9th at NCAAs, but had a personal best, and that is so hard to do at a national track meet, and improved his shot put record to 1950. So those guys are doing good things in the NCAA.
So it looked like we had Weaning there, winning that second. Oh, so it's the heptathlon 200. That's why I was slightly confused. I apologize. The 200s for the open meet are tomorrow. So I was a bit confused as to the 200s. So that was section 1 and section 2 of our women's heptathlon 200. Our U18 heptathlon. So up next, it looks like here we will have probably our senior women's heptathlon 200.
What did you run again?
I was a middle distance runner, so the shortest I would go is 800 meters, and the longest I guess would be cross country, so 10K. But kind of the mile was my favorite distance, so 1500.
Oh my goodness.
It was I was kind of the middle of the. I'm sitting here today as your main live stream host with a lot of high caliber athletes joining me as guest hosts that are above and beyond my athletic performances. I was kind of I went to Western and I was kind of a middle of the pack guy, so 3:58 for the 1500. So would
Respect.
not no Olympics in my future, but a lover of the sport, and definitely benefited throughout high school and throughout university being part of a team aspect. And I think the sport just gives you so much in terms of teaching you good habits and hard work ethic, and definitely carried that into the workforce, which is great.
I feel like the 15 would be like super tactical. I don't know about like the 8. Like I feel like in the last 200 you're like, okay, I'm gonna make my moves, but 15, what is that? That's like, I'm gonna maybe go out a little bit and then I'm gonna hang back and see what the other guys do, and then maybe I'll like blow by them for a little while. I feel like that's a super tactical event.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely in like championships and on the world stage, where people aren't just running for a flat out fast time, the 1500 is one of the most tactical events. The 5,000 and 10,000, usually it goes quite slow and picks up towards the end, but the 1500 is kind of that mid-range where if someone goes from the gun really fast, you can't let them go too much. So no 1500s today, but a lot of 800s going on later tonight. As Bob had said earlier, we have over 200 competitors in 800 meter night. So
Jeez.
that'll be a whole lot of 2 laps around the track.
What goes through your head to say that I want to be an 800 meter runner? Oh my God.
I don't know.
That just seems like a sprint.
I was also a hockey goalie growing up, so what goes in your head to stand in front of pucks going 100K an hour? So
you know what? That's okay. I would take that any day.
And we've got another heat here of our heptathlon 200 meters. I believe it's another heat of our U18 or U20 heptathlon 200. And it is vital, even if it is not your best event, you got to squeeze out every single point you can. Bob and I spoke about earlier how in these multi-events, your strong events, you got to make sure you're performing, but you also, it's almost more important that you perform well in your weaker events, because that's where you lose a couple points.
What do you say the weaker event is? I think it's shot put.
Yeah, I think it depends.
I
think it depends
sure.
on the individual, right? Who's depends on the multi-athlete. I think a lot of times multi-athletes are more kind of mid-range, so a lot of them are good in kind of those not super strength power-based events.
Right.
But also, I mean, if we watch the men's decathlon, the 1500, I think maybe where most of them struggle with,
sauce a little.
It's just it's so hard to train for every single
event.
event.
It's like the last event too, right?
It's the hardest because it's last, but also I think a big part of it is that most of the other events, being quick and powerful is the main focus. For the long jump, for the high jump, it's all explosive takeoff. So you can't have the best of both worlds. Most world-class 1500 meter runners can't run much quicker for the 100 than they can for the 800. So I think it's hard to have your body fine-tuned, which makes it so impressive for these multi-event athletes out here. So that was our heptathlon women's 200 meters. Looks like we had Blair with the win there in 25:48. Ostertag at second, 25:51, and Black in third, 25:53. And today is functioning as our Athletics Ontario Combined Events Championship. So we do have a lot of our best multi-event athletes, whether they're heptathletes or decathletes, here with us today. The track is filling out, and it looks like our women's pole vaults is getting warmed up on the infield.
Couldn't tell with all those sticks in the air.
No.
What do you think the bar is going to go up to today?
I do have some research done on our top competitors. I believe our top competitor today, if this is our open women's, is just over 4 meters. So I think 4'11" is the top seed. So I think if there was to be one event that we would both be mutually brutal at, unless you have some sort of talent that I don't know about, it would be the pole vault.
I feel like I could take off. Yeah. And then that would be about it. I don't think I could really get my legs going vertically towards the sky at any point. I feel like either the stick, the pole would break, or I would slingshot myself in another direction.
It's scary. I think I have personally seen 3 pole vault poles break across my track career. Just
Like
one
with
being
people on
just
them?
one being in practice, yeah.
Oh
So
my
just
goodness.
or at competitions or practice, and I think it has to do with if you just don't get quite the right angle, if you're a bit off to the side, or you put the weight through too early. But it can be pretty scary if you have all your weight in the pole and it decides to break in half.
I'm not gonna lie, some people are really smart by wearing a helmet. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna launch myself into the air and hope for the best. I feel like that requires a helmet.
It's definitely a tough ask.
It is a tough ask. So we just had Eli in the circle again. It looks like Eric's making his way in. What round are they in? 4th, maybe?
Seems about right.
Okay. Eric does not like that one, so he absolutely foot faulted that one himself. So just stepping up onto the board there constitutes a foul. So you need to keep everything inside the circle and not rise up onto that toe board that you see in front of us. And as you can see those white lines to the side, you also have to exit from the back. So there's some strategy in there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times things can go wrong.
Yeah, well, I find it impressive that you can throw so much of your weight forward with your throw and to still have to be able to not take that momentum further forward for a fault is quite
true.
I've got to think that's pretty challenging when you're first learning.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's a lot of blowouts in the younger years until you really fine tune that technique, especially as a spinner. Again, things can go a little bit wrong, a little bit early. So a lot of people start off with the glide. As you can see here with Dennis, he might transfer over to rotational as he gets up in his years, but he is a young guy doing good things, and so we'll be looking at him in the future as well. But yeah, just trying to keep that momentum inside the circle is hard, even as a glider.
And we just saw that right there where he actually lost his momentum and went fully
and blew
forward.
out the circle.
Yeah.
It was a blowout.
Yeah.
Got another glider in the circle. Looked like a pretty good strike on the shot. She is unhappy with that and touched the top of the board. So Trinity's coming into the circle now. See what she can produce.
As you said, she's knocking on the door of that Canadian U20 record.
Yeah, that, what would you say it was? 44 years old?
Yeah, 44 years old.
Oh, looks like she missed that little top spin on it. So when you don't quite get under it, it will come out like a line drive. That happens quite a bit. So we got Britt coming into the circle now, and we'll be looking to see how she performs throughout the year.
And it's
in
incredible.
lead up for World Championships in Doha. So she's made that mark, and we'll be looking to see her in Doha.
For sure, and it's pretty awesome to have kind of our Canadian record holder here competing today, and someone who maybe in the future could be the next Canadian record holder. She got her OFSA record there, and who knows what's in her future, but it's great for her to be able to compete right alongside, I'm sure,
Absolutely.
an absolute idol of hers. So.
Absolutely, and that's crucial. Like when we have these young athletes coming up, you absolutely want to keep your older athletes around and just like be able to kind of mentor them and show them how and show them the ropes of what it takes to get on those national teams. Because as a young athlete trying to make it onto the international circuit, there's a big jump. From junior to senior, and it takes time. You could be looking at anywhere from 2 to 4 years, possibly, going from that junior side into the senior circuit, because those distances are moving forward. As we can see with the shot put to make the Olympic team, men's standard for the IAAF is 21:10 and women's is 18:50. The hammer throw for women is 72:50 now, and I believe they moved ahead the javelin throw for both men and women, which is 85 and 84 meters. So over the last 4 years, we've seen a good steady increase in that distance, and by knowing that, you're seeing a lot more people on the international circuit able to meet those marks, and that's why it's moving forward. So to be able to have the Canadian record holder be your training partner is an amazing thing, and it absolutely shows the determined dedication in those athletes and focus. So those younger athletes are able to see what it takes.
Yeah, and I think it's and you may be able to speak to it a bit better than me, but the IAAF has changed their World Championship qualifying procedure, I believe, in the last year or so. Not sure if you know.
I have no idea. It goes on like a point system or something now, and I got nothing.
Yeah, there's multiple ways in which you can qualify now.
Yeah.
I think if you hit the flat standard, that's the most straightforward way. That's an auto qualification, and then there's a whole bunch of meets are given different like point systems. So if you compete at like a Diamond League,
correct,
and finish a certain place, you get a certain number of points. And so I think it seems to have complicated things a little bit, but I think the whole point behind it is to allow kind of more people to potentially qualify, even if they don't quite hit that standard.
Exactly. I think it just kind of shook everything up a little bit again, and we'll see how it nets out in the wash come Doha time and Tokyo. But I think it has to do with what is it, like permit meets?
Yeah, I think it's
international permit meets.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be a Diamond League. I think
because obviously women's hammer and men's hammer is not in the Diamond League, so so that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I think there's different designations or different qualifications, I guess, for meets internationally. And what stage they're at determines. Almost similar to kind of how I think in tennis, there's the majors, but then there's like the ATP Tour, which is kind of those second level meets. So be interesting to see, and I think it's an exciting time in Canadian track and field. We've got so many prominent athletes. An exciting one making her comeback this summer is Melissa Bishop, coming off pregnancy.
Love some Bish. Swish Bish. Putting up, what was it, 201 in Guelph just the other weekend in the 800. So she's steadily decreasing her time as she moves forward, and she's definitely one of those race in shape people. Yeah,
for sure. And I think she opened back with a 1500 about a month ago, which was great as well. I think under 410. So she is definitely one to look out for.
17,
definitely
39.
To be a threat again. She was 4th back in 2016 at the Olympics. And then hopefully see a repeat performance in the finals again next year. Back in fine form. I mean, it's pretty incredible for her within a year of having her first child to be back and getting almost back to her top form again.
Absolutely, and as we said before, it is that village that helps you track in that direction. So she's definitely held accountable with her coaches and her medical staff, and she has what she needs to be successful, and that's all one needs and wants.
Yeah, no, and that is awesome.
Yeah.
It does take a lot, and I was speaking earlier about how I'm in London and around Damien Warner quite often when he's been training, and it's the amount of time and effort put in by these athletes to be on the top level, and I'm sure it was the same for you, is just you have one goal in mind, and it's whether it's throwing further, running faster, jumping higher, but it does take a full support network. So for all the fans that are tuned in online, family members that couldn't quite make it out today, hopefully we're giving you some decent commentary here, and it's not just us laughing away.
We'll find out later. We should absolutely have people tweet into us or something. You got any questions? Any hot topics?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter. I'm Lewis Kent Myler on Twitter. If you want to tweet at us, feel free. You can reach out any which way.
Yeah.
I think there may be a live chat box on the live stream.
Oh, is there?
I'm gonna
You're going to bring it up?
Pop over there and see if
anyone can drop me a DM on Instagram. That's totally fine.
Yeah. That's,
any hot topics, anything. Well, we'll see. Within reason.
All right. Let's see if I can get this.
I do have to make a little notable mention to our rugby women's sevens who just qualified for the Olympics here in France. I know quite a few of those women from having trained in Victoria, so it's really nice to see those girls qualify again for the event, because watching them come third in Brazil was just an amazing feat, because it's taken them a long time to get up to that form, and you just never know in rugby what can happen, and it's brutal. It's a totally brutal event, and I loved watching it. It gets it's over in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's sick.
Yeah, so couldn't quite find the comments there, but feel free to reach out to Sultana or myself, Lewis Kent or Sultana Frizzle online, whether it's Instagram, Twitter. Reach out to us. We got our phones here if you want to, whether you want a topic for us to discuss, or maybe someone you know is about to compete.
Correct.
Maybe you have a fun fact about them that maybe they don't want the world to know, but you would want them to know, and we'll gladly publicly embarrass them for you.
It's like fun facts with friends?
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's do it.
So,
# fun facts with friends.
Yeah. So whether you're a parent, sibling, teammate of someone about to compete but couldn't quite be here today, you reach out to us and we will share any appropriate details you share with us over the feed.
Oh, Rick kind of blew out there on the final, but it looked like she went after it, and that's one of those things you got to like toe the edge of, right? So when you want to get a bigger distance, sometimes you got to push those limits, and she definitely went for it on that one because I see the cheeky smile as she left. So we must be coming around to the end here. It must be 5th or 6th round.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully, didn't look like a sign of a good sign
from Grace
on her face there.
Yeah, she knew she missed it, but even when you know that you miss it, you still gotta go after it because you just never know. Because sometimes you're not quite in the position that you want to be. But to be honest, when adrenaline's flowing through your veins, anything can really happen. And let me tell you, some of the slowest feeling throws or the most effortless throws that I've had have been some of my best. And you never know. So make everyone count.
Heather McCann here, London Western.
Oh, she took a look at it. You never want to take a look at it when you hit the middle. You want to keep everything back on that power leg that hits the ground first. And when you start looking for it, you miss your strike. So that won't be one of her best ones today.
No, and she's still at Western, a pentathlete indoors. So I think working on her throws here in the summer for the indoor collegiate season there.
All right, we got Sarah coming into the circle, a Windsor alumni, as well as Eli. Looking for some good things. Lots of chalk on that shot. It's business time. Looks like she caught a oh, no, she did not. I thought that was better than what she fooled me. It might be the angle.
And the night is young here in terms of track. We've got lots of great events ahead of us. Pretty much every event. We've got some top talent here today.
If you could pick an event that wasn't running, what would you do?
Track. If I like to be good at?
Yeah.
That would be fun. It's a good,
like if you weren't a runner, what would you do?
It's a good question. I feel like pole vault would be cool.
28.
I feel like it's just, but it, yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I have to think on that for a couple minutes. In terms of what field events would be cool. Honestly, kind of jealous that I never was in a field. I feel there's a lot of, it's cool, like, to be the fastest man or woman in the world over the 100, it's like there's something about it that people walking down the sidewalk are like, oh, the fastest person, but
True.
You're the fastest person over 1,500 meters.
Hurdles, though.
Okay.
I would totally do that because you just put what 8 obstacles in your way, and decided to run as fast as you can at them and hope for the best.
Yeah, that's
true.
That is true.
I absolutely love when someone blows up a hurdle, like just smashes it, and it like you can see it flying through the air.
Yeah.
Like that person was determined.
Yeah, for sure. I think the high jump's pretty cool too. If you could flex on some people, just
flex on some people,
just by jumping over some random things.
That's true.
It'd be a fun one.
It'd be like the best CrossFit gyms, like roll up and be like, oh, how high are those box? Okay, box jump this.
Yeah. It looks like we have.
Entering the circle now.
Yeah.
What else we got going on the track? Just some people holding poles?
Yeah, the pole vaults, the women's pole vaults, they're doing their warm up. So I'm sure by the time they get going, we'll have our camera over there. I see some of our 400-meter athletes doing their warm ups as well.
Nice. How long do you warm up to run a 15?
So I'd say most runners probably do a 20-minute-ish warm-up, so probably 4.5K run.
You run 4.5K?
Just to nice and slow. Like you're not running fast. You're just most of the time you're just chatting with teammates and jogging around, nice and easy. And then so probably start warming up about an hour before, and then you run for about 20 minutes, do some stretching, do some dynamic stuff, get the spikes on, do some strides, and about the same afterwards for a cool down. Yeah.
That kind of sounds like walking through an airport, people watching. Oh, I'm just gonna hang out with my friends, chit chat.
Yeah, no, it's part of the
Part of the process.
yeah, part of the process. And
Exactly.
we don't do quite as much explosive stuff as most of the other events, whether it be the sprints or the throws or anything like that.
Yeah.
But everyone got to warm up in their own little way.
I think if I warmed up for an hour, I'd cramp. Be like, I think I just drained all my electrolytes.
Yeah, and now it looks like the camera, maybe our shot put is done.
It is done. It is
Okay.
over. I
We
have
will-
no results.
Yeah, we will.
I got no love. No love.
No, we're not getting live results there, so we will check here to see if we have our online results.
I'm gonna do some digging on the Insta and see if I can find some people that may have posted things about it.
All right. Looks like it's still waiting to go online. But in our, we've got our women's high jump here as well. Lots of camera angles today, which is fantastic. Thank you to the U of T program guys that are getting all of our camera angles. We have 3 different cameras, which is great to switch between events. And that's back to the pole vault there. They still got that warm-up bar up, as you can tell. Nice and bendy there, as you can see.
Just took the whole thing with her.
Yeah. But we do have some top athletes competing here in our women's pole vault. A couple to mention. Seated at 4 meters today, but she vaulted 413 indoors this year. It's Rachel Wolfs, which was she was our 3rd best Canadian indoors this year. She's part of the U Windsor Athletic Club. Brittany Salmon, she's from Montreal. She's seated with a 405. And then our top seed today is Erica Fielder from Elite Pole Vault with a 411.
Nice.
So hopefully we can get a couple of these women over 4 meters today. That is a bit of a milestone, I know, in the pole vault world. So should be exciting, and the pole vault just amazes me every time with the coordination, the speed, coordination. We have a lot of pole vaulters come from a bit of a gymnastics background.
Of course.
Just as you were saying, it helps in maybe in the throws with the spinning around with the figure skating.
With the figure skating business?
I think in gymnastics, you learn. There's no way I have the perception of my body well enough to, like, I can't even coordinate a backflip off a diving board. So. Or even a front flip to
So
give me that.
basically
So,
what you're saying is don't do stupid human tricks.
yeah, but the coordination that takes to plant,
Exactly.
launch yourself upside down and make it over the bar without any part of your body touching the pole is quite incredible.
It is a feat. I think pole vault, hammer throw, and sprint hurdles have to be the most technical events that can go wrong so fast.
Yeah, I'd say those, and then probably triple jump would be up there as well in
triple
terms
jump.
of just the footwork. I'm sure
Good call.
isn't too easy. That's why I think a lot of distance runners. A lot of distance runners are extremely talented, but at the end of the day, a lot of distance running is, if you're the more you run, the faster you get, and a lot of the times it's I run with some pretty incredible runners who, barely made their college team, but now are some of the top in Ontario and top in Canada just through grinding out hard work. And not saying the other events aren't hard work, it takes a lot of coordination. So I think a lot of us distance runners at a younger age realized we didn't have the coordination for these other disciplines, and we just said, you know what, if I just start running a lot, maybe I'll
get
pretty
better
good at this distance running thing. So
exactly. Over time, it's like all these very technical events. It's all about sport specific training, and it's volumes, it's reps, and it takes a while to get there. So the journey is long with the technical events.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's the big thing is in the distance events, you can get in your head a bit before, like most athletes, it's just as much a mental game as it is physical. And you can train as hard as you want leading up to it. You can be in your best shape possible, but if you're not mentally strong that day, you might not quite perform how you'd like. But I think just in things that are super coordinated, like a lot of coordination, like the hammer throw, like the pole vault, if you're in your own head that little bit with any part of your routine, I feel like it can just be so difficult to get over. Say in the pole vault, if you're a 4 meter pole vaulter like some of our women here today are, I think it could be so easy to not even be able to get over 360, 370 if you just one part of your routine or one thing feels a little bit off. I feel like especially with a lot of athletes we talked about with injuries, a lot of time you're not quite feeling 100%. So I feel like in the hammer as well, if you're dealing with some injuries, it's pretty tough to still have that perform at your best if you get in your head just that a little bit.
Exactly. I know sometimes you're just putting some tape on some places and hoping they stay together, But that's not the best, and when you're striving for those big teams, sometimes it is a bandage job, and you just have to go out there and mentally kind of check out and just do what you've done day in and day out, and you've practiced it. So it's, even though you're hurting or you're mentally not there, you can still kind of produce a good distance with repetition. Your body knows, it's muscle memory. It can go out and it can perform if you just get out of its way.
And I think that's a big thing. And obviously all our athletes competing today are at the top end of their sports. I mean, I think that's a big thing early on in the sport. You need to realize is a lot of times it's just relaxing and allowing your body to go
through the motions,
to do what it knows it can do. Just not let that mental aspect get in the way.
Exactly.
So as you can see here, it looks like a bit of if you've seen the movie 300, it's got all of our poles ready to go. And
I saw 300 a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm sure some of these probably came out when some of these women were at a very young age.
Stop dating us. Come on, we're cool.
We're not that old up here in the stands.
No.
We're just some seasoned veterans. So, but they're continuing to do their warm-up vaults here. Our women's pole vault will be underway soon. And it looks like we have our under 18 men's decathlon 400 next on the track. So I think we'll have our 400s for the multis and then followed by our flat 400 for the women and men.
Nice.
We do have some top athletes on both the men's and women's side for that.
Still waiting on those DMs.
Yeah, if you're tuned in, it's unfortunate we don't have a little ticker here showing us how many people are tuned in, but even if you are the sole person listening right now, slide in.
Slide in some
to
DMs.
Sultanas or my DMs on Insta, and we can answer any questions you'd like, talk about any fun and interesting topics. We're still waiting on the shot put results here, but we will get those to you shortly. And that's the whistle calling our men's under 18 decathlon 400 meter runners to their blocks. We'll see if the camera angle switches over here. Thus, we're still featuring the women warming up for their pole vaults. Once again, still, I mean, for June 15th in Canada, you'd expect a bit better weather. It's been a pretty
it is
tough.
A bit chilly.
It's been a pretty tough summer here so far in Ontario. But it could be a lot worse. It was projected to rain all afternoon into the evening, and knock on wood, it holds together for the athletes today. We do have a bit of a wind, a tailwind coming down the home straight. So these 400 runners will be running into a headwind down the back straight. Haven't run too many 400s, just a couple 4x4s in my day, but I think you'd prefer to get the wind at
on your back.
At your back down the final straightaway.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll be rounding this bend and running into a bit of a headwind. And these are our U18 men's decathlon. This is their third or fourth event of the day. We've seen them do the hurdles and the long jump already.
Was it lane 7 seems to be eating up the headwind?
Definitely lane 7 from London Western.
Never thought I'd be commentating on track.
No?
No.
There you go.
And hey, is that your buddy?
London Western? Yeah, he's London Western. And a very close battle there for second place. Yeah. We'll see when the times pop up here. Unfortunately, do not have the multi-event season's best for all these men in front of us. But we'll see when the times pop up there. That looked like a fantastic run at lane 7. I'm sure they didn't appreciate running into the wind, but I'm sure they appreciate having it at their back a little bit down that home straightaway. And we'll see if we get some results up here on the board soon. Here we go. For Caruso of London Western, 51.36. That's a great time unsure. That must be one of his stronger events in this decathlon, a 51 at U18. Very incredible. In Guelph at OFSA last week, if you guys are big track fans tuned in now, you would have heard that the OFSA record was absolutely obliterated in the senior boys 400 meters. Won in a time of 45.7 seconds.
That's insane.
Pretty incredible, almost knocking on the door of a world standard. I think is probably 44 and change, so within a second of world standard when you're 18. Pretty incredible. And he won the 400, and then within the hour stepped on the 100-meter start line and won that as well. So pretty fantastic athlete there. And the 400 is just, you're going 110%, but a lot of the times it seems like you got 110% gets you to about 320 meters in, and you just got to push
hold on
through
for
the
your
line.
life.
So I know that's at least for me as a distance runner. I think you're never used to really running at 110% of your effort. So if we went 110%, it'd get us to about 250 and then be pretty ugly the last little bit. But always make sure to get to the line. So I think next here we have our U20 decathlon 400-meter athletes. Bit of a fuller field here. And our camera has gone into our women's, our heptathlon women's high jump here. You can see George Ellen Wood there at the back. Under Armour professional athlete. She would be our top seed for this meet today, trying to take home the Ontario Championship for the heptathlon.
Nice.
She did win the first event in the women's heptathlon, which was the 100-meter hurdles.
Did she blow up any hurdles?
No, she was looked very clean
right
over the hurdles.
Very
Yeah.
clean.
And now we have our U20 men decathlon 400 meters in the blocks. If they stay at this camera angle, you'll see them come by behind these women in just a few moments.
Nice.
And as we said, there they are. Off in the background there is we will keep you in the loop as to what's going on around the track. And here we go, camera angle change. We have a full track here with 8 athletes, so all 8 lanes being used. Looking pretty strong, lane 6, lane 8.
That looks like a BC guy there.
Yeah. Running with the British Columbia singlet on there in lane
8?
Yeah, 8. It looks to be lane 8, lane 6 to the line. It is an absolute grind this last 50 meters. He's been out front the whole time. Willie, hold on.
Lane 6 checked his head. I think he's done.
Yeah.
I think lane 8's going to get him.
And it looks like lane 8, representing British Columbia, will get a time here in a second. You can see the pain on his face. He worked.
Much pain. That's so much pain.
I think the lactic acid starts building around that corner with 150 to go, and you could tell on his face. Good for him for pushing through.
Yeah. No mercy.
And that's the tough thing about these. And 51.70, awesome. And that shows to the effort by the U18 in the last heat. I think he was 51.30 and change. So 51.70, a great run by Foster for first. Krupity from Calgary, 52.16. And the 400 is a very tough event to be thrown in the middle of a decathlon. And looks like Couch from Woodstock, 53.45. If the camera goes back on, you'll see a few of these men are still laying on the infield there, trying to recover from the lactic acid that's built up in their legs.
I believe that's a walk it off.
Yeah, I think so.
Walk it off situation.
And I think the most impressive thing is, in most events, there is camaraderie between athletes, but none quite like the multis. You'll see at the end of the decathlons and heptathlons tomorrow and day 2, you'll see them always come together and all wait for each other. It always finishes, for the women, it finishes with 800, and for the men, it's the 1500. But they all get together, shake hands, couple hugs, and I think cheering everyone across the line.
Yeah, it's a grueling couple of days.
And I think it's an accomplishment in itself just to get to the finish line sometimes, and whether they're out there getting personal bests or they're didn't have the greatest competition across a couple of days, they always welcome each other at the finish line, and the camaraderie and almost teamwork makes the dream work. It's pretty impressive in the multis, as they, most of them will have beat one another at least one event across the 10, and to encourage each other maybe in their weaker events and push them a little harder in their stronger events. It's awesome.
It's like you just experienced something awful together.
Yeah.
But so good at the same time.
I don't have competitors for the multis. So we can find them here. Women's heptathlon. It's U20. There we go. So we do have our competitors here in our women's heptathlon. As mentioned, our top seed is Georgia Ellenwood. We have Sophie Gelineau from the green and gold, Michelle Corallo, unattached Ontario, Madison Lawrence from Winnipeg, Delissa Huggins, unattached, Nicole Instead, Ottawa Lions, Maud Leveillé, which earlier today she was just on Georgia Ellenwood's heels in that 100 hurdles, so we'll see how she fares here from the Ottawa Lions, or from Sherbrooke, Emily Sprague from Ottawa Lions, Amanda Black from Toronto, and Roxanne Bissett from Laval.
That wind still seems a bit swirly down there, so hopefully the bar will stay up for the girls.
Yeah, so as we were saying, in the hundreds and the 100 hurdles, the wind is pushing them towards the finish line, so it is running with a tailwind on the 100 meters straight, but for the high jump they are running in the opposite direction, so it will be blowing a bit in their face as they approach the bar here. Hopefully won't have too much of an adverse effect on these women. And it looks like they're starting the bar at 128. And a successful attempt there. I think we have our junior heptathletes and our senior heptathletes on the women's side all competing together. So that could have been one of our junior athletes there.
Gotcha.
Let's see, I'll give you our junior heptathlete women here as well. So from the U Saskatchewan Huskies, Nicole Ostertag. From the University of Regina Cougars, Allison Edwards. From unattached BC, Muriel Stroda. Burlington TFC, Kenna Hopkins. From National Capital, Olivia Crew. Etobicoke, Karina Black. From Laurel Creek, Hannah Blair. 2 Windsor Legion athletes in Hannah Blair and Yasmin Ola. And from London Western, Miranda Cox.
It's like some easy heights for these ladies.
Yeah, I think, and I do not have the expertise once again on this, but I feel like it's
neither do I.
Yeah, I feel like with the pole vault, with the high jump, these events where, say your personal best for some of these ladies is 170 or 160. How do you got to make that determination on when to come in? I feel like a lot of athletes come in well below what they know they can jump just to get a couple clean jumps in, and they sit out a couple jumps, and there's a lot of, I feel like it's that part of that mental game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of tactical advantages and disadvantages to coming in early. Like you can want to rest yourself a little bit and kind of make sure that you're giving your best efforts on the ones that you do take, but then you can also be a little bit cold going into the event. So you're just never really sure how to approach the day unless, especially in these cold conditions. So you might want to come in and early and keep going as the bar goes up, or you might want to just sit to the side, hang out, warm up again, and come in at a height that you know that you can clear.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of strategy, and that's why these ladies out there will have their coaches.
That's why I'm not a high jumper.
Yeah. These women will have their coaches nearby giving them that top advice. And in our home straight here, it looks like our 100-meter women are getting warmed up as well. So our meet does continue underway. It looks like our women's pole vault is about to get started on the feed here. You do have our women's high jump. And then our women's 100, just looks like the women are getting their warm-ups underway as well.
I feel like I might be able to scissor that bar.
Yeah?
I think I could. At 137? Maybe
All right,
not.
so stay tuned as Sultana goes down onto the track.
Down the track
and
to try to scissor that.
a last-minute entry into the heptathlon, where you must compete every other event as well.
Exactly. I feel like I'd have 2 good events, and then the rest not so good.
Yeah.
It'd be a struggle bus situation.
Yeah. Gonna check the timing here on when our women's 100 are underway. And we're up to a bar of 137 in this women's high jump on the
It's
screen.
going up fast and furious.
Yep.
Some people must have been sitting this one out.
Yep.
Do we have Jazz Heath to the finish line? I think we've got some of your belongings, Jazz Heath, to the finish line area.
Starting to get a couple of misses here at 137, so hopefully these athletes can kind of adjust and take a better approach at this bar. Ooh, I think that's 2 misses now at 137.
As we get ready for this women's final of the 100 meters, we'll do the A final first. These are the top times from this morning, the fastest times from this morning. In lane 1, Monique Simon Tucker, York University track club. In lane 2, Natasha Russell, also the York University track club. Nyoka Maxwell in lane 3 from Candy Athletics. Jane Harrison, the fastest time from this morning, 11.53 from Flying Angels. In lane 4, she's
Third miss.
ranked 4th in Canada.
And unfortunately, it looks like that's her last attempt there, as they'll raise the bar for the next competitor. So up next on the track, we do have our open women's 100-meter final.
Ooh. I'm excited.
Some of our top competitors here. We have Siobhan Roxborough, who is your 2019 OUA champion this year, one of the top in Canada. We have Nyoka Maxwell from Canny Athletics. And then we have Shayna Harrison, a couple years ago, the ACC indoor champion for the 60 meters running at Syracuse. So it's always interesting post-collegiate. You get a blend of some of Canada's top athletes that stayed in Canada, and a lot of the NCAA produces some
south.
great athletes as well. So all these women ran the 100-meter heats earlier today. And we still have our high jump there. And here's the switch to what we were discussing. You can see there in lane 6, that's Siobhan Roxborough of Speed River. These were your top 8 women from the heats earlier today. And this is for all the marbles in the finals. This is your open women's 100-meter finals here today at the Andy Higgins Classic. And that's a clean start. And off fast is Siobhan Roxborough, but I believe that is Shayna Harrison pulling away. And she pulled the leaps and bounds ahead there. We'll wait for a time here. And Shayna Harrison out the blocks. It was Siobhan Roxborough and Shayna Harrison that had the best start. But over those last 30 meters, Shayna Harrison pulling away 11:48. That is a great run. Jeffrey Tess of South Simcoe 11:72 and Siobhan Roxborough Speed River 11:83. Shayna Harrison 11:36 was her seed time, so 11:48, not too far off. That is a great run. A legal wind as well with plus 1.3 meters per second. As we said, there are some gusts out there, so I'd say a great run.
I feel like if I was tactically in a blocks beside somebody, I might start screaming or something as soon as the gun went off. You know, like, just kind of mess with somebody beside me, you know, like,
might get me a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. Just kind of like, people keep them on their toes, take them off their game.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens in the blocks. I feel like there's so many things that are unspoken in the blocks.
So we do have a B final, it looks like here. It looks like there was 2 women's finals. So top 16 did advance to the final.
Top 16 to the final.
Yeah, so it looks like we had 2 finals, I think probably an A and a B. So that first section there was the top 8 qualifiers from the heats, and then these will be 9 through 16.
I think this is my first top 16.
Yeah?
Yeah.
A and B final.
On the track.
Yeah. I think the whole purpose of that is that, you know, if you come out, and a lot of the times these sprinters do run better in their second race of the day, so obviously at championship meets you're only going to have 1 final, but at these kind of pre-meets, and you know there's lots of athletes here, whether some athletes stay here trying to qualify for world standard, a lot of them just trying to hit the senior national standard to be able to compete in Montreal later in July.
Yeah.
So this will give all these women another crack at that time. And even a lot of people, whether it's not to that level, they're just competing for a personal best, so to get a second race in for the day is awesome.
Well, considering when something only lasts 12 seconds or less.
For sure.
You want to take a couple of cracks at that one.
Definitely.
Yeah. I'm out on the track for about an hour, so it's completely different.
And it looks like a very clean start
tight.
And very tight to the finish. Maybe lane 3 there, just a bit ahead. And we'll see how these women's times come up on the board in a second here. All right, 12.2. So very tight B final there.
Was this win still legal?
Yep, so at the bottom there of the screen you can see the 1.6. I think you're allowed
2,
up to
right?
2, yeah. I think as soon as it hits 2, that's an illegal win, so the women will take advantage, and the men soon of that wind at their back, push them a little bit quicker.
The A final results, they were also within the legal limits for the win, so both of those 100-meter women races.
I think what's super impressive about these 100 meters is and I don't think the camera angles from up in the stands does it quite justice, but if you've ever been down on the track or near the track for a 100-meter or 200-meter race, you realize if you were to step in front of one of these people, it would be like
it would hurt a little.
Hit by a car. Like, it is, how fast they are moving is absolutely incredible.
Have you ever seen the what is it, the long jump guy that takes out the girl that's walking across?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's, you can just see how, in slow motion, it feels like she had whiplash,
Yeah.
maybe a concussion.
Even at the Armory, it was last year indoors or the year before, there was a 400-meter race where they were putting a tape across the line,
Yep.
and the woman had dropped it, so then she didn't realize how close they were and went to go grab it,
Oh, no.
and they were crossing the line and
Took her out.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, no. Can't imagine that.
Yes.
Do we have Gavin down there?
Yep, I believe. Let's take a look
Gavin
here.
and Sam? Do we have Sam down there?
Yep, so we actually have a pretty stacked 100-meter final here as well. Our top seed is Gavin Smelly, obviously 2012 Olympian, and competed at the Commonwealth Games
Sure did.
last year.
Teammate?
Yeah, he also has a gold medal for Canada at the 2017 Relay Championships in the 4x2.
Woo!
We got TJ Lawrence. He represented Canada at the 2014 World Indoors for the 60 meters. We got Jerome Blake. He competed at the 2018 NACAC Championships last summer for Canada. A couple other people to mention, but yeah, we have Sam Effa. It's probably the next biggest name in there, who just announced with Sarah Wells that he's going on the Amazing Race Canada.
How awesome is that going to be? Like think of them as a team. This is going to be hilarious. I also have some more shade on Sam a little bit later, but I feel like Sarah's just going to be like the positive team cheerleader, and Sam's going to be like the guy that's just like, let's just get this done.
Yeah,
you know,
you
like
need to-
super tactical, just
Yeah.
like efficient. He's going to be efficient at what he's going to do.
For sure.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. You got to tune into Amazing Race Canada. I don't know
Heck
when
yeah.
that airs,
I don't know.
but
I'm
they
not sure.
just got selected, so I think it'll probably be later this year.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. It's pretty crazy, though. The Amazing Race, looked in the details of it once, and you spend a whole month. You have to take a month off your life to go do it, and they film it, and then they air it later.
I'm
But
for it.
another thing for Sam Effa, he's the fourth fastest Canadian ever. His PB, he's seated today at 10:23, but his PB is 10:06, so
Nice.
definitely a bit of a veteran in the field here today.
Yeah, and I gotta show him some love, because one time, 6 years ago, we posed together on the cover of a Track and Field magazine. So I gotta show him some love for that cover.
That's awesome. This is a very stacked field here in this men's 100-meter A final.
Looks good.
Oh, and it
I think
looks like,
Sam may have jumped that one.
Yeah, and it does look like, we'll see what comes on the field here, but it does look like that was Sam Effa. We'll see what comes from the official. It looks like a red card and
a
it's
red?
Sam Effa, and I don't think he's going to be arguing that one. I think he knew as soon as the second
he
gun
left.
went that
Yeah.
he just jumped the gun a little bit, so that's a bit unfortunate. But still tune in to see him on the Amazing Race.
Yes.
Either later this year or early next year. I'm sure he'll be out a bunch more this summer competing as well.
Absolutely. We haven't seen the last of Sam.
So here's our second attempt at getting this men's A final underway. And a clean start the second time round.
Gavin looks out.
Does look like Gavin Smelly pulling out in front, and it'll be close. But that is Gavin Smelly across the line. We'll wait for a time here. He was seated at 10:01. I think that is his personal best. And 10:28 there. See what the win was at. 10:28 for Smelly, 10:41 for Blake, 10:44 for Kowalchuk. Looks like the wind's died down a little bit. There's no reading there at the bottom, but here we go. Plus 1.4 meters per second. And our women's high jump and pole vault, you can't see on the live feed right now, but they are well underway. Can't quite see what the pole vault standards are at. I'm sure once we're past our 100-meter finals here, we'll get the cameras back on for our women's pole vault and women's high jump.
I think they're throwing some love out to the amazing race here.
In stadium here.
In-stadium announcers.
Yeah, just mentioning.
Everyone's super pumped about it.
Yeah, it's good. Two of Canada's
Sam,
top track and
Sarah,
field
this
athletes.
better be good.
Yeah. No pressure.
No pressure. Have you ever thought about doing it? I totally have.
Yeah?
Yeah. Me and my fake brother, shout out Ryan Rowett. I feel like we would kill each other though. Like being in a small confined space for like a month, traveling around the world together. I feel like we might. I don't know. I don't know if we'd be siblings after that.
You definitely need
it would
to.
be a show.
You definitely need to know the person quite well and have been through a few fights over the years with them.
And play to people's strengths, of course.
Definitely. So this is our B final of the men's 100 meters here. And once again, it looks like there's a bit of somebody jumping the gun there. We'll see what the field decides here. See if anyone's charged. It looks like lane 2 was charged with a false start there.
Some deep knee bends from lane 6.
Yeah, just getting the mobility there.
Maybe cramped up a little bit in the blocks there.
Maybe. I guess the second race of the day. We've had that's not our third false start of the day. We had one earlier in the 100-meter hurdles on the women's side.
People are getting excited to run fast. It's bound to happen.
All right, and we'll try the second time here for our men's 100-meter B final. Got a great camera angle here for the start. And they're off clean this second time around. Looks like lane 3 with the best start there, but lane 2 pulls through there over the final meters. And we'll wait to see on a time here. And our winner there is from the Speed Academy.
Looks like they're having a little jaunt over there to high jump.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going to go take over some bars.
Yeah.
As we wait for those results, next up on the track will be the 400 meters for the women and the men, so they can check in at the start line area.
So yeah, our next track event coming up is the women's 400 followed by the men's 400. They're both open events. Followed by that, we'll have our So we should have mentioned there again too that the first, second, and third there in the men's and women's races are our prize events. So 300, 200, and 100 for our top 3 in the men's and women's 100, as well as in the men's and women's 400 coming up. 100 for third place, 200 for second, and 300 for first. And the look back here is on the pole vault. Unfortunately, we cannot see the standards from here. I know Bob was mentioning earlier they need to get another set of standards to put up there.
It's a mystery.
Yeah.
It's a mystery. I like to keep it alive.
Some of the events that we've got on today, we have prize money for.
How good are your eyes?
I'm trying.
I think that white sheet of paper
That white sheet of
may
paper?
say 71 on it.
I think that's where the standards go.
So,
The depth. The depth.
Oh,
The
gotcha.
depth.
That's the depth of it.
Okay. I'm not a pole vaulter.
I thought that might have been like, that means that they're doing like 371 right now.
Oh, no. Pretty sure that's the depth in which the athlete wants to take off at.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
If there's any pole vaulters out there
Yeah,
listening to what I just said, I apologize. But I think I'm right.
Yeah. All right, we have another competitor up here in the pole vault. And great camera angle, switch back. Oh,
I wonder
and
what
both
Alicia
very close.
Newman feels like when she's dropping out of the air at like 475.
I know. It's like a roller coaster right at that point. Probably get that feeling in your stomach.
Yeah. Just soft landing.
Yeah.
Like hope that that's the soft landing.
Most of the time they start celebrating midair, so I don't think they're too concerned about the landing.
What is that thing at Wonderland? Death drop?
Something like that.
I don't know. That's what I feel like it is. It's like the thing that holds you up in the air and then just out of nowhere drops you from the sky.
Yeah.
Well, if that camera angle just went a little to the right,
Yeah.
I think we would know what the height is.
Yeah, that's okay. I think this is Black of Toronto.
It is.
Oh, and just barely clipping it there.
That's unfortunate.
Not sure what attempt that was. See if we can get the standards here. Little pan to the right.
I had Amanda with me this year, tossing some shot there for indoors. So
Nice.
definitely made her like have a little bit of a PB. So she's over 9 meters in the shot for indoors now. So we were pretty happy about that. But long road for the shot for Amanda.
Sounds good. I think I saw the standards there at 155 currently.
Nice. Well, she had that. She just got to get over it. Just got to lift
Just
the
being blocked a
bump.
little bit there, but fairly
Yeah.
certain that says 155.
I agree with you.
In lane 4 from the University of Toronto Track Club. She was an Olympian in the 2016 Olympics representing Canada. Recently on our national.
So we're going fast to slow here in our women's 400 that's on the track. We can give you a pretty stacked field we've got here today. So in lane, this is their seed orders. Don't know what lane they're in. So our top seed today competing is Alicia Brown. She's a 2016 Olympian and has a whole ton of OUA and CIS gold medals from everything from the 4x2, 300, and 4x4. Our second seed today is Christy Iwinawebo. She's run 51.98, so very close to Alicia Brown's. She actually was a 2004 Olympian. So
Nice. We actually have another 2004 Olympian in the stands right now. We have Angela White down in front of me here.
very nice.
Yeah, so she was over some sprint hurdles. I believe made the final in Athens. So we got some pretty competitive
Yeah.
stand members.
So we got two Olympians here on the track right now in this race that's about to take on is the women's 400. And our third seed is Sonia Gaskin, followed by Ashley Taylor, Katrina Innanen, a U of T athlete here, Camille Watson, Nicole Parsons, and Caroline Strissel of London Western. Those are your top 8 seeds, and we'll make up our first section here of the women's 400 meter dash on the track. And that's a clean clearance there from our Sherbrooke athlete. Great camera angle change, and she's good over the pole vault bar.
Nice.
looks like they're calling these women into their blocks. And they're off clean. You'll have to look for Alicia Brown of University of Toronto. So that's Alicia Brown, lane 4. I think Christy Owenawebo just on her outside. And I think that's Katrina Inanen holding the bend, but it will be a great race here between Alicia Brown and Christy Owenawebo. Alicia Brown pulling away there, lane 4. She is a 2016 Rio Olympian, pulling away. Christy Owenawebo there, just to her outside. And then you've got Katrina Inanen, Caroline Strissel. In the 400 meters, not the easiest event in track and field by any means. An absolute grind down that final straightaway. We'll see what their times end up being here. The wind did pick up a bit before that race, so 53.81 for Alicia Brown. A little bit off her personal best of 51.84, but once again, the wind is pretty high out there. Winawebo 55.07. Taylor 56.13. So those will be your 3 prize purse winners there. Like we said, $100 for Taylor, $200 for Inawebo, and $300 for Miss Alicia Brown. See if the rest of the times. Caroline Strissel there with a 57.53. Believe Katrina Inanen was 5th. $57.61. Hometown Inanen. And that was a great first 400 there on the track. We will have 2 more sections, I believe, unless there were a lot of scratches.
Getting ready for the second section, we've got Alexandra Morales from Speed Academy in lane 1. Unique Bennett from South Simcoe in lane 2. Nathia Gonzalez from Columbia in lane 3. Favor Okpali from the University of Toronto Track Club in lane 4. Mary Ollier from the Ottawa Lions in lane 5. Maya Ryan from the University of Toronto Track Club in lane 6.
We'll have another full field here of 8 more women. We'll have Favor Okpali, Mary Ollier, Nadia Gonzalez, Maya Ryan, Yannick Bennett, Jasmine Heath, Alexander Morales, and Jaden Heath.
Going out strongly in lane 4, Favor Okpali. Catching up the stagger a little bit. All those outside her.
This looks to be a very close race, as some of our top seeds there in lanes 3 and 4 making up the stagger. Looks to be lanes 4 and 5 pulling away from the field here. See how they pull off the bend.
Ooh, 5's coming on strong.
Yeah, it's going to be a grind to the finish here. They're neck and neck. Who's going to pull through? Keep that good form. It looks like lane 5 might just do it.
Very close.
And holds on there. Lane 5. I think Ethan may be coming to tap you out here. That's what it looks like.
Where?
Right, it just all pop out. Oh.
56.70 for Mary. Our lines
Looked like I was Olier there, 56.70, Akpali 56.89, and Bennett 57.29. It's pretty good times there from that second section. I think 57 got 5th in the first section, so a couple of those girls in the second section will be bumping some girls from the back end of the first. As we say that, we like to say thank you to thank you to Sultana for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me. This is definitely a new perspective on commentating and on track, but I prefer the circle.
Awesome.
But thanks for having me.
Thanks, Sultana. Let's go, man. Good to see you. Yeah.
We also got Stenekes out there for the 400s, maybe.
Yeah.
If that would help.
You can bring him in if you want right now. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And this is our final section of the women's 400. We are joined with 2 more guest hosts here, in Ethan Davenport and Mike Stenekes. You guys got big shoes to fill. Bob Westman was talking big game about you guys at the beginning of the live feed, so he was saying you guys will provide some good entertainment. So I thought bringing in Mike Stenekes would be a great last-minute addition for the 400s here. He was mentioning how you kind of brought the middle distance running within the Canadian collegiate scene to where that has been for the last while now. So he was talking big game, and he was saying, Ethan, you're a jack of all trades. You're a master of all trades is how he explained you. So you might need to do some explaining there. Yeah, it is now. Yeah.
Thank you for having us, Lewis.
Yeah, thank you. I know Bob has some solid judgment, so I'll do my best to live up to those big words.
Yeah, that might work. So this is our final section of our women's 400 meters here, rounding out that, and then we have an action-packed men's 400 as well, as we did with the women's, coming up next on the track.
Okay, let me get some results up here. Some performance lists.
So it looks like in that section, Somerville with the win in 63.87, Van Galen 64.74. And then Brooks there, 69 flat. So just to give us a bit of an intro here, Mike, maybe tell us a bit about your athletic career, maybe growing up, what got you into track and field, and then maybe tell us a couple highlights throughout your track and field career.
Yeah, so I think not unlike a lot of these kids out here, transitioned into the sport from being one of the faster ones on the field and whatever it may have been, soccer, baseball, that kind of thing. And then I ran for a long time, since I was probably in 5th grade kind of thing, and made my way to the UTTC club in high school. I've had a lot of great coaches, including Bob, here at the club. And I've stayed really engaged with it since I graduated from university. Unfortunately, not as spry and competitive as some of my former competitors out here today, but I'm glad Bob feels like I was able to bring some of that middle distance spirit to the group here. My event was the 600 when I was with the team, so kind of that bridge between 400 as a younger athlete and moving up to the 8 as I got older. So I can certainly relate to a lot of the athletes here who bring an aspect of both speed and endurance. I know later tonight I hope to be able to stay and watch some of the 800s, which would be really exciting. I can also say that I once paced a lot of the guys out there in the 800-meter night. So a lot of history for me at this particular venue too. So it's good to be here.
That's awesome. Bob was saying, I can't remember the exact word he used for it, but pretty much a different word, a play on the words of a long sprinter in terms of, he said he really got you to drag that 400 out to the 600.
Yeah, that sounds actually right.
And we had a couple stories of back in the days of Scott Leach and your kinds and some great races, and that's awesome. So as we have our top section of the men's 400 on the track here, from the Speed Academy, we have Josh Cunningham. He competed for Canada at the 2018 NACAC Championships and won the Canadian Nationals last year. We have Kamal Stewart-Baines from Extreme Velocity. He competed at World Juniors for Canada last year. Third seed from Capital City is Austin Cole. He was your 2019 U Sports Championship. Has represented Canada on multiple occasions. A couple of Speed River athletes in Graham Thompson and Daniel Harper, also being some of Canada's top collegiate competitors. Sixth seed is Will McBride. So he's a great young athlete himself and younger brother of Brandon McBride, the Canadian 800-meter record holder. Jack Berkshire, U of T 300, 600 runner, and Ryan McClelland rounding out the field.
Yeah, Harper's flying there on the inside. He's also a former competitor, somebody I spent a lot of time with on the track.
And I think just on his outside is Austin Cole there, who looks to have just a couple strides on him. Graham Thompson on the outside. There's 4 men wide right now. It is Graham Thompson has just 1 stride, but looks like he maybe wheels just fell off. That was almost too hard to say at the finish line there. Graham Thompson did have the lead, but the last few strides he may have surrendered it. We'll wait to see. What an exciting race.
Yeah, great race from the young guy there. Really even all the way through.
And Stewart-Baines there from Extreme Velocity, 46.16.
Yeah, good job for Stewart-Baines there. Real well done.
So that last 100 meters of the 400, Mike, maybe you could talk the best to it more than Ethan and I in here coming from a bit longer of a distance. But what's going through your mind there, that last 100 when everything's just starting to tighten up? And
yeah, well, certainly less and less is going through your mind as you get a little bit more focused on the lactic. But that's why I say really great job by Stewart-Baines. If you can stay as even as possible throughout the race, you're only setting yourself up for an easier time down the stretch and, in theory, a faster time overall. So, I don't know. I think when you have a little bit more adrenaline coursing through your veins, that last 50 meters is always a little bit smoother, but it's kind of a tunnel vision situation.
Yeah, for sure. And those guys, you could absolutely see it there the last 50 meters. Austin Cole did make a big push there. He was back by quite a few strides and looked like he just ran out a bit of real estate. But once again, that 400 is one of our money events today. So those top 3, Austin Cole will be going home with $100. Graham Thompson with $200, and Stewart-Baines $300 in his pocket. And it's pretty rare at a track meet to have some cash prizes. So it's great to reinforce these guys' performances today.
Absolutely. A really, really good job by the whole group there. And I can say as an athlete who was competing at this stage around 10 or so years ago, the amount of athletes who are really getting their times down in the 400 meter has increased from the time when I was a junior athlete, really, but also kind of breaking into the senior scene. So it's good to see more of a large amount or higher frequency of runners getting their times down to that 46, 45 range. Looks good for the future in terms of Team Canada relays in the 4x4.
I don't know. One way for us to find out. Put the live feed on. Take us up in there. So we have Ethan here joining us on the mic as well.
Yeah, just before this next heat goes off, I think to add on to what Mike was just saying, I think at offset we saw 2 athletes. I think Meisner Daly went 45 high, and then Hassan was close behind in 46. To give you a bit of perspective, that's a high school athlete competition, and this is a bit of a mixed bag here.
And like today, these, we mentioned there, 4 or 5 of the top athletes that have competed for Canada before, and I think the high schooler Miles there ran 45.7, which is just outrageous. So lots of good crop of long sprinters for Canada coming up. And here's section 2 of our men's 400. A very close race as well. Looks like lane 4, followed by Owen Babcock in lane 5 there. We'll see what time we pull up with here. And we'll see in the 400s, must be one of the toughest events on the track. If you go full tilt from the gun, you might not have quite enough gas to get to that finish line. So as Mike was mentioning, it is a bit of pacing as fast as they're running. You do need to have enough for that second half of the race.
I think we may be seeing Owen Babcock back tonight pacing the 800-meter festival. That might be tentative, but he just came second in that heat. And he might be back to pace an 800-meter as well.
And as we mentioned earlier today, we have over 200 competitors between our men and women tonight in the 800-meter fest, which is very exciting. If you got some time later tonight to stick around the live feed, there's going to be a whole lot of two-lap racing. And 800 meters is one of the most exciting races in track and field, a battle of speed and endurance. And we have some of Ontario and some of Canada's best 800-meter runners taking part in tonight's races.
Before the next heat goes off, I think I've got a quick question for Mike, being the 400-meter specialist here. But I've noticed a few racers in these heats being 300-meter specialists indoors, as that's the sort of closest event that you can compete in within U Sports. What kind of athlete does it take to translate that 300 to a 400, and does it happen often, or is it sort of hit or miss?
Yeah, it's kind of an individual thing. One, you have to have the interest to go up rather than stay with that 2-3 combination. But I think for one, it takes a lot of strength and something that you build over time. It's rare that you kind of have that 400-meter runner who's a prodigy from being young to all the way to later in their career. Often it is those 100, 200, 300 runners who grow and build strength over time and grow to that event and become 400-meter specialists and 400-meter standouts. But beyond that, it's I think you kind of have to have a bit of patience in the race. I know in my experience, my strength was always consistency over my competitors, in the sense of I had a little less raw speed than the people that I was competing against, but was able to really get my consistency down over races and over the years. So that's what I would say I leaned on personally. But other than that, I think it takes just a little bit of I guess reckless abandon to do this event over and over, because it doesn't really leave you with a comfortable feeling in the legs.
So Mike Trink is just confirming there has to be a few screws loose to be a 400-meter runner, at least to be a very good one, to put yourself out there and really go through all that pain. So this will be our third section of the men's 400. Looks like we have 28 competitors, so that would give us 4 sections. So we have Mike Trinkus and Ethan Davenport both here with us, former Varsity Blues here in Toronto. Got section 3 of the men's 400 in the blocks. And they're off here. The personal best for these men will be just over 50 seconds, from about 51 ranging to 55.
I'm going to pop in again with another ignorant distance runner's question for the 400 meter. What kind of differential are we looking for here in the 200 meter when athletes go out in 200 meters as far as what their split should be? Positive, negative. Maybe Mike Stenekes can field that one.
Oh yeah, you want entirely fast out of the gates and whatever you have left in the back. No, I think as a lot of us might suspect, the more even the better. Depends on your competitors, depends on what the race field is. More likely than not, you're going to go out faster than you're going to come back. And if you can come back faster than you went out, then kudos to you. I'd like to have a chat with you. But yeah, I think in this case, for certainly our first heat, you have a lot of competitors who know each other. You know, as much as this race feels like it's just an all-out sprint, just under the red line, there is a little bit of kind of, I'd say, posturing that you might see in a 100 as well, where getting your competitors to go with you early can either help you or hurt you, depending on what your strategy in the race is. But you'll more likely than not see some guys split by ideally a negative 1 second, or sorry, yeah, I guess negative 1. 1 second would be what you're looking for, where you go a little bit faster than you're coming back.
Okay, so it's a 1 to 2 second differential there. What you typically will see in the 800 would be a 2 to 4 second differential. Sometimes you'd see a bit of a bigger differential if athletes get a little too eager, and we'll see more of that tonight in the 800 meter festival.
I think we'll see plenty of that later tonight, and I think if you're sticking with us the entire evening, you'll see some of the best times will be run with that closer, even pacing, kind of that 1 to 2 seconds between the first 400 and second 400. But there will be plenty of competitors who have a good 5-6 second differential, I think, as we may have all done.
Yeah, and that's definitely me in the 800. I can speak from experience of pacing a few of these events in the past where certainly stayed out ahead of the 800 meter guys, perhaps a little bit too far ahead of them through 400. But I'd say as somebody who's probably more of a natural 400 meter than 800 meter runner, the 800 meter run is perhaps one of the more spectator-friendly events in the sense of you get a lot more natural racing and a lot more, let's say, bows being thrown between races, where in laned events you don't really get that as much. So it's certainly exciting as a competitor and as a spectator.
And this will be our fourth and final section here. Just our final two athletes in this one. Head-to-head showdown.
Yeah, and kudos to these guys. It's not easy to go out in this event alone, certainly, or just two people. You feed off the energy of other runners, so when you have to go out there and either you're time trialing alone or there's just a few of you out there, it takes a little bit more focus, a little bit more effort as an individual to stay true to what your race plan was and kind of maintain that adrenaline throughout the full 400 meters. Because as you're kind of rounding that last corner as they are right now, it's time to really double down on your focus as much as you are, like I said earlier, kind of becoming ever more tunnel vision focused. So it's big kudos to these guys out here today.
And these guys are doing a great job, looking strong to the finish line here. We'll wait to see their times come up. You can see the discomfort on their faces there from a good effort. Good for them to still be standing. I know we saw lots of a lot of our athletes after the 400 sprawled out on the infield. And
yeah,
there's a good sign of a little pat on the back there to say good race.
Yeah,
the more senior of the two athletes on the track.
Yeah, great competition all around. And I would like to say as well, as a varsity blue or alumni, it's really great to be here at this event and be kind of remembering and honoring Andy for the coach and the individual he was and the impact that he had, certainly on his own athletes, but I can speak from my experience as an athlete who wasn't coached by him or really didn't have too much contact with him within the club. But I know he always had a smile and a pat on the back for me, whether it was at a training session or at a meet. Was always, to my surprise, really up to date on my own performances and my own kind of progress. He's somebody that I had a kind of passing personal relationship with, but one that had an impact on me, just given his I guess just his own history in the sport and just all the wisdom and experience that he had as a coach to any athlete that he came in contact with.
And that is on the live stream here. It looks like we've gone to the heptathlete women's high jump. That's Georgia Ellenwood there. She is your leader in the women's heptathlon. She won the 100 hurdles for the women's heptathlon. And some more kind words there from Mike on Andy Higgins. We had Bob Westman kind of give a bit of a backdrop on Andy Higgins at the start of the meet today. And sounds like a very honorable man and made a lasting impression not only on the individual athletes, but Bob was speaking to how he kind of advanced the sport as a whole within Ontario and within Canada on the coaching side as well. Our women's pole vault is still underway as well. The bar is, the best I can tell you is the bar looks pretty high. We don't quite see the standards from here. Looks like we only have a number of competitors left in the competition. I do have a couple questions here for Ethan, if he wants to pop up to the mic here. I was going online yesterday to get some research on Ethan, maybe look for some personal bests, and it reminded me of something. One of the first things that popped up was the TED Talk you did a few years ago. So I thought probably the only one that will be on the mic today has done a TED Talk before. So do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, for sure. It was in 2014. I was working at a school that hosted a TEDx event, and so I applied to speak at it, and it was successful. And then I made a little bit of a spoken word poem about running, which is, I guess, fitting for this atmosphere right here. It was more of an exploration of my collegiate career, and not necessarily a successful one, but one that was filled with some good hard lessons and great relationships.
So everyone that's tuned in right now, you have to open up another tab and look up Ethan Davenport TED Talk, and it's worth a great few minutes of your time.
Yeah, I just put it on 1.5 or 2 times speed on YouTube because it's actually 12 minutes long.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're not a big spoken word poetry fan, then, sit tight.
Well, you can at least load it up for after whoever you're watching finishes competing. You can take a look at it after there. But so even you want to give us a bit of background, Ethan, on you. You know, what are you up to now? I know you're Varsity Blue alumni. You're still running. I've seen you in a couple of results from this summer. So what are you doing professionally and athletically?
Where I stand now is teaching and coaching, mostly. I'm a science teacher, currently at Leaside High School, and then who knows from here on out. I mean, entering the teaching profession is precarious, and you get moved around a lot. So in September, maybe back to supply teaching, or maybe another long-term occasional is what they call it when you fill in for a teacher that's away. And then on the coaching side, I coach the junior development program here at U of T, which consists of many athletes, middle distance specifically, around close to 100 middle distance athletes, and 60 to 70 female athletes that I coach directly, of all ages and abilities.
That's awesome. And speaking of, I could be wrong here, but thinking of just something in common with the UTTC development program in Leaside High School, I think Ben Carson may have come from Leaside High School and also from UTTC. He will not be tuned in today as he's actually in Tanzania right now, giving his time to the youth there, which is awesome. But it's just funny how it comes full circle, and you probably would have trained with Ben maybe at some point.
Yeah, it definitely overlapped with Ben as he trained, but he did move on to Western with you, and I think he came back a few times in the summer. And then there was another junior development athlete at Ben's time, Josh McGilvray. He went to Leaside as well, and I recently just had a retro Leaside singlet that I was wearing before the Speed River Inferno meet, because I was there as a coach at OFSA, and I thought I'd just warm up in the Leaside colors and then switch to U of T just for the race.
That's awesome. So on our screen here, it looks like I think Georgia Ellenwood has one more attempt. They did put the bar back up. We'll give you a second here, but 173 is what the bar was at. It does look like her coach is giving her a couple of pointers there, so maybe she's got one more attempt left at the pole vault. Would be lying to you if I told you I knew what height it was, but looks like we have about 4 or 5 women left in the pole vault. Got to be approaching 4 meters in height. Oh, and very close there, just barely clipping. Got a U of T athlete up there. And as Georgia Ellenwood steps back in the high jump runway for one last attempt at 173.
I think Georgia's personal best in the high jump is closer to 180, but this certainly looks like a big attempt right here.
Yeah, this will be her third attempt. She did see a bit of frustration over the bar her first and second attempts. I think this is something she's achieved many a time, and hopefully we can get her over the bar here again on her third attempt. And we've got the camera on the pole vault still here. Not sure if we can pan to the high jump quick, but Georgia Ellenwood, there it is. There's Georgia Ellenwood over the bar, and she gets it. Oh, just barely. Looking pretty happy to get over there at 173, and now it's gone up to 175. She'll get 3 more attempts at that. She is the lone competitor left in the heptathlon high jump. She will extend her lead after the 110 hurdle, or after the 100 hurdles. She was already your leader. Maybe for some of our viewers out there, while we're kind of in between events on the track, Mike Stenekes, we were Bob and I were talking a bit about how you and Scott Leach had a bit of a rivalry back in the day. Maybe give us your best Scott Leach, or maybe just your favorite race from your athletic career, if you can hone in on maybe 1 or 2 of your favorite races, and what made it so special.
Well, first, Bob puts it nicely when he says it was a rivalry. It was mostly me trying to chase Scott down from behind, but I did once beat Scott in a championship race in the indoor track, which was pretty exciting. But a lot of fun competing against him and a number of others from different schools. I haven't spoken to a number of those guys in a while, but certainly good friendships from across a bunch of different events, both collegiately and on national teams. As far as favorite races, there's endless ones I think I would point to for a number of reasons. Relays certainly come to mind, and I know Ethan can probably speak to this as well. We've been on a couple together, and those are usually the ones that are most memorable for just the camaraderie and the pure excitement of the events themselves. So definitely a 4x8 at CI's. I think it was 2012 maybe, was a pretty big one for us, where we set our school record, the UT record, or not set the record, maybe second. And then as a junior athlete competing at Pan American Games was pretty awesome.
While we're on the topic of that 4x800, there's a bit of a cool story behind that one, because we actually placed 5th in the race, but ended up getting the bronze medal because of a few different events taking place before the final medal ceremony.
And these were, I think this is the same year that actually Bob and I spoke about earlier today, that Western won but was disqualified because of a spike baton. And what we were speaking to there with Bob and I, the reason I brought that up was we were talking about a couple different people from that same age, and we were saying how Anthony Romanu, weren't sure if he was going to keep the run and dream alive, but he's raced a couple times this year, and I was just talking about how Romanu is a class act in terms of the Guelph guys who finished second in the race but ended up getting the golds due to Western. The long story short is, as Scott Leach won the race, him and Anthony Romanu had a long rivalry as well, and he managed to outkick Romanu, running a 148 low anchor leg, which is just incredible, and he spiked the baton in celebration, which unfortunately bounced and hit another runner, I think, that ended up in a disqualification. But the long story behind it was that Romanu actually gave his gold medal to Scott Leach, saying, hey, you know what, like, you guys deserve this, we don't deserve the gold. And all 3 of the 4 runners on the Western team had at least got a CIS medal in the previous years, but rookie Trefon Moody hadn't. So Scott Leach passed it on to Trefon Moody, and he still has that gold medal to this day. So, and Western does count that as their school record, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
They do, even though it was a DQ, it sits in the Western record book. So
I didn't know that. That's a good bit of history, and certainly lines up with my own experiences with Anthony, also a competitor from the high school days. I can actually still remember the first time I met Anthony, as Georgia just slightly misses on her second attempt, I think it is.
yeah, second attempt at 175.
Yeah, no, great competitor, and always good to see a guy like Anthony out there still a number of years after competing against him personally, because I know how hard it is to keep up with the sport as your life goes on. So it's always really a pleasure to come back to events like these and watch friends from past years.
That's awesome. So as we're watching Georgia Ellenwood, she's the last one left in the high jump there. We're also panning over to our long jump event here. Speaking on the high jump, what do you guys think you could jump for high jump?
I can jump 165.
That's trusted and tried. You have jumped to 165?
Yeah, here at UFT we have this summer camp called Camp UFT, and if you're an instructor for the summer camp, you get to do a lot of the different events throughout the day. Mainly you're an instructor for the kids, but at the same time you can do a bit of a decathlon yourself and try to get some PBs. So I know I'm a 165 high jumper. I know I'm a 560 long jumper. I don't think the other numbers have escaped my memory.
No pole vault though.
And
no, definitely not.
And that's with the springboard, right?
Yeah. All these have yeah, I did use the springboard, which is an optional in the Camp UFT.
That's fun. I have never contested, at least not since I was very young, the high jump. And for how tall I am, I think my high jump would be pretty embarrassing. Definitely not the 176 of Georgia Ellenwood here. I think I maybe would be a 150. This is, I think, the third and final attempt for Georgia. Hopefully can get over the bar one more time. We reckon she's about a 180 high jumper. And just barely clipped it there. Believe that was the third attempt at it. Could have been the second. We'll wait and see if the bar goes back up here. But Georgia Ellenwood will take the win in the heptathlon women's high jump. All right, and on the runway here for the long jump is Maddie Wilson-Walker of London Western, one of Canada's top para athletes. And a foul there. Believe, gonna check our meet schedule here. We finished up with our 400s there. Our next events on the track are going to be at 4 o'clock. So, about 15 minutes till our next event on the track. That'll be our U20 women. We'll have 4 finals for our sprint hurdles. We'll have our U20 women 100-meter hurdle final, our open women 100-meter hurdle final, our U20 men 110 final, and then open men 110 final. So one of our final competitors left in our pole vault here. Got a bunch of distance runners here on the mic commentating on the pole vault and the high jump. So,
yeah, it looks like they're using a raised runway for the pole vault. I can't speak to that, to the reasoning there, but it looks like it's a pretty bouncy surface, maybe much like an indoor track.
Unfortunately, these women don't get access to the springboard Ethan used for his 165 high jump.
Yeah, well, I imagine it's for the viewership, but it is nice to have field events right in front of the grandstands here often. Well, as you see with the high jump, they're not often always set up for the best viewing, so it's nice that they did pull that out and put it right down the main stretch.
And pole vault here at UFT has really taken off with Tom Moss. He coaches the juniors here, many of whom were in this event. And pole vault seems to be taken off in Canada as well, with Alicia Newman setting the Canadian record just recently. And I've seen a few. Oh, this is a junior development athlete on the runway. Not quite on your camera. We're just finishing up a long jump there by a York University athlete. But this is Phoebe Skip coming up on the runway for the pole vault. There she is there. I believe the junior girls OFSA champion and very close to setting a OFSA record in that competition last weekend, and there she goes, just missing that height right there. We also see a number of competitions in pole vault taking place in sort of different scenarios, which is very interesting to see. I've seen a pole vault go off in the hallway of a mall and the downtown streets, which is a good way to sort of keep the sport of track and field interesting, maybe for viewers that aren't as into the sport themselves.
Well, I think one of the biggest struggles track and field's had over the last few years, in terms of Bob and I got into earlier, how it's very difficult beyond the collegiate stage to stay involved in track and field financially. I mean, to train full time, it's pretty difficult if you're not ranked in the top 20 to 30 in the world in your own discipline and going to all these international meets. Getting a solid sponsor behind you is very difficult. And we mentioned that on the coaching side too, how Bob was saying how Andy Higgins pushed for coaching professionally to become a thing and allows people like Bob to do their job full time. But yeah, it's definitely tough. And as Ethan was mentioned there for the pole vaults, people like Alicia Newman and Sean Barber from a couple of years ago, they're definitely pushing the boundaries on the Canadian records. Definitely helps. And
that was Mia Rodney, another junior development athlete here at U of T, on the last attempt. And on the runway now is Alexander Thronson, who's I believe she medaled at the Youth Olympics last summer and is quite the athlete. And I think she's starting at U of T next year, so that's a big recruit for University of Toronto. And Mia Rodney, who just jumped, will be joining the Guelph Griffins.
Very clean attempt there. She was well over there. Got a few more centimeters left. So that was a 360, they just said. So 360 cleared there.
And Alex Thronson was the senior girls officer champion last weekend as well.
And just clipping it there with her feet. She definitely had the speed and the height there. She had to get a little bit more vertical to get over that bar. Another attempt here at 360. And it's going to be a no-go. Unsure if that's her second or her third attempt there. But yeah, the pole vault definitely has brought some excitement in track and field the last couple of years on the Canadian side between Alicia Newman and Sean Barber. But kind of doing these events where they put an elevated strip like we see on the track there, whether it's in a mall, like Ethan said, or downtown, just allowing a lot more people to come out. As unfortunately, track and field, not the best funded sport, but I think it roots and it doesn't have the greatest viewership outside of kind of family, friends, or really true big fans. So I think lots of people are trying to come up with exciting things, ways to make track exciting for the general population, and hopefully in years to come can get more of a greater following, which results in more sponsorships and more funding for coaches and athletes to do what they need to do to get to the next level.
And here's Mia Rodney with another attempt. And just short of that one. Hopefully she gets another attempt on that height. Next up, I believe, is Isabel Hill, competing for the University of Toronto as well, the track club, as a junior development athlete. You see Coach Tom Moss there just giving Mia a few pointers. It seems like a very interesting sport with a couple different factors at play here. I know a lot of gymnasts end up turning to pole vault. You need to sort of have a good amount of upper body strength as well as some speed on the runway, and then obviously combined with coordination for this event. And here goes Isabel Hill, I believe. And that one doesn't work out.
Yeah, and the other thing, as an athlete in the sport who didn't compete in pole vault, I think not unlike I was mentioning in the 400, you also need a little bit of reckless abandon in this event. Something about inverting your body over a cement pit takes guts, no matter what level you are at. Certainly, as a beginner, it always gave me the willies a bit to imagine attempting it in the first place. So, an event where I think it's easy to overlook all the hard work that goes into learning it in the first place.
And here comes Phoebe Skip on her maybe third attempt here, and just shy of clearing that. It seems there is also the element of choosing a pole, and maybe I know that there's different stiffnesses and lengths, so that comes into play as well. So the next time you meet a pole vaulter, maybe ask them about that, because I can't quite comment in detail. Here comes Mia Rodney on her final attempt. And we see Phoebe Skip putting a pole back, and Alex Thronson picking another one up. So there is sort of an element of choosing what pole you're going to use for what height, which is fascinating.
Yeah, I think the higher the vault, the stiffer the pole you need to support the time that you're over the bar, as well as the height that you actually have to achieve.
And here's Mia Rodney with a final attempt. We think it's at 360. We can't quite see the stand here. It's not going to be a clear there. And here's another York University athlete lining up for the long jump. Another event where can't speak to the details here, but I know that the athletes have their mark set out for their run up, and it's another good mix of strength, speed, and power. Here we go for the long jump.
Look like a good jump. So we're behind the board there, getting a measure going out now.
There we see George Wright raking the pit there, another UFT coach and a fabulous athlete himself back in the day. So it's great to see all the coaches out in full force from all the different clubs around Ontario. I'm sure Andy Higgins would be proud of this day for sure.
And as we mentioned a lot of times throughout today, it does take a village to put on a track meet, so we do appreciate the help of all the volunteers and support, the sponsors that put money into it, and it does take dozens and dozens of people to put this meet on today, so thank you to all of our volunteers out there. That's Maddie Wilson-Walker with another foul in the long jump. A little bit of a groan there. Not too happy. I think that was her second jump. 2 faults so far.
It seems there's a big element of timing in this event to try to get your takeoff leg behind or on the board and not past it, and that seems to be the reason why that foul took place.
Definitely very impressive para-athlete taking part in the long jump. I think she may just try to adjust her tape where she's lined it up. And we're back here on our pole vault, approaching 4 meters. If the bar was at 360 prior, we're probably looking at mid 360s now. We do have 3 women in the competition that are seated 4 meters or higher. So hopefully we can get at least one woman today over 4 meters. And not quite there on that attempt.
Here comes Alexander Thronson with another attempt at the bar in the pole vault competition. Again, this is your OFSA Senior Girls Champion and Youth Olympics bronze medalist. And she's clear over the bar with room to spare. Oh, her own pole almost knocked down the... I'm not sure if that's a thing or not.
I think if anything takes down the bar, then... She gave a little bit of a disappointed groan there, but I think it looked like a white flag, so I think it was all good there. 375 on the pole vault.
375, and it looks to be 3 athletes left. 4, maybe 4.
Could get some names here for us.
I think Rachel Wolf's competing for University of Windsor. She'll be competing for Canada this summer at FISU.
And she was the 3rd Canadian indoors. She 4:11. Oh, and that's good. We believe that's Rachel Wolf's on the runway there, looking very smooth over that 375.
Nice clearance there at 375. In that group of all students, Alexander Thornton from the University of Toronto.
Stenekes in Mexico, Canada in Costa Rica, France.
All right, got some names here left. So our top seeds coming in, it's hard to tell without any bibs or hip numbers on, but Erica Fielder is a 4'11 seed. I've got to think she'd be in the competition at this point. Brittany Salmon from Montreal, 405. Rachel Wolves, not quite there again for the second attempt. Rachel Wolves was 413 indoors this year. She seeded at 4 meters today. She was the 3rd best Canadian across any age category indoors, and as Ethan mentioned there, she'll be taking part in the World University Games, also known as FISU, in Naples, Italy, which Bob Westman is the head coach for.
It's a packed summer as far as national teams goes. We have the both the NACAC U18 and U23 competitions happening in Mexico, the under-20 Pan American Games happening in Costa Rica, FISU in Naples, World Championships, and regular
World Relays was last month.
Oh,
in Japan. So lots of opportunities. A great opportunity for not only just Canada's top athletes, but the ones that are just on the brink of it to compete at these Pan Am Games, these World Relays. It's great that there are some years like this year where there's 4 or 5 opportunities to compete for Canada and kind of develop towards that World Championship and that Olympic standard.
Yeah, a lot of the times these smaller competitions act as a really good springboard for athletes to make that next step towards Pan American Games, Commonwealth, or World Championship event.
All right, 3rd and final attempt here on the runway. Not sure. Think it could be Erica Fielder on the runway here. Because I think at the other competitors remaining, we can identify their singlets. So 3rd and final attempt here at 375. Let's see if she can get over. Oh, and she had it. She just clipped it. Her first 2 attempts, she didn't even make a full attempt. She stopped upon planting. She definitely had the height there. If that's 375, I'd say she came pretty close to 4 meters in height, but just clipped the bar pretty aggressively on the way up and then on the way down.
I think that was definitely an issue of depth, not height. Yeah.
You can see with the smirk on her face, she wanted a little bit more, but nice that she smiles it off and knows plenty more competitions remaining in this summer, I'm sure, for her, and she will vault even higher then.
Another hot spot in Ontario for pole vaulting is the Bolton pole vault group, and they've got a very unique setting up there in Bolton, Ontario, and they have a good number of athletes that come out of that program. Very successful athletes, and some fantastic indoor facilities as well in terms of I believe it's in a barn, a giant barn. The runway fits right in there, and the high ceiling benefits the pole vault.
Yeah, a good setup for more urban vaulting events.
Yeah.
And we could have been wrong there with Rachel Wolves, potentially. All right, so we were a bit wrong there. It must have been a different competitor. Erica Fielder is still here with our top seed. They're going up to 390 now. I think we had Rachel Wolves wrong there. I think she's a slightly shorter competitor that may just be about to take the runway here. I think that could be a U Windsor. Could be wrong there.
It gets a little confusing with these events because athletes have a choice to pass until a certain height. So you might not see the top competitors until you get up to a higher standard for them, which I think is what Rachel may have done at this point and is coming into the competition now.
Yeah. So we still do have our couple top seeds. And on the track, I believe this is our U20 100-meter hurdle final. 2 competitors on the track.
No, that's just a regular hurdles.
And then up next on the track here, we will have our women's 100-meter final. That's a senior women's 100-meter hurdle final. This is one of our most stacked fields of the day. We do have Shermaine Williams, who is a 2012 and 2016 Olympian for Jamaica. If Carell Edwards, she's 2015 and 2017 Team Canada member at the FISU World University Games. And then Tia Tevenen, she's also part of that same 2017 Canadian FISU team. And we saw a pretty impressive round earlier today by Shermaine Williams in the heats, breaking 13 seconds there. She's got a personal best of 12:78. Obviously a 2-time Olympian. I believe this is Rachel Wolves on the runway now, just from noticing her from the indoor season. She's definitely a Windsor competitor. Where they are now up at 390. Rachel Wolves cleared 413 indoors this year. Hopefully we can get her over the bar here. And not quite on that attempt. That is only her first attempt, so she has 2 more to go.
So it looks like we have 3 competitors left in the pole vault. That's Rachel Wolves, Erica Fielder, and Alex Thronson. The bar now at 390, so approaching 4 meters.
And that looks like a clean attempt there, over 390. And if we're panned to the track here with the cameras, we do have our final for the women's 100-meter hurdles. This is a stacked field, as we said. Here for the women's 100-meter hurdles, we have a 2-time Olympian in Shermaine Williams, and then 2 other national team members for Canada on multiple occasions. Also, Joyce Beer Chief Morris there in lane 5. She'll be competing at FISU later this summer in Italy. And off they go, Shermaine Williams. But she's not out in front. It is I believe that's Michelle Harrison of Saskatoon. We'll have to see when it comes up, but she had a seed time today for 13:13. We'll see what she pulls through with there.
And we just missed an attempt by Alex Thronson, unsuccessful, but she'll have 2 more there. And next up on the runway for the pole vault looks to be like Rachel Wolf's.
Yep, so we have 3 left in our pole vault. We'll see the results come up here. This is Rachel Wolf's Windsor Athletic Club. Second attempt at 390. Oh, and she was very close there. Just caught the bar with her chest on the way down. Looked like great form. She was well over the bar, so hopefully on this third attempt. And that is Williams 13:26 for the win. Edwards 13:39 and Thevenin 13:55. And our hurdle crew here today will add 1 extra layer of hurdles as the men do 110 hurdles, whereas the women were doing 100. So we need 1 more, or we just need the hurdles adjusted. Just push them forward a little bit with that extra 10 meters. So any long jump attempts you saw there, I believe, would have been our U20 women's long jump, and now looks like our senior women's long jump is just getting warmed up.
This is Alex Thronson on the runway for her next attempt here in the pole vault. Again, a high school athlete competing with 2 senior athletes.
Not quite there on that attempt, so that was her second. She'll have 1 more attempt at it. As of right now, we just have Erica Fielder, who has cleared on her first attempt, and we'll see if Rachel Wolfs or Alex Thronson can join her at the next height.
The bar in the women's pole vault, 3 meters 90.
I believe Erica Fielder's personal best in this event is 4 meters 11 centimeters indoors, according to the IAAF website.
And then she's seated at 4'11", so I'd say it's pretty accurate.
Interesting to see some of these athletes have a higher personal best indoors compared to outdoors, which is not the case for any running events, given the amount of turns indoors.
It'd be interesting if we had a pole vaulter. I think we tried to get a few up here, but they got stuck with us distance runners commentating here. But it'd be interesting to hear if maybe they prefer indoors, because, I mean, for a lot of runners, we'll pause that here with, can see if we can get her over here. Rachel Wolfs, no luck on her third and final attempt. But a great day for her. She cleared 375. It'd be interesting to hear if the pole vault athletes do prefer to compete indoors, because there's no wind, sun, rain. You don't have to deal. What I always loved about indoor racing is that, the conditions are taken care of. There's not going to be any surprises there. Obviously with the running events, we prefer the outdoor with the 400-meter track, less turns, less sharp turns, so you can usually run a bit quicker. But in these field events, like the horizontal, vertical jumps, there's no real advantage to having a bigger track. So I wonder if maybe we can get Erica Fielder up here after the pole vault and ask her if she prefers an indoor or outdoor.
Looks like she's chalking up right now for her attempt on the new height.
Yeah, so Erica Fielder is your champion. I think second and third will go to Rachel Wolves and Alex Thronson. And as they announced that they're over the track here, it is getting a little bit darker. Hopefully the rain holds off for us. We got a long night of 800s ahead of us. But they just mentioned there we're going to have the senior men and the junior men's 110 hurdles finals run together. So that's, if you see a certain angle on the track, you'll notice that the hurdles on the outside lanes are slightly lower than the inside lanes.
Hurdle crew is doing a fantastic job here. There's a number of athletes and coaches and volunteers out there right now setting up these hurdles for the next event.
And that was Erica Fielder with another height. She'd cleared 390. That was 390 prior. I don't know what that one she just cleared. Must have been around 4 meters. I think they'll announce it in the stadium here and we'll be able to hear it. But as Ethan said, hurdles is definitely one of the most labor-intensive events to set up, as there are dozens and dozens of hurdles out there. So thank you to all the support today.
I think to add to that point that you made there, Lewis, about indoor versus outdoor, I imagine athletes and their training situation, like whether they are looking to peak in the outdoor season when there's a world championship meet coming up, as opposed to an indoor season where there might not be an international event that they're competing in. That might also factor into that argument. It looks like now Fielder might have the option, and she sort of chooses how much she goes up by at this point, as she is the only competitor left in the pole vault. Athletes are still warming up for the 110 hurdle final. Another event that tests a few different components at once: coordination, speed. It certainly takes a special athlete to do this event, and it's a very difficult one. We see the McNeil name coming up in this event a few times now. Formerly Gregory McNeil competed for University of Guelph and University of Toronto in this event, and also was a medalist on the world stage as a youth athlete. Michael Trinkus and I know him quite well, and his brother seems to be taking on the torch. I don't think he's competing today. Wasn't too long ago on this very track, Usain Bolt ran the 100 meters in 10:00. So we haven't seen a sub-10 second 100 meter, and we didn't see one today, unfortunately. But we saw a fast final with I think Gavin ran 10.28. I believe Usain Bolt was in lane 4 or 5 on this very track.
Yeah, and this track was resurfaced last summer. As it happens, the surface that you're currently looking at is a Mondo. In past years, they've had a
polytan track surface, which was a bit softer.
Yeah, so the Mondo is meant to be faster for sprinters. So, and I'm sure we can look forward to a lot more fast times here in future events when we get those fast sprinters here.
And here comes Erica Fielder on the pole vault runway, adjusting her grip and getting ready for her attempt at this new height. She is the champion of this event, and who knows how high she'll go here. PB of 4 meters, 11 centimeters. Here she goes. Ooh, looks like a good execution, but just short of that one. Can't comment on the details technically there, as I don't do this event, but it looked like a good attempt. They're just introducing the competitors now for the 110-meter hurdles event.
Yeah, so for the men's under 20 110-meter hurdles, the competitors that we have today are Cameron Bruce and Adam Exley. Just looking at their C times here, they are pretty close. We have a 14:32 for Cameron and a 14:20 for Adam. So shaping up to be a good competition here. Again, kudos to these guys. Racing head-to-head is a different experience than racing in a bigger field. So looking forward to this head-to-head face-off.
We're really hoping the weather holds off here, as the clouds seem to be coming in, but we have a lot more to offer this evening with the 800 meters coming up. And here is Erica Fielder still going in the pole vault. She's just taking a small break before she does another attempt at this height, chalking up right now as we speak. For senior?
Stephen Krebs on the inside, Marcel Jobin, James Mahara, Keegan Crawley on the seniors, out to lane 4, and in lane 7, Cameron Bruce, University of Toronto Track Club and Adamex League.
You're looking at a senior hurdle height of 42 inches for the sprint hurdles, but a slightly lower height for the U20 athletes on the outside 3 lanes. Probably around 39 inches. I think that's the U20 height. If you ever see a 42-inch hurdle up close, it can be quite daunting. So these athletes are incredibly coordinated. And if you watch from ground level, you might even see these athletes not necessarily jumping over these hurdles, but keeping a pretty streamlined run right through them. So here they go into the blocks. Seems to be a lot of muscle activation here as the competitors slap their legs to wake up. I don't know, Michael, if you did that ever before the 400, but I haven't done that myself in the 1500.
Yeah, no, I personally wasn't my my little ritual, but anything to get your adrenaline up at this point is worth it.
And they're off in the 110-meter hurdles. Looks to be the 2 juniors in the lead here. Oh, a bad fall there right before the finish line. Something that comes with this event, most certainly, as the athletes sometimes clip the hurdles, most often clip the hurdles, and sometimes can have the unfortunate experience of falling as well. We hope that athlete's okay. I think it's rare to see a clean hurdles race where none of the hurdles have been knocked over. Even if you're looking at a World Championship or Olympic final, athletes are often hitting the hurdles, whether it's a small clip or knocking them right over.
Yeah, it's definitely an event where pushing the limit is both literal and physical in the utmost here, with just clearing those bars by millimeters is what these athletes are trying to do. So, I mean, I never hurdled myself, but having trained with a fair amount of hurdlers, excuse me, there is literally not enough practice you can do to continue to improve and to continue to stay consistent in the event, to shave off not only millimeters over the bar, but milliseconds off your time with your technique, just as important as your speed.
Athletes are warming up for the long jump, which will be next up on the runway. Oh, next up on the track is the 1500-meter event in the Pentathlon Masters, the final event of that competition. And that will be an interesting one to watch, as the multi-events always culminate with the middle distance run. And it's not an event where the athlete can focus on training specifically, as the majority of the events are speed power based. So it's always an interesting event to watch. These speed power athletes try to convert any sort of fitness into a 1500-meter race. Was that really good runner? In the States. He was a good 800-meter runner, but it was rare. Yeah. He ran for Duke. You raced him definitely, like the 500.
Oh,
Yeah.
inappropriate things on the last stream.
No, we've been filling it with good stuff. Looks like the hurdles are being cleared here for the 1500 meter event for the Masters pentathlon. That should be an interesting one to watch. Looks like we've got head coach Karl Georgievsky even taking the hurdles away here. We've got a great view of this work here. Luckily, we don't have to do any work up here in the announcer's booth besides talk. I'll take this dead air time to maybe commemorate Andy Higgins. I didn't have much direct exposure to Andy Higgins as a middle distance athlete, but I remember a few things, 3 in particular that he told me. One time I was training on the indoor track here at the athletic center, and he pulled me aside after one of my intervals and had a stern talk with me about running on the line and telling me that there's usually a rail there and I can't run on the line. And so I remembered that one forever. The other one he told me in passing was also at the indoor track facility here, and he told me to wear longer socks to keep my Achilles tendon warm. And so I've kept that advice close to my heart as well, even though it might not have any scientific evidence backing it up. But he certainly had some wisdom. And here comes, just to interrupt here comes Erica Fielder on her attempt here in the pole vault.
Is she still at 4:15, or did she manage to?
We can't quite see the height here.
She had it go once she cleared 4 meters. Or 4:05. She went up to 4:15, and I believe that is her tapping out. We'll get you guys an update shortly. Believe she would have finished out there at 4:05 at her third attempt, which is not bad. 4:11 lifetime best. So 4:05, great effort. Classy athlete, giving the handshakes to the officials, as you can see there, thanking them for their time today.
Yeah, I think as an athlete, you don't always realize the amount of effort that goes into these meets, because you're only there for 90 minutes, 2 hours, depending on your event, whereas the officials are sort of in attendance here, working hard all day. So it's important to thank them directly after your competition and sort of keep that energy alive in the track and field world. The third and final thing I'll say about Andy Higgins was another time he pulled me aside on the track, and the third piece of advice that he had for me was to relax my face when I ran, because he said I was too tense. So I've kept that one close to the heart as well. So very, very cool wisdom to have passed down to me as an athlete competing for the University of Toronto, and I know that he'll be missed greatly.
And we've got our women's long jump coming up, I believe. It's either women's long or triple. Going to take a look here. Believe it's the women's long jump, though. I don't recognize any of those names, but it is our women's long jump here. They're just getting in their warm-up jumps here. Once again, a bunch of distance runners up here talking about something we probably wouldn't be too good at ourselves, so we'll keep it humbled and don't think we would fare as well. But Ethan did say there's a 560 long jumper. That's pretty good. Definitely further than I could jump.
Yeah, no, definitely, Lewis. I think, again, with a lot of these events, it's easy to watch and kind of imagine what it's like. But I mean, both running and field events, I think what's lost perhaps on a lot of viewers, I know even for myself, you don't always think about it, is how technical these events are. You know, it's not just about walking back and then getting your fastest run at the long pit, the long jump pit. They're measuring their steps. They're trying to get as close to, without going over the edge of the line, as possible. And again, like a lot of these events, consistency is so key and yet so difficult to master over any event. So like anything, practice doesn't make quite perfect. But these athletes have put just hours and hours and years of time into mastering the technical side of this as much as the strength, speed, and power that is a little bit more obvious to the eye.
As this is going on, I think it is our... I did not know that you guys had 2 high jump mats here. So we got 2 simultaneous high jump mats there on the screen now. You're seeing the left one. There's also, or you're seeing the right one on the screen. There's also simultaneously to the left, you'll see in the background a couple other people there. These are our multis. These are our, there we go, panning out. Our cameramen are listening into us, which is fantastic. So they know when to switch the camera angles. So you can see there. And he clears it there. These are our decathletes. So we do have a U18 decathlon, a U20 decathlon, and a senior decathlon going on.
These are only eventers, of course, none of them particularly like 1,500 meters, and it's a grueling event at the end of the combined events championship.
And on the track, just to the left of these high jump mats, you'll see them at the 1,500 meter start line. It is our Masters decathlon, I believe they're doing, or the Masters multi-event. And it'll truly be our first distance event of the day. This is where we'll have definitely have some better color commentary for you guys. Get some splits going. You know, distance runners were so driven by numbers, but you'll if you stay tuned in for 800 meter night later tonight, we'll be giving you splits left, right, and center. One more view here of one of our first competitors in the long jump. Still doing our warm-ups there.
There's no results. That's too bad.
There's events tomorrow, right?
Yeah, the deck.
He did Damian Moore was sort of record.
Goats, it's me.
Within decathlon.
Oh yeah.
Masters. What is this for?
Pentathlon. They do. So these athletes will be are finishing their pentathlon, which is 5 events, commonly run or competed in within the indoor circuit, or it used to be. Now I think they're heptathlon in the U Sport competition, but this is a pentathlon, 5 events, culminating with the 1,500 meter right now.
Slightly different than the indoor. The indoor pent would always have 1,000 to finish it out. But it is great to see this Masters Pentathlon rounding out. We do have a competitor out in front early on. And we got a couple men at the back finishing it out together. Looking smooth out front.
And just a bit of decathlon, I guess you could just say facts and news. Some of our viewers may be familiar with Damian Warner, certainly one of our premier athletes in Canada, certainly in track and field, but obviously certainly the decathlon event, and a premier athlete in the world in that event. The reason I mention him is earlier this year, last month actually, he lowered his own record time in the 100 meters event within the decathlon event to 10.12. So that is for reference here faster than our 100 meter event, open event here today. So he is truly a world-class athlete, and one who is top in Canada, even within in the 100 meters as a decathlete. So really exciting to watch Damian. I know as an athlete and a fan of the sport, and always good to see Canada setting some records on the world stage.
And that would be so he lowered further. He already had the world record for the decathlon 100 meters, I believe. So he's furthered it, lowered to 10:12. And Bob and I spoke to it a bit earlier about how these multi-event athletes that are on the international stage quite often. So Damian Warner, his actually best event, I believe, is the 110 hurdles. And he's run under world standard for the 110 hurdles before. So pretty impressive, these athletes, a lot of the times that are on the international stage in the multi-events, whether it be the heptathlon or the decathlon, have one or two disciplines where they could potentially compete at world championships just in that discipline alone. Another athlete that's coming to mind now is Jessica Zelenka. She was one of Canada's top multi-event athletes on the women's side, and she would consistently run under world standard in the hurdles as well. Fun fact, both from London, Ontario. Shout out to, I live in London, so it's incredible to see. I remember in my university days, Damien Warner would be out at the track, and I actually had the pleasure of a couple times running a couple workouts with him when he was doing his middle distance workouts. He'd jump in on the tail end of our workouts, and he'd be there 2 hours before we got there, and he'd be there for an hour or two after we left. So the amount of time and effort that they put in when they're trying to be great at 10 separate events is quite incredible.
Yeah, and I think the other side of that coin being the coaches, certainly like Andy Higgins, who are able to coach in 10 different events. And Ethan, I'm sure you could speak more to this than I can as far as how challenging that can be as a coach. But I think it's so important and so impressive for these coaches to have a depth of knowledge that they're able to really steer the talent that these athletes have, and to again have them master the technical and the speed, strength, and power side of the event.
Yeah, an incredible feat on both sides, the athlete and the coach, I'm sure. The back to this pentathlon here, that's a Newmarket Huskies athlete who just went through the bell and is rounding the corner, went through the 1,200 meter mark in just over 4 minutes, so this is going to be a very good 800 meter for the Masters pentathlon. These are incredible athletes, still sort of going for that high standard of competition later on in life, so it's incredible to see and motivating for a younger athlete like myself. For those of you who don't know, Masters Athletics, he's got 200 meters to go here, a Newmarket Huskies athlete, and he still looks strong going into the final turn here. Masters athlete also have an age-graded percentage that they'll receive in their results. I'm not sure if it is in place for the pentathlon, but I know for most events you get your result and then it's graded to a percentage to see how well you're sort of fighting age.
Cool. And he looks like he's going to be just over 5 minutes. I think he's going to be about 5:02, 5:03 there.
This field is spread out all over the track here, so he certainly put the pressure on with his pace. And now we have athletes getting the bell and sort of spread out all corners of the track right now.
I mean, if the results end up being age graded, who knows? But I don't think that is the case for today. But I could be wrong there. Would be interesting to see.
One of the things that it helps with is, I mean, I know we have a pretty big masters group here at University of Toronto, and it's headed by Paul Oslin and Mike Sherrar, who were exceptional athletes themselves back in the day, world championship athletes in the 800 meter, and they continue to do the same event, the 800 meter, into their sort of into their 40s and 50s, and they have a lot of age group records as well as medals at world championships in the Masters athletics. But they sort of can see through that age graded process if they're maintaining sort of the relative speed of their youth, which is neat to see. So someone like Paul Oslin, who ran 146 back in the day, might now be running 206, but you sort of can tell by the age-graded result that he's still a world-class athlete, which is really interesting to see.
And that is a fault there by a U Windsor Athletic Club. This is our senior women's long jump that is underway. And as we mentioned earlier today, so much camaraderie in these multi-events. So 5:03 there for Bloom. Beachley with 6 flat. So much camaraderie at the finish line in these multi-event competitions. They've all been grinding together 5 events, 1 day.
One interesting thing about multi-events is compared to a single event where you have one sort of shot at singular success, you can sort of have highs and lows that you need to ride out throughout the day, whether it's 7 events or 10 in the HEP and the deck. So it seems you need to maintain some level of composure throughout the entire day, even if one event doesn't go to plan, and you have to bounce back and sort of keep that mindset going for the next events. Oh, a little bit of a celebration there as he comes in for the finish wearing the Canada gear. And
driving the knees. Driving the knees.
Oh, the arms are up.
And he's won the Olympic final. It's great to see he's out there having fun, congratulating his fellow competitors.
And there are the results for the 1500 meter pentathlon for men, ranging 5 to 7 minutes for that 1500 meter after a long day of competition. And that's a Newmarket Huskies athlete for the win there, and I ran with Newmarket Huskies back in the day. That's where my track and field career started, in grade 12 and 13.
All right, and we do have a laptop open here now. So if you are on the live feed, which you must be if you're hearing me, you can type in your questions on the side. We'd be glad to answer them. Any topics you want us to discuss, maybe a shout out to someone you're watching live, any embarrassing fun facts we can announce to publicly embarrass them, more than glad to do so as long as it's appropriate for the feed. So you let us know, reach out to us in that live chat box, and we'll be glad to relay on any information. So our camera is here on the multi-event high jump. These men range from the U18 decathlon to the U20 decathlon to the open decathlon. I believe high jump may be their last event for today. I'm going to take a peek at our schedule here. So I think it says here 5:55. We may be having the 400 meter decathlon championship final. Not sure about that. We'll stay tuned here. We've got our women's long jump underway here on the runway right now. Is Katie Flemington, former Western athlete, now at Windsor, I believe. This is Katie Flemington on the runway here. And that is a fault on Katie Flemington. She is one of the more senior long jumpers of this field today. And that is a clean jump there.
A little later on, we'll be taking a little bit of a break from the track to have a celebration of life for Andy Higgins, whom this meet is named after. He passed away earlier this year, a leader in track, a coach, mentor and friend to many in the track community across Canada.
And that's a fault there on that. Must be very difficult. It's never been a jumper myself, but must be very difficult to time. You want to be as explosive and quick as you can going into the runway, but it is so particular with exactly your foot cannot touch the red on the takeoff. And our multi-high jump here. No luck there. Getting over the bar. It is, I believe these men are part of our U20. They're either part of our U20 and U18 decathlon are underway. Could be some senior decathletes going on as well. I believe the camera we're looking on. So that is his third final attempt at that height. I believe these are our juniors or our U20 decathletes. And this is round 2 beginning, so all of our women have had one attempt at a jump here going into round 2. And on the runway now, we have Emily Omahan. She is our top seed from U Windsor Athletic Club. 622 is her seed. Second is Katie Flemington, we spoke about earlier, from London Western, 583. We'll see what she can pull off here in her second jump of the day. Looks like we have a few U Windsor Athletic Club competitors here. This is a pretty big field for our women's long jump. We have about 27 entries. Looks like we have quite a few less than that actually here competing. And it looks pretty close to the board there. We'll wait, and it's a good jump. And we'll get a measure on that.
Yes, that's 1 meter 86.
And in our commentator booth here, joining us now is Sasha Smart, quite a Varsity Blue legend from the last 5 or 6 years. Multiple podium finishes on the OUA and CIS/U Sport level.
That still doesn't ring well in my mind, the U Sport thing.
He'd be quite the beast at championship conference levels, usually running anywhere between 5 and 7 races.
Yeah.
Just out there, anything between the 4x4 and the 1500, you'd see Sasha on the track. He just coming by the commentary booth and had some kind words for our first ever Andy Higgins Classic here, and we're trying to get some more perspective for our viewers out there that may have not known Andy. So welcome, Sasha.
Yeah, Andy was always a staple around the track. I remember him working a lot with James Turner and
Yep.
Rostam.
He's
competing here?
No, he's not competing here. No,
No.
I was thinking of someone else. Yeah.
Yeah, that was always awesome. You have these two young bucks working with this, I guess, aged wisdom Yoda figure almost. But I would have to say my favorite memory of Andy would be he used to always, if you're familiar with UFT campus, there's a vegetarian or vegan restaurant about a 5-minute walk west of the athletic center. And that would be like a common run for the distance guys. We'd always kind of come along Harvard Street. And every once in a while, if it was a nice day, Andy would be out on the porch there drinking a coffee or having a salad or something like that, and we'd all just stop, a bunch of shirtless, sweaty dudes, and he would love it. He would ask us how our run's going, how our training's going. He was always really attentive with the distance guys, and that was always nice. But he just seemed to be kind of a figure that was always around the track, and he was always ready to engage people he didn't know. He was welcoming to me when I was in my first year.
Awesome. Yeah, it seems a common theme today when people are talking about Andy, that he really never oversaw any athlete. He really was always in tune with, Ethan was mentioning, he'd always, he oversaw so many athletes here at U of T, but at the same time, he would always check in with the individual, not just the team as a whole, not just the top athletes, but would be checking in with everyone and really truly cared about all of his athletes.
I remember I actually got really intimidated in my first year when he knew my name, because he was such a veteran figure, I guess, around. And I had one really good meet. I think it was actually at Spire. And after that meet, he knew my name. And I was like, oh, crap, people know who I am. I feel like I had some sort of pressure on me to perform. Yeah. I remember telling Terry about that. But yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad, but
yeah. But only heard good things of Andy Higgins, and we're glad to honor him here today with this meet. And I'm sure it'll be the first of many Andy Higgins Classics, and I'm sure he's watching on and proud of all the athletes out there today, giving it all their best. And with that, our women's long jump does compete. That was Paige Doyle there of London Western with a foul jump. Up next on the track here, it looks like on the runway, is Katie Flemington. So for our viewers out there, we have about 5 more minutes left on this live stream. We are going on a little bit of a break at 5 o'clock, but do tune back in. I believe around 6 or 6:30 is when the 800-meter night begins.
6:45 will be the first event up on the track, and I think it's the parent 800-meter fun event. I don't know how fun that's going to be for some parents.
Fun to watch.
And then the 800-meter heats start rolling right after that at 6:50. And I believe there are 13 sections of both men and women. And closer to 8:50, you'll see the high-performance sections going off on the track. And some very fast seat times, it looks like, on the open start list.
So we have the family friends, then open women, open men, then high performance of both. Going to be some great 2-lap races tonight. That family friend one will be probably one of the most fun races to watch of the evening. We'll see how much training's actually been put into those. That'll be interesting. So we got a couple more minutes left for the live stream here. Looks like we have a York University track club athlete here. This is their second jump. And it's a clean jump. Looked pretty good. Did they say, I think they said 6 meters? Could that be right? It looks like a great jump due to the celebration. She really placed that well. I thought that may have been a fault, but she clearly came within a few centimeters at the end of the board.
Yeah, I think maybe a barrier was broken there.
I think I heard her say 6 meters there, and only one of our athletes today, Emily Omahan of U Windsor, is seated at 622, and our second seed's 583. So that looks like that could be Leah Jones of York University. If she jumped 6, I might have heard that wrong, but 567 is her seed, so that would be
a massive personal best there.
Huge. Well, that's a great jump as well. If 595. So that would be a personal best for back-to-back York. And that'll be us tuning off here. That was our 2 great jumps to finish off our live stream of this meet. 6 meters and 595 for both for women who hadn't jumped over 580. We're wrapping up here on the live stream, but we will be back at 6:45 for our 800-meter fest. Welcome everyone back to our live feed here at the Andy Higgins Classic, and we've just started with our 800 meter fest. I'm Lewis Kent. I was commentating for you guys throughout the afternoon meet, and throughout 800 meter fest, our guest host as well is Kate Van Buskirk. How you doing today, Kate?
Hey, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. Thanks for coming out and helping us commentate for the 800 meter fest here, a distance you've run quite a few times in your day.
Sure have. It's a pretty good evening for it, actually. It's about 16 degrees, a little breezy in Toronto tonight, but we've got some great weather conditions, great entrance for our races. We should see some fast times, great performances, and we're off and running.
Yeah, it looks like bib number 5 here out to an early lead. Sasha Winner Tabakate. She's going through in about 75 seconds, which is right on. She's a 2:39 seed.
She's got a really healthy lead there, Lewis.
Yeah, it looks like she's got about, say, 10 meters or so on the field.
Nice pack behind her, working together, trying to bridge that gap.
Yep, and I think she got to keep pushing on here. They're looking to close that gap, and I think we'll see quite a few leads of that size tonight be relinquished on the second lap of the 800, as it can happen where people may go out a little bit too fast. But we'll see. It looks like she's holding on. Sasha's holding on pretty well so far. Still holding on to that about maybe 8-9 meter lead.
Well, and you and I both know how tough it is, especially on a breezy night, to go out and try to lead from gun to tape. She's doing a fantastic job right now. 200 meters to go. That gap is closing steadily, but she's still got a healthy lead.
We'll see. It looks like with every stride, they're slowly closing up that gap. Maybe a couple runners who run a bit more of an even split. We'll see.
Always better to be the chaser than the chasee.
Yeah, we'll see if she can hold on here the last 100.
Thrilling final 100. Here we go. The pass is about to happen.
It's a great first race of the night for 800 meter fest for us. Does look to be bib number 4 and bib 6. So we're looking at Marcy and Sophia. It's Sophia on the outside.
Well done, ladies. Nice final push right to that line.
Coming through, and looks like 2:39, which is well under all the seat times here. I think Sasha was 2:39, so she's right on hers. So that is our first section of 11 tonight. So we're going to have 11 open women, then I believe 10 open men, and then we go into our elite section. So I think we have 2 elite women and 2 elite men.
And you know, this is the beauty of an 800 meter night, is that you get so many heats, so many women and men sort of pushing each other, trying to get the best out of themselves. Regardless of who wins, we see a lot of really good personal bests, potential qualifiers for things like AOs or nationals. Well done to all of our competitors.
Yeah, so we're pretty much starting every 5 minutes tonight. Nice to keep things rolling. We do have a whole lot of heats. Like I said, I think there's 24 sections in total, which is quite a bit. But just to give everyone on the live feed here a bit of perspective for who we are here, Kate, I thought we'd just do a bit of introduction for you. So you've been one of Canada's top middle distance runners for years and years now. Just wanted to walk through a couple things. So Kate was bronze at the 2014 Commonwealth Games in the 1500. Has mixed it up in everything from the 800 all the way up to the 5,000 on the track. Competed for Canada on multiple occasions. Even last year, indoors, broke the Canadian mile record, I believe. That's correct.
That's correct. It got beaten back by a young woman you might have heard of, Gabriella Stafford.
Yeah, and she's been on a bit of a tear, but no easy feat. Last summer was at 4:20. What would you run? 4:26 for the indoor mile, which is quite incredible. And what's your top 800 time? What have you run?
I ran, it was actually this meet a couple weeks ago at the Inferno. I ran 2:02. I also believe in 2014.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's 2:02. So we'll see. And we were just in here with Madeline Kelly was in here with us a few minutes before we went live, and she's one of our top seats tonight too, so we'll see how they mix it up. But you may also know Kate from the Shakeout podcast, which was started up earlier this year or end of last year.
So it's actually been on air for a while, but
Okay.
I was very fortunate to take over as host and producer in September of 2018, so about 10 months ago, and it's been a great gig. Really enjoyed it. Love chatting with all of you every week. Little plug for the podcast there.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, not a problem at all. And for our viewers, if they're interested in the podcast, what kind of topics do you guys discuss, just to give them a bit more information?
We cover a great range. And in fact, you mentioned Maddie Kelly. She is my co-host of a segment that we call The Rundown. And we cover all the news, results, and drama from the track, roads, and trails. So please tune in to the Shakeout Podcast. You can find us at Shakeout Podcast at Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook.
Awesome.
Check us out.
That's great. And we are underway here with our second section. Gonna try and get a bib number here at the front.
That looks like number 8.
Bib number 8, which would be Michaela Moligno of the Gazelles.
238 seed.
Yeah, it's a very tight pack, and they're coming through quicker than the last section here.
And
looks like they're going to be about 72 through the bell.
And these seed times are all very close, within about a second and a half of each other. So it's, this is, again, the thing I love about these events where you have a ton of people racing the same event. You get really tight heats, really tight packs, people working together, pushing each other. There's nothing on the line except trying to run fast, and, that's what we like to see.
Yeah, and I think for about a decade now, 1,500 meter night in London's been going on and generating that, to be able to run a 1,500 where everyone's within a second or two of one another. And then I think this may be the third or fourth year of 800 meter night here, which simulates it the exact same way. So this section, the fastest seed is 230. The fastest seed in this section is 235, with our slowest being 239. So a couple seconds between them, and it's shown right now with 200 meters to go. We do have, I believe it's still... It could be our early leader was in third.
There's been a lead change, yep.
We'll get a name as she rounds the corner here.
Nice tight arm carriage there.
Yeah, she's pulling away from the field. I think this is hers to take. Looks like bib number 7 on the screen there, which would be Olivia Van Leuven.
Nice lead. Being chased very closely by hip 3, which is Jenya Semple. But it looks like our leader is going to hold on to the win here.
231.
Nice performance.
Which is awesome. 238 was her seed, so if that was that could have been a big personal best, definitely a big season's best for her. And what we should see with each race as we go further into the evening is the women getting faster and faster as our seed times approach 2 minutes.
That's one of the beautiful things about our Toronto racing circuit right now is that we have some top-notch Canadians. Obviously, Melissa Bishop has been the talk of the town for many years now, our multiple-time Canadian record holder, both indoors and outdoors. But we're seeing some fantastic performances as she sort of took a step back for a couple of years. We've seen a lot of people move up and, attempt to fill her spot. We're going to see some great performances tonight. A lot of top-notch, professional-level Canadians really showing their colors.
Yeah, and this indoor season definitely spoke a lot towards the depth in women's middle distance to distance running. I think pretty much every record from 800 up to 5K was broken, I think. So 800, Jenna Westaway, the 1,000 by Jenna
Westaway.
As well.
Very closely followed by Maddie.
Madeline Kelly also broke it, just about a couple tenths behind her. Then mile was Gabriella Stafford, and 3K or 5K or both, maybe. Gabriella Stafford. She definitely got the 5K.
For sure.
Yeah. 14. And the record was like 15:20 or something, wasn't it?
Oh, she shattered it.
She broke it
14:56.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
A big PB, big record. We've got some great things happening on the women's mid-distance scene in Canada.
Which is awesome. And you want to give us a little insight into your kind of bit of a comeback, Kate, in terms of talking about our stars in Canada and mid-distance running?
Well, you flatter me. Yeah, coming back off some knee surgery myself, but super inspired by all of these runners tonight, male and female. And I'm very excited to be back on the track soon, hoping to get in some late season racing.
Well, we can't wait to see that. Always an entertaining athlete to watch on the track.
Thank you.
So we've got another very tightly bunched group here, as we'll continue to see all night. The 800 is usually won by tenths of a second, and we're going to have a great night of racing ahead of us. This section is our fastest seeds are 229 leading up to 235.
Again, I love that tight pack. When I was growing up, we used to have those all-comers nights in Hamilton where you were grouped by personal best rather than age or gender. And I think this is sort of similar. It's obviously a little more professional grade, a little more gender-based, but definitely by seed time. And the whole goal, like I said, is just to get the best out of yourselves and your competitors. So being able to see these women and men pushing themselves, pushing each other, trying to hit those fast times is really great.
And there's definitely a lot of excitement around championship racing and racing to win, but there's also just as much excitement about everyone trying to run as fast as they physically can. And obviously each individual competitor in each heat wants to win their event, but more so I think they're here to run a fast time. So I think most athletes would take coming third, fourth in their section to grab that personal best time.
And that's exactly it, right? At a lot of these races, we see rabbits trying to pull people through to a fast time, and there's something to be said for that. But these are just gritty, gutsy runners. They're out here tonight. It started to rain a little bit. It's a little breezy, a little chilly, but all of our competitors are just going out there with nothing to lose, just trying to gain the best out of themselves.
And it looks like we have a leader pulling away here. We'll see as she rounds the corner. We'll try and get a bib. Does look like Toronto Olympic Club, which would be Amelia Fall, a 230 seed.
She's got a good little lead here.
But looks like an athlete maybe from Saugeen there trying to reel her in, which would be Grace Wheeler. But it looks like...
Oh, she's not going to get caught. 100 meters to go. Nice turnover. Good stride. Closing the gap.
It's getting close. It's going to be a photo finish here at the line between Amelia and Grace. It looks like Grace might just get her. She pulled through there. Looks like a 2:28. So that should be personal best for those two.
Beautiful close. Would not have called that with about 80 meters to go.
Yep. So that was either Ashley or Grace there. Not too sure. They both were seated there. Number 3. So it is Grace Wheeler of the Saugeen Track Club with section number 3. And as each heat ends tonight here, the times will pop up on the screen. Hopefully they pop up quick enough for you guys to see. As we did mention, we have close to 25 sections tonight, so we're kind of running through them quickly. So there's Wheeler with the 2:27.01. So that's a big season's best, potentially maybe a big personal best. If I think she was down for a 2:30.89. So 3.5 seconds in the 800. That's a big jump.
We've got lead, section 4 of 11 on the track.
Gonna throw a quick shout out here to all of our officials working this meet tonight. Very efficient. You know, sometimes at these slightly lower caliber meets, we tend to see a little bit of a lag. Sometimes a little bit of, less organization than obviously a national championship, etc. But here at U of T, they're all pros.
Yeah, we were saying when I had Bob Westman on at the beginning of the meet, we were saying it really does take a village to run a track meet. I mean, there's dozens of volunteers out there on the track making sure everything goes to plan. Earlier today, especially in the hurdles, the hurdle crew, I think, works the hardest.
Absolutely.
That or raking the sand pits.
Very physical jobs.
Yeah. So we appreciate all the help from all our volunteers out there today, making sure everything runs smoothly.
So section 4 underway. This is maybe one of our tightest sections. We've got a spread from 2:28.0 to 2:29.0. So everyone within 1 second in this event. 200 meters in, they're all tightly packed.
They all are about probably a quarter of a second apart from one another right now.
Again, great to see.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the pace is definitely picking up. Looks a little bit quicker than the last couple sections here, as we should continue to see it getting faster and faster.
This is where the tactics really come into play. As you can see, everyone's so tightly bunched in the similar seed times that you end up sometimes, you can see that hip number 9, some of these athletes end up running out in lane 2 or lane 3 on those curves, which obviously is disadvantageous. You're running a further line, but it's hard to tuck in and get that sort of shortest line around the track when everyone is so tightly bunched and has such tight seed times.
Yep, and through the bell there halfway, it looked like it was Lily Gulsaren of Central Toronto Track Club and Amanda Mayer, also of Central Toronto. They are all, this is definitely our tightest bunch group through 500 meters of the evening. Looks like a big move on the back straight. I believe that was bib number 9 that was running wide. We'll have to wait and see.
Jaden DeLima of Niagara Olympic.
Yeah.
Nice opening move there. 200 to go. She's really stretched out this field.
It looks like we have a Durham Dragon making a push there too, which would be Reed Harvey McKean. She's trying to reel her in, but Jaden made that decisive move. I don't know if there's room to chase her down. We'll wait and see here.
Beautiful long, tall stride on her. And that Durham
that's a big
Dragon, here we
push.
go. This seems to be the theme of the night, Lewis. We're seeing that 80 meters to go is where the passes happen.
Yep. So that's Reed Harvey McKean of Durham Dragons, a 228 seed coming in. Looks like she's going to be about 226 and change.
Lots of PBs tonight. Great
Yep.
to see.
That's what we're here for. So it's great to see some fast times early on. In the 800, nobody is safe. We've learned that early on tonight. You got to go right through the line.
And that's honestly, although I don't race it very much anymore, that's why it remains one of my favorite events, both as a spectator and a racer. It hurts hard and it's fun to watch.
Yeah. It's definitely, over the last few years, out of the distance events, one of Canada's strongest in terms of. Brandon McBride has landed on the podium in Diamond Leagues at least 4 or 5 times now in the last 3 years. Been one of the world's top competitors, making world's finals.
Coming third at that Diamond League a couple weeks ago.
Yep, and he's he's not just coming third. He's within an arm's length of winning them. So I don't believe he's won one yet. He's come second and third at a bunch, and I'm sure he's knocking on the door of that. And with Melissa Bishop back in action, 4th at the last Olympics, and I'm sure she'll bring the same level of competition to next year's Tokyo Olympics.
And this is something that Maddie and I have talked about quite a bit on the rundown, is that not only are Canadian runners running very well, in fact, all of our track and field events performing very well performance-wise, but they're also competitive. They're not just running fast times, vaulting high heights. They're actually mixing it up, getting themselves in there, performing in the top sort of 5 in the world in a lot of these Diamond League events. It's great to see. Great for the future of our sport.
Definitely great, and I think that's something that Canada needs. When you have Melissa Bishop, Brandon McBride, and young track and field athletes can look up to them. It does keep them in the sport longer. I think whether for financial reasons or just a lot more attention, other sports quite often drag people out of track and fields to pursue soccer or hockey or some more high profile.
Or a real job.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's lots of reasons that pull people out of track and field and don't continue to chase the dream. So seeing Canada doing so well on the international level is incredible. And even Mo Ahmed a couple weeks ago breaking 13, first Canadian to break 13.
Unreal.
And just between him and Justin Knight, we have 2 of the top 5K runners in the world.
So right now we're into heat number 5.
And it looks like bib 6.
Sophie Halminian from Central Toronto.
Through in 69 seconds. That's our first sub 70 lap of the evening with many more to come.
Little check over the shoulder there. Still got a healthy lead, but lots of racing left. 350 meters. There's a lot of ways to go.
And it looks like Taylor Brown of the Durham Dragons, I believe, right on her heels. But we'll see. Those runners in the chase pack looking strong still as well. As we've seen tonight, 300 meters is a long way to go. A lot can happen.
So that gap's closing steadily.
Yeah,
approaching 200 meters to go here.
Looks like Taylor Brown inching closer and closer, but the chase pack also getting a little closer. And a big slingshot from back. You can see her. She's in third now. She's gaining on every stride. We'll see if she left it a little bit too late.
Those
looks
bright pink tights just turning over. Look at that stride, Lewis.
I know. Looks like she's got enough room here if she can keep that pace, but we'll see. She does look like a slightly younger athlete on the track.
That would be number 1, Cora Henderson of the Gazelle. She's got actually the slowest seed time in the pack, closing steadily on our leaders here.
If she had another 50 meters there, she might have had it, but 220, probably 222 for the leader, maybe 224 for her.
Big PBs all around.
Yeah, she had from about 150 to 50 to go. She was flying. I think if she had another 50 meters there, she would have maybe taken that section. So a whole ton of PBs there, with our average times for that section meant to be around 225 to 228.
Great camaraderie amongst our athletes tonight as well, Lewis, eh?
Yeah.
It's good to see.
It is great to see. We were talking about that earlier with all the decathlons and multis going on, that there's, I think, the greatest camaraderie in track and field is in the multi events.
Totally.
When they finish, it's one thing to compete against someone in one event, but those men and women, when they compete against each other between 6 and 10 events, they're most likely going to beat each other in some sort of event. So it's good to at the end of those events, they always get together and wait for each other at the finish line at the end of either the grueling 800 or the grueling 1500, and just get together for maybe a quick photo, some pats on the backs, and it's great to see. Track and field's always known for that. in terms of as much of it's an individual sport, it is good to, you're not only racing one another, you're racing yourself.
Absolutely. And having that camaraderie, right? You see those sort of mutual victory laps at the end of a deck.
Yeah.
Really good to see. Damian Warner once described it as going to battle with your best friends, which is a great way of putting it.
Definitely. All right, up next, I think we are...
Section 6?
Section 6 is on the track, yeah, right there. Section 6.
So our PBs in this section range from, again, a very tight section, 2:22 to 2:24, so only 2 seconds in terms of seed time separating these ladies. Should see another very competitive event on our hands. And these are, again, where we see some of the breakthroughs, right? Seed times are only indicative of what someone has run, not what they're capable of and not what they're in shape for. And we can see some pretty big breakthroughs as we already have. I think every heat so far has finished well below the seed times of the athletes entered.
Definitely, and I think that's a great thing. And it was only so many years ago that the likes of you or Gabriella Stafford would be on the line here as a young track and field protege. So I'm sure
you flatter me. I turned 32 last week, so I appreciate that, Lewis.
I wasn't going to age you, Kate, but it is true though in terms of the future of Canadian track and field is in these early heats here. When athletes are only 10, 11, 12, just getting into the sport, and it's great to see everyone out here running as hard as they can.
Final strides before this heat gets underway. There you see the entry list for heat number 6. Breeze seems to be picking up a little bit here at Varsity Stadium, University of Toronto, Ontario.
And if you're tuned in here, as I'm sure you are, to see whether it's a family member, a friend, an ex-teammate, feel free to reach out to Kate or I on Twitter or Instagram. Give us a fun fact, maybe something embarrassing about them we can mention on the live stream. We love to do that. As long as it's appropriate, we will mention it on the live stream. So you can reach out to Kate or myself on Twitter or Instagram. Reach out, send us a note, and we'd be glad to mention it on the live stream. And this is all being able to be played back, so you can show it to them later where you expose them for something embarrassing they've done or maybe some weird tick they have.
Lewis, how can listeners reach you? What's your handle?
On Twitter, I'm Lewis Kent Myler, and then on Instagram, just lewis.kent, so Lewis, and then Kent as is. And where can they reach you, Kate?
So my Instagram and Twitter are the same. It's K8VBeast. So letter K, number 8, V Beast at Instagram and Twitter.
Awesome. So reach out. Yeah, let us know what you want to hear. If you just want us to talk about certain topics, we are both been on the Canadian distance running scene for quite a few years now.
Quite a while.
So
seasoned veterans.
Yeah. So let us know if there's any topics you want to hear about or a special shout out to family or friend that's racing tonight. So we're in section 6 here. Seed times ranked from 2:22 to 2:24.
That looks like Ines Melgabovic, number 1 in the lead there. Nice long stride. Leading the pack right now, but everyone is tightly bunched. Like I said, these runners running all the way out in lane 3, trying to position themselves going into that corner. Of course, you want to run the shortest distance possible, which is that inside line.
They're at about 70 seconds at 400, so definitely a more even-paced race. Last race we saw go 69 through 400, so we'll see if these girls can bring it back right around the same time. And Kate, you'd be able to talk to this better than myself, but when we're talking about pacing for the 800 here, what should these girls out on the track kind of be looking in terms of, should they be running an even pace, maybe a bit quicker on the first lap? What would your advice be, being the more elite runner of us?
This is such a fence-sitting answer, but I will say it depends entirely on the individual. I was always very lucky to have really good closing speed, so I was a sit-and-kick athlete in that 800. If I got lactic early, my game was over. There are other women who can go through in 57 and have enough of a lead that they can fade to a really fast close regardless.
Yeah.
I think these girls, this is again one of the benefits. These girls and eventually these boys later on are going to have the opportunity to experiment with a lot of different tactics and figure out what works best for them.
For sure, and as you say that, Emily Croy of the Newmarket Huskies pulling away in this field, and it's our first sub 220 of the night, I believe, at 2:19.6.
And
on the
she
clock.
she led pretty much that whole second lap.
And as we said, that'll be our first negative split of the night too. She was about 70 seconds, so 70 and then 69. So
Very nice.
as Kate mentioned, I was very similar. I think the best 800s I ever ran was very evenly paced, but on the world stage, a lot of the top 800 runners are 400 runners that run up. So quite often you will see a bit of a quicker first lap. And yeah, I've heard everything from evens the best up to, I don't think you want anything more than a 2-second positive split in terms of, you don't want to come back too much slower. But it all does depend how you produce that lactic. Like I was similar to Kate, where if you went out too quick and then you're in the bag after 500 meters, the last little bit didn't look too pretty. But some people that come from the sprint background can handle that lactic a bit better and afford a couple seconds quicker on the first lap.
Well, and anyone who knows the track world knows that whatever your primary distance is, you always want to work that over and under distance to try to make sure that you have a really nice, well-fielded tool belt, as we used to call it.
There we go. That's good.
So if you're a 400-meter running up, obviously you've got the speed. You know, we saw Melissa Bishop a couple weeks ago open up her season in a personal best in the 1500 of 4:09, which is a blazing fast time for an 800 runner who has just come back from pregnancy. So we're seeing lots of different tactics, lots of different styles, great performances all around at this University of Toronto 800-meter night. Lining up for Section 7 now. Again, kudos to all these officials who are getting these runners off very quickly. Very little turnaround time between sections. It's what we like to see, nice and efficient.
And it definitely could be, some of these runners you'll see will be going through some pretty big distress through the last 100 meters or so of this 800. So to get them off the track quickly can be a bit of a challenge, but maybe help them to a seat on the infield rather than on the track itself so we can keep our meet on schedule.
So this is the first section, Lewis, that we've seen seed times under 2:20. As you pointed out in our last section, our winner was also under 2:20. So we've already got a couple women under that mark. It's obviously a big barrier anytime you have sort of an even number like that. We like to see people dipping under it. Got a few women who have already done that in this next section. Let's see what they can pull out. Section 7 of this 800-meter night at the University of Toronto Varsity Stadium. Our fastest seed time in this heat is seed number 5, Sarah Medcalf. Her seed is 2:19.62. Got seeds ranging up to 2:22.0.
Hopefully we can get see a couple of these women go under. It is great, as we've mentioned in the whole night, to have such close seed times, push each other. I find in the 800 it's a lot less of a struggle than something compared to a 1500, where sometimes nobody wants to take the pace out. 800 I'd say is kind of the top end in terms of distances, where you do see a lot of the best runners in the world just front run and run their own race. Anything a bit longer, it does get a bit exhausting to be leading. Not to say it's easy in the 800, but it seems to be a little more doable. So I think when it's just over a 2-minute race, a little less fear than when you got the 1500, which could be 4.5, 5 minutes and a long time leading.
And, you know, especially at this age, Lewis, I feel like a lot of these girls and boys are just trying to, again, figure out what their tactic is, figure out what their potential is. And sometimes, especially in these sort of low consequence races, it comes down to just sticking your nose in it. So if you have been instructed by your coach to go out and front run, give it a shot. If you blow up, but at least you put yourself in it and sort of found out what you were capable of in that moment.
For sure. And this is hip number 10, Hillary Clark of Track North, with a commanding lead. We'll see if she can hold on to that. It's about 20 meters. And she's not looking back.
66 opener. That was by far our fastest opening lap.
Definitely. And we'll see. She looks like she's just been opening up even more over this bend. She's up to about 30 meters.
If she holds this up, I have a feeling that in the future she'll be seated a little higher than she was today.
I agree. It's
again always tough when you have to go off of your personal best and not what you're capable of.
Yeah.
They say it's not real until you've run it. Well, this young woman is clearly running it tonight. 200 meters to go, and she's got, a 30-meter gap, Lewis, on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it would be quite difficult for them. It's never say never, but it would be quite difficult for them to close this gap. The knee drive is still great on our Track North athlete here. Hillary Clark's been leading from gun to tape.
I actually think they just said it was Sarah.
Oh, I could be wrong. Oh, are we in heat?
Number 10, you're right.
Yep.
Number 10.
I think we got Hillary Clark here. She
our
is really
information is
tying up, though.
correct.
She is really tying up. That's what I said. Never say never. She's really struggling to bring it home.
At the line.
And that is 2:22 for, looks like Cray is the last name.
I have a feeling that might have been our last section, actually.
We'll wait to see what pops up here. Oh, it's Metcalf.
Oh, Kirby.
Gotcha. That was Toronto West, not Track North. I had the wrong heat there, though. But what a great finish there by Metcalf. She had about 50 meters in the last 150. Oh, that was section 7. Yeah.
And again, even for these, competitors who are being passed in that last straightaway, there's a huge physiological boost that happens when you put yourself in something like this and really force yourself from the gun to get after a fast pace. Yeah. So regardless of what the final time is, the courage and the race experience that these young women are gaining right now that you've seen so far is going to carry them very far forward in their athletic careers.
I think that showed big courage there on behalf of Hillary Clark to put herself out there. I think a little bit more strength, and she a little bit quicker that last 100. She was on pace for a great time. Sure, she's got big things to come this season.
Absolutely. So another very tight heat in section number 8. 8 of 11 of these women's 800-meter finals at Varsity Stadium U of T. In this section we have, 4 athletes ranked at 2:18.0. Going up to, I think our slowest seed is 2:19.5. So 1.5 seconds separating the seeds in this next section. Should see another great race. But again, as we mentioned, seed times only go so far.
There's a reason they get on the line and race.
That's it. Lots of people outperforming their rank coming in. Makes for really exciting TV.
Yep, and they're racing against the everybody racing tonight. So we actually saw a quicker time out of section 6 than out of section 7. So all the results will be combined at the end of the night. It is a timed final. So they're not only racing against everyone else in their section, racing against the sections before and after them.
All the more incentive for everyone in every section to try to push each other, get the fastest times possible out of yourself and your fellow competitors. It'll help everyone in your heat compete to the best of their abilities and rank higher than the subsequent sections.
And this is section 8 of 11 of our women's 800 meters.
Quick first 100. Again, these competitors cut in after a one-lap turn. Or sorry, one curve turn. One turn stagger is what I'm trying to say, Lewis.
So I believe we're only going to have 9 sections now of the 11. I think we'll have 9 sections of women, then all of the men apart from the final 2 sections. Then we finish the night off with our 2 elite heats of women and 2 elite heats of men. So it looks like bib number 5 here should be
Eartha Weber.
Eartha Weber of Monarch Athletics, but very tightly packed. This is going to be the quickest lap. Very similar to the last section, but there's more women coming through. Looks like 65 point. That is blazing fast.
That's Annabelle Potvin of the Durham Dragons following very closely on her heels. Smart to tuck in. There's a bit of a breeze, so these athletes are really smart to sort of ride behind the competitor just in front of them and slingshot around, as we've seen in so many sections before. There's a lot happening in that last 80 meters.
Yeah, and it looks like 4 athletes here have pulled away from the pack. And the chase pack is not quite letting go yet. There is a gap between first, second, third, and fourth, but not enough. It looks like our leader's fading a bit, but there's still 4 ladies here in contention.
Nice move by Annabelle there of the Durham Dragons. Slingshotting around, finding her spot on the inside line, heading into the final 100.
And it still is anyone's race here.
That's Julia Berube Boutin following very closely, trying to challenge our leader for the win. But I do believe that Annabelle will hold on for the finish.
Looks like Annabelle held on for our fastest time of the night, a 2:16.3.
Huge PB for her. That'd be about 2 seconds. In the 800, we all know that is a huge margin.
Getting some pats on the back and hugs from teammates. So Annabelle 2:16.37.
So now we'll move to the last section of the women's 800 before we move to the men's first section. We've got Madison.
Again, our most elite sections will come a little later tonight. Got our fastest competitors saved for the end of our meet. We're hoping that this rain and wind is going to hold off. Skies are getting a little dark over Varsity Stadium right now.
It's been holding off all afternoon and all evening so far for us. We're knocking on wood here that we get a few more hours. If Mother Nature can hold off for another hour and a half, then all the rain can pour down. But it would be great for it to stay dry for some fast times for our athletes here tonight. We've been having consistent PBs for all our athletes, and we hope that continues.
So walk us through how rain affects a beer mile.
I think it, I mean, you already got so much stuff going on. It probably affects you less than a regular race. I mean, I think in any race, I honestly think a lot of the times the rain can be a bit more mental for some athletes than others. I think more so not the rain. It might be more the wind that usually comes with the rain. I mean, usually when it's rainy, it's pretty stormy out, and the wind can definitely play a big factor. But I don't know. I've never really had a problem with racing in the rain as long as there wasn't that big wind that comes along with it.
Get a little more water in that beer chug.
Exactly, yeah.
Water things down a little bit.
It's harder.
A little more hydration.
Yeah, if you take a break mid beer, then it starts filling up again with rain and just makes it harder. So this is our 9th and final of our open women's 800 meters. The top two will be our elite. Top two sections, number 10 and 11, will come later this evening as part of our elite heats, where we'll have some of our marquee athletes. As we've already mentioned, Madeline Kelly, who's been in here earlier tonight, one of our top seeds for later on. We do have some intel on some of our top athletes, some fun facts that we'll share with you later on.
And again, if you want to contribute to those fun facts, please tweet at us or send us a message on Instagram or Facebook. We're Kate Van Buskirk, Lewis Kent, here at Varsity Stadium with you all evening for this fantastic 800-meter night.
We know all you tune in will tune in early. Don't want to miss whoever you're watching. So if you've got a couple extra minutes before the race, let us know a fun fact, maybe something embarrassing.
Maybe predictions?
Yeah, even predictions if you want to give a shout out to anyone. We'll do our best on here, and then you can show them later on by rewinding it back that they got a special shout out from you. So here's our 9th and final section.
Top seed in this heat is Sienna Lalonde. I don't believe any immediate relation to Jen Lalonde. However, that last name carries a lot of weight. She is from the Niagara Olympic Club. She's got a seed time of 2:14.22, which is by far our fastest seed so far this evening. Let's see what these fantastic women can do.
And I have been reached out by one person on Instagram, not to do with 800s actually, asking for some viewership of the long jump. It's Dean Collier, and as he says that, Peter Collier is on the long jump runway right now with a jump. Believe our cameras are going to stay on the 800 meters, unfortunately, but Dean, thanks for reaching out. He says, Peter Collier, U of T from Nova Scotia. So
nice.
Shouts out from Nova Scotia to Peter Collier. He did just jump on the long jump there. Thanks for your message, Dean. We'll see if we can pop over to Peter maybe on one or two jumps between these 800s for you.
Nice front running by our U of T athlete there at the moment. But again, very tightly packed, as we've seen in all of our races so far this evening. And approaching that bell in 64. That's a great opening lap. And that was a rabbit, I believe, that just stepped off the track. These girls are on their own now. Let's see what they can do.
And I think our two elite sections later on for men and women will be rabbited as well. Sometimes it's easier to just go on to cruise control in your own mind. You know the rabbit's going to take the pace out for you. Just got to tuck in, stare between the shoulders, and hang on for the ride. But now these women are alone. Looks like we have a lead change going into 200 meters to go.
That yellow indicates to me potentially Niagara Olympic. This might be Sienna Lalonde.
Yep, I think that's pretty safe to say. The only yellow singlet in the field, apart from the Durham Dragons there. But it is a very close race. We'll see who can pull through the last 150 here.
Outside move here by bib number 6, which is Sarah Rose Sullivan.
But Durham Dragons coming through strong.
Oh, and number 3, Ella Jackson making a huge push to the finish here.
And Ella Jackson's going to come through with an amazing time here.
Nice stride all the way through, and
Looks
she will
like
be 2:12 flat, Lewis. That's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, that is a great final section on our main group of 800-meter women here tonight.
That's really approaching sort of national level elite running.
Definitely.
Huge PBs all around. Well done, ladies.
I think every section apart from one there was quicker than their seed time, so pretty impressive. 9 out of 10. Or 8 out of 9. 2:12.01. Incredible.
Got some claps on that long run jump right now.
Yeah. We got a Flying Angels athlete, I believe, on the long jump runway.
So we'll have our boys sections of the 800 meters coming up next. A number of them as well. 13 listed, and again, it's, I believe, Lewis, 11 of those 13 will go now, and then we'll have the elite sections following that immediately.
Yes, so I think what they're going to do is bounce back and forth, so they'll actually have 12 of the men's heats go. So they'll have 11 of the open men, then the first heat of the elite men, followed by the first heat of elite women, back to the fastest section of the men, followed by the fastest section of the women.
Here we go, that long jump on the runway.
Looks like Oakville Legion there.
Nice speed.
Look pretty clean. We'll get a look here. We see the white flag go up, so it's a good jump. Fortunately, we can't quite hear them from up here with the music.
Lots of room on that runway.
Yeah.
Again, these developmental meets are fantastic because it's a pretty elite setting, but it allows our athletes to get a real chance to practice and hone their skill, whether it be the 800 and practicing your timing, your starts, the long jump, practicing your foot placement on that board, just the opportunity to get out and really perfect things before you move on to Athletics Ontario Championships in a few weeks, Nationals a few weeks after that.
Yep.
Possibly Worlds only a few short weeks after that. We got lots of summer and early fall racing to look forward to this year.
Hey, you got some fans. I think that is Jorg Ane of the Waterloo Warriors there. He's a former CIS/U Sports champion in the long jump.
Here we go with our first section of men in the open 800 meters. Love to see this sort of mix of not only talent but age.
We've got some youth as well as some seniority in this one.
I believe we call them masters, Lewis.
It wasn't used as a derogatory term by any means.
Of course not.
I think it's
only respect.
Seasoned veteran
Seasoned
on the track.
veterans,
There we go,
yes.
better terms. We've got quite a bit of... This will probably be our biggest gap in terms of times of the evening.
Our top seed in this heat is 2:25.30, which is Charlie Mills of the Boardwalk Running Club, all the way up to just under 3 minutes, which is James Wheeler of Saugeen. And again, regardless of what your seed is, all these runners just trying to get the best out of themselves this evening, push each other and themselves to fast times, great performances, qualifiers. It's a great night.
Yes, for a lot of athletes here tonight, maybe one of their first meets of their long career in track and fields. Got some young ones here.
That seems to be Mateen Josufi of the Blue Devils.
So 69 seconds through 400.
Great opening lap for him. All by himself.
And Bill Cunliffe's been around the running scene for quite a while here. He's starting to reel in some of these younger athletes that I think may have gone out a little bit quicker, and he's paced himself.
Using that age and experience to his advantage.
I'm sure he's got maybe as many 800s under his belt as all these boys around him have combined. So definitely using that experience, reeling them in one at a time.
And he's just out of your screen right now, but he'll be in it shortly. And what you didn't see was he passed about 6 athletes in the last 100 meters.
And takes a quick look at his watch, pushes another. He's moved into 3rd place. He wasn't last off of the line, but we still, our leader here, gun to tape. Still pushing strong.
Again, hip number 6, Mateen Josufi of the Blue Devils. Nice way to win this race. Gun to tape all the way through.
And the lean, you gotta love it.
Beautiful. Hey, got about a 3.5 second personal best
and
out of it.
Bill Cunliffe we're talking about. He passed all these athletes on the 2nd lap.
Nice finish, Bill.
Great run.
Terrific run from Bill and all of those in the first section of the men's 800 meters.
Got one more competitor just approaching the line here.
Terrific run.
4 shoutouts.
We're running about 5 minutes ahead here. We won't get any further ahead of those athletes who are warming up.
Number 2 is Nick D'Alessandro. Nick D'Alessandro is probably the fastest.
Second section on the track is Machado, Cordoba.
Chicken diet taco from Tuesdays. Shoutout number 3 goes to Kimo Goldberg. Kimo Goldberg is perhaps 12. Is perhaps the singlest running community. No one ever thinks he's going to win, but every now and then he does. He's perhaps the singlest no one ever thinks he's going to win, but every now and then he does. Good luck. And heat number 13, Andrew LeBlanc from New Brunswick. Probably.
Here we go back to the long jump runway.
Not speak French, but I will not hold it against him. Shout out to you as well, Andrew. Good luck, everyone. Have fun.
My co-commentator, Lewis Kent, chuckling a little to himself here. I think we've got some really good shout-outs from our fans and supporters online.
And it was that video. I just listened to a quick video there. Tweet at Kate and myself from Alex Sear. He's out east right now in Moncton. I had the pleasure of commentating with him. One of my first live commentaries earlier this year with the OUA Track and Field Championships, and we had a whole ton of fun like Kate and I are having right now. So he had 4 shout-outs for us later in these men's sections, and we will definitely carry those through with some fun facts. It was Alex's idea at the OUA Championship to ask people to reach out to us with fun facts, maybe some embarrassing stuff. So I'm glad he provided us with 4 quality pieces for these later section in the men's 800 meters. Thanks for that, Alex.
Section number 2 underway right now. Again, a pretty decent spread here, ranging sort of from the 218 mark up to 225. Tightly packed at the moment. That looks at the moment like it might be Lewis Byrne of the Toronto Olympic Club. Seed time 2:24.75, leading us out in this second men's section.
Trying to reach out here and feel if it's starting to drizzle a little, but still looks like it's dry out there. They're going through in 67 seconds.
Pulling that whole chase pack along. We got a lead change now. Nice big move after that first opening lap.
We'll try and get a bib number when he turns the corner here, but he is opening up a big lead here. That's a big gazelle-like stride there. Very healthy stride.
Nice long loping stride. Tons of daylight between him and the chase pack.
If he can
approaching
keep
the 200 meter to go mark.
143.
That looks like bib number 8, which would be Ethan DeCruz.
And Ethan is pulling away. We never want to say it now because twice tonight we've said it looks pretty impossible, and it's happened. So Ethan charging away down this home straight. We've learned in these early races anything can happen in the last 100 of an 800.
And that would be bib number 3, David Parsons, closing quickly, but I don't think anyone's going to catch this gentleman in our lead pack right now. Ethan crossing the line in 2:18 flat. Nice performance, right on, the PBs. A lot of these guys, that was a big personal or season's best for Ethan. About 5 seconds, actually. Nice to see all these breakthrough performances this evening. Section 3 coming up. These men are now dipping down into the time range of our fastest last section of women. We've got a lot of 2:11s, 2:12s in this next heat. Again, as we all know, Lewis, these barriers that tend to be sort of even times, 2:20, 2:10, 2 minutes. These are the big ones. Of course, in an 800, every second counts, every half second counts. But when you have a whole whack of guys right around that 2:11 mark, being able to pull them all through to sub 2:10 would be a pretty special thing.
Definitely, and I know it's definitely on their minds. If they're running around 2:11, then breaking that 2:10 barrier would be great. And I'm sure in our next couple sections we're going to see that. It looks like we are exactly on pace so far tonight, about every 5 minutes, running a new heat. We will have a bit of lag time. We've got Dan O'Brien from London Western on the long jump track there. Looks like a great jump from him. Believe it was clean. We'll wait to see the white flag go up. And the white flag is up. Fortunately, don't have any reporting. The standards aren't down there for us to tell the jumps. If they yell it really loud, we can relay it on, but I don't think we'll be able to hear. But looks like a clean, great jump from Dan O'Brien. 6:53 from what I heard here for Dan O'Brien. Not his best, but still a very solid jump.
Here we go, guns up for our section number 3. This 800-meter night at Varsity Stadium, U of T. Again, times in this section ranging from 2:11 up to 2:17, but most of them sort of clustered right around that 2:11, 2:12 range. Let's see what these gentlemen can do. Nice, beautiful stride on our leader right now, number 4. Bib number 4 would be Ben Cornell from South Simcoe.
And he's just charging ahead, no looking back. The 800 takes an extreme degree of confidence to be able to go out there and run pretty close to 100% from the gun for just over 2 minutes for these men. And it is awesome to see. Looks like maybe one of our younger competitors out front pushing the pace early. So bib number 4 continue to lead here. He's got that high cadence.
Beautiful efficient stride being followed closely by hip number 6, which is Benjamin Kiri Matzner. 63 through that bell. Let's see if any of these guys can track our leader down. As I said, always better to be the hunter than the hunted. But, as we mentioned earlier, Lewis, the 800 is really one of those events where you have to know your personal strength very well. Some people love front running, some people love chasing and sort of kicking through in that last 100. These guys are figuring it out. Cadence in our second place runner seems to be a little higher at the moment. We're approaching 200 meters to go, and I think we're going to see a bit of a swallow up here as we continue around this final bend.
Yeah, our leader's still looking great, but our pass being made here.
Again, that's bib number 6.
A bit of a pushback from the leader. The leader is not letting him go quite yet. We'll see if he has the juice to swing wide off the bend here.
Caden's definitely picked up on that second place runner at the moment. Also, following quickly, seed number 2. That's Jack McLeod of Toronto Western.
And I believe this is gonna be close.
Nice. And that would be our first sub 2:10 performance of the evening, men or women. Way to go, gentlemen.
Let's wait for that official time. 2:09.9. Hopefully it's not rounded up. I think it is, though. It looks like 2:10.07. 2:10.07. Very close. We always got to make sure for that final time to pop up. Very close, though. I think our next section, we definitely should see a few sub 2:10s coming out the woodwork.
You know, Lewis, I remember running at the Eileen Marr meet in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and I ran a 1500 there, and my time was 4:10.07.
Oh, no.
And being 700ths of a second away from breaking a big barrier like that, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. It can be pretty crushing at the time, but also great motivation the next time you step on the track to punch through and get under that big barrier.
For sure, and the great thing about it being mid-June, early June right now is these guys all have a lot of racing ahead of them this summer, so definitely for Curie Matzner there, definitely a sub 2:10 on the cards, maybe in the next couple weeks, leading towards the end of the season.
So I feel like you would have told me if this was the case, but I have to ask. In our section number 4, hip number 3 is Lucas Lewis.
Oh, yeah, no relation. No. Lucas Lewis, but maybe that'll be my, I'll pick bib number 3 for the win then.
All right.
Got a
Sounds
common
good.
name. We'll take it.
Again, this next section, all but one runner have seed times under 2:10, and we've got one right at 2:10 flat. Let's see how fast these gentlemen can go. Were you a start line bounder? We see some of these guys really getting after those plyometrics.
Yeah, I was not a start line bounder. I did a weird, I feel like it's more ritualistic than anything when you get to a certain point, whether the bounding, it's more of like not a nervous tick, but I feel like everyone has to have a ritual. And the stretch where you straighten one leg, it's almost like a hamstring down to calf stretch where
Right.
you like do a little swing by your feet.
Yeah.
Not many people did that, but that was what I did on the start line, strangely enough.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know
Right
why.
before the gun went.
Maybe not right
Just-
before the
just
gun
like
went, but
finishing off that last little bit of hamstring tendon stretching.
yeah, I don't know. I think it was just more a nervous tick, but yeah. What was your go-to on the start line?
Oh, I was a nervous jumper. I was the jumping bean for sure.
Yeah,
High as possible.
that's good. And our section 4 here is off.
If you want to tweet at us, send us a message on Instagram or Facebook letting us know what your start line ritual is. Tweet at us with your handle and your name. We will give you a shout out on the live stream. What's your start line ritual or superstition? Again, tightly bunched in the first 200 meters here. Nice lead by our Devils up front. And again, that's Lucas Lewis in the front, it looks like.
Here you go, front runner.
Lucas Lewis, Lewis Kent.
Yeah. Well, and a big.
Oh.
It looks like we almost had an athlete go down there. He is tucking back in. Good for him for keeping it going. There's a bit of jostling there.
I got to say, anyone who says that running is a non-contact sport has obviously never raced an 800 meter.
Definitely not. 800, 1500. Get very, very physical, running at a quick speed, but also running very close to one another.
For those spectators who may not be in the know, the rule is you're allowed to defend your space physically, but you're not allowed to physically, intentionally impede another athlete. So a lot of these men and women tonight keeping their elbows wide, defending their space. Nice turnover by our leader at the moment. Great cadence.
So what would be grounds for disqualification would be if you were to step within someone else's space or stride. So if you were to cut in front of them and impede their stride, that would be grounds for disqualification.
Or an intentional push, anything that involves sort of physical contact that seems anything but inadvertent. Nice lead change here. Beautiful stride by our hip number 1, which is Harmil Kalia of Toronto Western. I'm sorry, that's hip number 7. That would be Isaac Siemens of Niagara Olympics striding for home. Beautiful
206. Crushed the 210 barrier there.
finish. Great finish line celebration. Love to see that.
It looked like he had some sprinter form there. Maybe he's a 400 runner running up. Not too sure. But that was some incredible form. Looks like he has at least a second or two more to burn on the 800 time with how smooth he was.
Absolutely.
That last 100 meters.
Great to see. Again, big personal best.
Coming onto the track now, section 5. Connor of Dorchester.
So section 5 is where we start to really get into these sort of faster times, getting down closer to that 2-minute barrier. Fastest seed in this section would be Piotr Pralat of Central Toronto Track Club, 2:05 flat.
And I see a Stafford on the screen here from University of Toronto. Could that be... Is there a younger brother in the Stafford family? I believe there is a younger brother, whether that's the one competing tonight or not.
You know
it's
what?
Up in the air.
We're going to do some fact checking, but whether it's him or not, anyone with the last name Stafford is bound to do well in a mid-distance event.
I believe there is a younger brother in the Stafford family, but we'll maybe do some creeping online here to find out. 2:12:34 for Stafford. Yeah, he was in the one that just happened. So we'll do some research here, see if... I think that could be the younger brother of Lucia and Gabriella. We'll take a quick look online here. Well, let's take a peek here online before our next section. See if I'm just talking a whole lot of garbage or if there actually is a younger Stafford.
If anyone knows this and wants to tweet at us, please do.
Feel free to correct us.
The internet is only so reliable, and we believe in our listeners, so please let us know if Nicholas Stafford is at all related to the phenom Gabriella and her equal phenom Lucia Stafford.
From what I see so far, I think this is a figment of my imagination.
But again, you know what? Great last name.
Yeah, especially to be
Can't hurt.
a mid-distance runner in Toronto. Even if you're not related at all, just the... All right, I found a Nick Stafford UTTC from an Instagram post from Gabriella Stafford, so I believe I'm right on this one.
Relation, possibly. Again, if anyone
Could
wants
be
to
a
let us
cousin,
know,
maybe, who knows?
tweet at us. Let us know who you are and what your intel is, and we will retweet you and give you a shout-out live on the air. Section number 5 underway in this 800-meter night at Varsity Stadium, U of T. We've got, again, another really tight section, Lewis. 2:05 to 2:08 flat. It's always interesting to me when we have about 7 people who are entered at 0-0 as their seed time.
And I think it gets to the point where these are maybe some more seasoned track athletes. They've run a few seasons. Maybe they haven't had their personal best this season, or they're shooting for quite a bit higher than their season's best. So the men are allowed to seed up to 154 without proving their time, as on the women's side they were allowed to seed up to 214.
So far, our leader is Liam O'Rourke. It's a hard name to say.
Liam in the lead, but it looks like we're having a change here.
Again, you can sort of tell when these athletes get a little fed up of the pace and just decide to take matters into their own hands. Well done by our current leader.
And I think what it was we said the top seed in this heat was 2:05, and they were through in about 63.5 seconds. So I think that might have been our first victim heat of, people just being a bit complacent, but the pace has really ramped up on the back straight. Looks like we have 2 athletes pulling away.
This looks like in the blue it might be Connor Barnes, who has a 2:07 seed, being surpassed right now with 200 meters to go by bib number 4, which is Dilpreet Sandhu of Dorchester, 2:06 flat seed, and he is moving.
Looks like Dilpreet is pulling away here. It is still very close, rounding the bend. Nobody is safe.
Nice timing by this gentleman in our lead. 80 meters to go, and he is turning over strong. It doesn't look like anyone is going to catch him.
No.
I know we've said this a lot tonight, Lewis, but I'm pretty confident that he's going to take this heat.
That's good. And a great negative split, 2:05.6.
Nicely done.
Looks like I might have been slightly quicker than his seed time. And for Dean Collier out there, we do have Peter Collier on the runway. Anyway, our cameras can pop to the runway quickly if they can hear us in time. I believe this is Peter Collier on the long jump runway.
Lots of long.
And there we go. Thank you, camera. We know Dean's tuned in live. And that's a clean jump for Peter Collier. Thank you very much to the camera crew for hearing our requests there. We do appreciate you guys listening to us. And Dean, thanks for shooting that message online. This is what we're saying, people. If you reach out to us online, we will help you out. Maybe see your athlete, give a good mention out to them. So that was Sandu, 2:05.38 there. Looks like a personal best for him, at least a season's best.
It's continued to be a beautiful evening here at Varsity Stadium. There have been sort of clouds threatening for about an hour and a half now, but things seem to be pretty solid at the moment. No rain, light wind, beautiful sort of semi-warm temperatures. Giving a wave to Coach Bob Westman down on the track at the moment.
And what would you say, Kate, for an 800 or 1500, what would you say would be the perfectly ideal, obviously you don't want any wind, obviously being dry helps, which we have both tonight, but what would you say temperature-wise in Celsius would be kind of, I know each athlete's a bit different, but for you, what would you say?
You know, for an 8, even up to a 15, low 20s are kind of my jam. Like, that 18 to 22 range is pretty great. And anything too much hotter than that, I mean, you just kind of have to adjust your warm-up. The humidity sits on you a little longer. You know, you hold in some of that sweat. I find that sort of that like low 20s range seems to be what a lot of people excel at.
Yeah, because once you get over the 1500, if it's a 3,000 to 5,000, I feel like you kind of want to get into the lower teens, maybe closer to 10 degrees, because the overheating definitely affects your ability to perform aerobically over those longer races. But you do want a certain degree of warmth for anything between, you know, the sprints up to a 1500, because you need your muscles to be primed and performing and explosive. So tonight, a little bit on the cooler side than that, but still a great evening of racing. I'd say pretty near ideal situations.
Given that it's been, an average of 15 degrees in Toronto throughout June, I think this night counts as a win for our athletes.
Definitely.
So heat number 6 underway at the moment. We have 10 runners entered in this heat. Again, getting really close to that 2-minute mark. Lewis, this might be the race that we see that 2-minute barrier being broken. We've got seed times ranging from 2:01.15 all the way up to 2:05. Bit of a bigger spread, but if these guys can work together. Again, the wind is pretty low, humidity low, no rain. Could see possibly some magic with that sub 2-minute barrier.
Yeah, and hopefully we're going to start seeing every section going out in sub 60. It's pretty hard to give yourself a good chance if you're not 59, 60 seconds to break 2 minutes.
That looks like Nathaniel Tafasi of the Blue Devils leading the pack out, followed very closely by bib number 5, which is Liam Bauer, who actually has the fastest seed time in this heat. These guys neck and neck, right around that 1-minute mark at the 400-meter bell lap.
Hopefully if they can hold it up and crank it up a little bit quicker, we can maybe see a sub 2. It does look like a lead change here. Nice long stride with 300 meters to go, looking strong.
Nice long stride by our leader. Approaching that 200-meter mark to go. Being chased very quickly by second place. Big height difference between these gentlemen, but similar cadence, actually. Really quick turnover.
Yeah, very
Both
long
of these
stride.
guys. That's bib number 5 and bib number 6. Bib number 5 is Liam Bauer. Bib number 6, Jithmal Semethinga. Sorry on the pronunciation, but great runs by both of these gentlemen.
And it looks like he's going to be very, very close. Might just be over 2 minutes here. And it looks like 2:01.3.
Oh, and he led up at the line, Lewis. That's why you run through the line every time.
Very, very close. Yes, it's in the 800. It does come down to the 10th of a second very frequently. We've yet to have an absolute photo finish at the line tonight, but I guarantee you, as we get later and later into the evening, the closer events, there will be a couple calls that'll have to go.
Section 7 on the track now. Ryan Jensen of Newmarket.
Is Colier's dad's like, thanks for the redirect. Turn it well.
Section 7. These athletes seated between 158 and 201. So we'll expect to see our first sub 2 minute 800 meters in this race.
And the announcer in stadium just said we may expect our first sub 2 in this section. Be very exciting for that. This is Dan O'Brien, London Western.
Very quick approach on that runway.
And looks very clean. We'll wait for the white flag to go up. It is a good jump. And they'll get a measure here.
You know, Lewis, I have never envied long jumpers for the sand in the shorts. I feel like that's got to be real uncomfortable.
Yeah, I joined a beach volleyball league for this summer. So play every Monday and can definitely tell you it is not a good feeling to have sand fly up your shorts and have to continue to be athletic in them.
So kudos to our long jumpers for not only having to have the speed and power on the runway, but also sort of that short shakeout. Lining up here, guns up. Section number 7 of our men tonight. This is the first heat in which we have a number of seeds that are sub 2. Fastest section of the night. So far, our fastest seed is 158 flat, tied by Griffin Anderson and Ethan Kruselbrink. Let's see how these gentlemen square up against each other. Very quick start. First fast 200. I'm wondering if this might be a rabbit. We saw a watch check, which you don't often see in the first 200 meters of a race.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on here. I believe it is a rabbit because the watch is checked again, and there is no bib number on him.
And he is followed very closely by bib number 5, Griffin Anderson, who, as I mentioned just a couple minutes ago, has one of the fastest seed times in this heat, and taking over that lead.
And I think what they're trying to do there is help pace through for a sub 2, maybe help a teammate out, a couple of the runners out. So they were about 58, 59 seconds there, 400. Looking very strong, so if he can hold this together, a sub 2 is on the cards.
Well, and for what it's worth, that is routinely what Melissa Bishop splits when she is running sub 2, is that 57.58.
And he's still charging ahead, a bit of a gap on the chase pack, but these last 200 meters are the most difficult. Does look like they're maybe getting a bit of ground with each stride on them.
But you know what, again, I love to see these guys and gals getting after it. Like, even if they don't think they're going to necessarily win, they're the ones making the race right now. You got to stick your nose in it. You got to get after it. See what you're made of. Here we go. Final 100. Can he hold on to the lead? Followed very closely by her chase pack. And group of about 3 men closing very quickly.
And it's going to be very close whether they get 2 minutes or not. Just driving the knees with everything he's got. 57, 58, and he gets it. Looks like
Beauty.
maybe the chase pack might have just got under 2. We'll wait here. Definitely our leader under 158.8. He's got to be over the moon.
Fantastic, guys.
158.72 for our leader. Hopefully we get at least one other under. Yes, second and third.
Amazing.
Four.
And fourth.
159.99.
Oh, that's a good time. So, Lewis, Maddie and I were talking about this the other day, about how being, right on the border of a second makes a huge difference.
Mentally.
So you never want to be, 2 minutes, being that 159.99. Because you know what? No one asks about the 10s or the 100s.
Yeah.
They ask, what have you run? You say, I've run 159.
You don't
that
want to
sounds
tell,
a lot different from 2 minutes.
You don't want to say I ran 2 flat .01.
Exactly.
And, you can make up about a tenth of a second just with a heavy lean, I'd say. So
Heavy lean. Do you heavy lean in your beer miles?
Oh, no, I don't think. I think there's a different. I think there's different. It's the
or
same.
Is it like the lean into the puke?
Yeah, I think it's. I think you don't want too much body movement. I think there's less leaning going on. Got a lot of fluids flowing around in the stomach for that. So.
Got a nice clap on the runway here for the long jump. Nice quick run up.
Oh, and it looked like it might have been a bit over. We'll see. Yellow or white flag.
Oh, wow. Good board placement then by this competitor. Well done.
He had a lot of speed there, so we'll see if we can hear them yell it out here.
Looked very close.
6.57 from what we heard up here.
Beauty. No dent on that plasticine. Well done.
And looks like next up again is Jorg Ane of Waterloo. Jorg Ane, don't know his full backstory, but I've spoken with him a few times in very strong European accent, so I'm not sure if he was in Europe for most of his life and then came over here in high school or for university, but an absolute fantastic long jumper. Oh, it's slightly over by Jorg there with the red flag going up. It is hard to tell from up here. It looks just like the exact same as the last jump, but clearly he went over by a little bit.
I got it.
And we are off here. It looks like Peter Collier on the runway, trying to give the parents at home one more jump here. I think we can afford to stay on him here. He's only going to be a few seconds. We'll pan to our 800 in a sec. They are off. We'll give you an update, but we're going to give the parents out east in the Maritimes one more jump from their son here, Peter Collier.
U of T stud. Let's see what he's got on this runway.
We will loop you in a second. This section is 200 meters in. We will have plenty of action on this 800-meter heat. Here's Peter Collier of U of T down the runway.
Nice speed.
We'll see if we get the white flag up. It's good. All right. Wow, we have a commanding lead by bib number 3 in this section.
That is Mateus Krikora.
Mateus opening with a 56. The rest of the field in 58.
And his seat time is 1:56. So as long as he can run sub 60 for this final quarter. And you know what? I'm seeing some Mohammed glasses going on here.
I can see that, yeah. And it was only, this will date both of us, but it was only so many years ago that Mohammed was on this track for OFSA and absolutely blasted everyone in the 3,000. That would have been...
You know, I believe he just went on to run, sub 13.
The first Canadian to ever run sub 13. And sub 13 really is like the fastest 5Ks in the world run every year are usually in the 12:15 lows, maybe 12:40 highs. But Mohammed really, he's been brinking on the edge of a world medal, Olympic medal for a few years now. So great to see him in top form.
And this gentleman by stride and glasses is sort of channeling Mohammed, but we've got a chase back that is coming after him at the moment. Hip number 1 and hip number 6 chasing this guy down. Let's see what happens.
Is he going to hold on?
And there's your first almost photo finish of the night, Lewis.
Yeah, 157. I think the U of T athlete may have pulled through there. We'll have to wait and see here.
Beautiful finish by all three of these men.
And he did. He just scalped them there. 157.47 to 157.60.
All three of our first men at 157. Beautiful. What do we got? 5 so far? 6?
Soon enough, everyone in the sections will be breaking under that 2-minute barrier.
But I love this first section that dips under that 2-minute.
6 of them.
So 6 men under that 2-minute barrier in this heat number 7. To your point, Lewis, from now on, we should see most of these gentlemen dipping under that 2-minute mark. Later this evening, our elite sections coming in. Our top seed, just for all of you to look forward to, in section number 13, our fastest seed of the night on the men's side is 149.28, and that would be Abdullah Hassan of Phoenix Athletics, a very accomplished runner. We'll all be looking forward to seeing what he can pull out tonight, along with all of our other competitors, both men and women, in our fastest elite sections of the 800 meter at this Varsity Stadium, University of Toronto, downtown Toronto. It's continued to be a beautiful evening. That rain that was supposed to come in about 6 o'clock has held off really well.
Definitely. It's, I think, even as of last night. And this is Joseph Bell on the runway. London Western looked like a pretty good jump there until he kind of came over backwards with his arms, but it looks like a clean jump, and they'll measure it. But yeah, I think as of last night, when I looked at the forecast, it was like a 30-40% chance in the morning, and then as of early afternoon, it was meant to be pouring down. So we're hoping if we can get one more hour of dryness here for our athletes, it would be fantastic. I'm sure they'll appreciate it.
The running and weather gods are listening. That's all we need. One more hour.
Yeah.
Both for our spectators and our competitors. And to all of you watching online, thank you again for tuning in to our live stream. We appreciate your support. Continue to send your remarks, requests, thoughts, predictions, fun facts, embarrassing statements to myself, Kate Van Buskirk, and Lewis Kent. Tweet at us, send us a message on Instagram or Facebook. Let us know how you're feeling about this fantastic 800-meter night, University of Toronto.
We've got some very exciting races. We're about halfway through our evening of racing. Dan O'Brien again on the long jump runway. Oh, look like a much better jump for him this time. See if it's clean. It's up with the white flag.
And our competitors in
section number 8 here on the track.
So again, our fastest competitor, our fastest seed in the section so far is 157.44, but these gentlemen are all within about half a second of each other. This should be one of our tightest races of the night. Let's see what these guys can do.
And it's very tightly bunched at 200. You know, one of the favorite 800 runners I always enjoyed watching, who retired the last couple of years, was Nick Simmons, and he called himself the Bison. And no Bisons in this race where they're all together. He would quite often be a second and a half, 2 seconds fully back from the field. I mean, we're talking a different pace here on the world stage, but it is possible to start off the back of the pack and still win in 800 meters.
Well, and that's just it, Lewis. When you asked what my tactics were earlier, I think that I have my own, but in the 800, everyone's tactics matter, and they're all quite different, and they're all effective for the individual athlete. So once again, a fantastic opportunity for all of these athletes to discover what their own sort of strengths and weaknesses are and work towards those as they approach the senior national level.
And these guys are flying down the back straight.
Absolutely. That is hip number 9. That looks like Adrian Fournier of the Ottawa Lions, I believe, who is stringing at the field at the moment. They're pretty much in single file at this point.
125 at 600. Hopefully they can hold on here, get our fastest time of the night. 157 is our fastest time of the night on the men's side.
Fournier with a 158 seed coming into the final 100, being chased very quickly by our trio of men behind him. Still a healthy lead. Let's see if he can hold on to it in the last 50 meters.
And they're pushing right to the line.
But you know
Looks like it's going to be a 155.
Great finish. And again, I love those immediate finish line celebrations. When you know you've run a personal best, you've run your heart out, and you're just so excited by the performance.
And big celebration by a couple of those guys when they cross the line, not needing to win, just with their times. 155.09.
And I apologize. That was La Marche Ali of Ottawa Lions. It seems as though our other Ottawa Lions athlete did not start.
So we have 6 men under so far in that section. 7 men. Let's see if our last runner dipped under there. Oh, just over 2 minutes. So next up on the track, we'll have our 10th section.
So again, you know, the faster we get, the more tightly packed these sections are. Another just about half second separating these gentlemen. 154.10 up to 155.5. Nice speed on this long jump runway.
That's Yorgane, unfortunately, just over. I believe I heard them announce over in stadium that he is our leader so far with roughly a 7:23.
Gotta love that smile, though, eh?
Yeah, he is quite the class act. Competed alongside him, or I've witnessed him compete on the OUA and U Sports field for the last 4 or 5 years, and there he's giving handshakes to all the officials. Maybe hoping he could have slipped him a 5 just to get that one there. A little bit of a further jump, but
I think it's been called. But you know what? Good for him. Great sportsmanship. Really lovely to see when our athletes show their appreciation. Again, we want to give a shout out to all of our officials, our volunteers, our coaches, everyone in the stands, everyone who's come out to make this night what it is. Congratulations, both sort of retroactively and preemptively, to all of our athletes competing tonight. To the parents, fans in the stands, and online. Again, let us know if you would like to have a shout out on the live stream. We're here for you guys.
Yeah, let us know. We're more than glad to give some special shout outs to the athletes you're tuning in for. Thank you for tuning in online. We can see some of our top athletes. I see Ben DeVito down on the track warming up there. He'll be in one of our fastest sections this evening. We are coming towards the end of our meet here. A few more sections. This is section 10 on the track now. A few more before our elite sections. But it's been great seeing these athletes race in and race out, run with everything they got.
You can tell the nerves are building as the sections progress. We've had the last 3 or 4 sections now be told to stand up by the starter. Of course, in the sprints, there's a one and done rule where if you false start, the first person to do so is out. In the middle distance races, we don't see that quite as much, but of course you can't step on the line, you can't be shaking on the line, and the fact that they've been told to stand up a couple times indicates that there are some nerves at play.
And a wicked fast first 200 there. This heat is definitely taking it to the next level with opening pace.
I believe this is, oh no, hip number 8. Hip number 8 would be Nathan Flatch.
And a change of pace here. New leader. Can't quite see the hip number there. But through 55 seconds. So just a bit quicker than our last section. You can see down on the track Akiva Goldberg warming up. Got some fun facts from Alex Sear on him when he toes the line. It looks like bib number, hip number 4 in the lead here.
That would be Jack Taylor of Winnipeg Optimal. So we've got some Manitoba action happening here.
And for all our viewers, we can see the screen here. The screen does no justice to the speed at which these men are running. If I look from the screen to the track, he looks about double the speed in real life. So
Crazy
these guys
fast.
are absolutely flying around the track right now.
wincing a little bit as he approaches the final 100, but I am quite confident, Lewis, in saying that no one is going to catch him at this point. 50 meters to go.
It looks like he's pushing through some pain, but he is flying.
Nice turnover,
It's going to be
great
a
stride.
152.7. He celebrates across the line. That must be a massive personal best for him.
It's a great finish.
See what his seed time was now.
He came in at a 154.93, which we believe is true because it's an actual, like, down to the 100th of a second.
And beyond this heat, no one will have been able to falsify their time. They'll all be verified below 154. But that was about a 2-second personal best there with a 152.59 for Taylor there.
Yeah,
If
so
you travel
well done.
If you travel from Winnipeg for the meet, it was well worth it.
Up. You got to show up and you got to perform. And Mr. Jack Taylor did just that tonight. Well done. And you know what? This is the great thing. He dragged the rest of the field to a super fast time.
Yeah.
Because the faster that leader goes out, the faster the chase pack has to run to try to get after them. So PBs all around. Well done to Taylor and all of our other competitors.
And I think a lot of the times when people have some good fitness, it's pretty easy to wait till later on in the race to kind of take over and slingshot with confidence knowing you can win. But he took that when he knew the pace was slowing down. He took it 400 to go and did not look back once. He was flying.
We know this track is fast. It's been fast forever, but it was resurfaced a few years ago. Of course, the NACAC Championships, North American, Central American, Caribbean, were held here, 11 short months ago.
Yeah.
Saw a lot of our Canadian, American, Caribbean competitors running very well on this track. It's obviously doing very well tonight for all of the runners in this 800-meter evening. Varsity Stadium, University of Toronto.
And it's incredible. Downtown Toronto, where lots of tall buildings, skyscrapers surrounding us right in the middle of the heart of downtown Toronto. We have this beautiful athletic facility here, state of the art, which is fantastic.
You know, I'm kind of surprised at, Lewis.
What?
We have yet to see someone racing in a Kawhi singlet.
I know.
I'm kind of shocked.
I know. I think if that would have came in, it may have came in one of the earlier sections too. That would have been very funny. They would have got a lot of shout outs online. Surprised that didn't come to anyone's mind either.
If you're a Raptors and track fan and you want to somehow link those in a tweet for us, we'll give you a shout out.
Yeah.
Let us know who's the real MVP of the Raptors and who's the real MVP so far tonight in this 800-meter championship, and tell us why they're related.
Yeah, you let us know who your MVP of the meet tonight is, whether that's the person you're cheering for or you just see a great performance, as well as who maybe your favorite Raptors player is. So I think in this section we do have Joseph Kagumba, which Alex Sear gave us. Actually, Joe Kagumba is a former Mississauga track teammate of Kate and I. Trying to see if Nick D'Alessandro, I don't think he is in this section. I think maybe he may be in the next one. But Joe Kagumba, you can see standing in lane 4 there. We'll wait for the camera to pan back so we can get full embarrassment on Joe here. Make sure he's on the screen for it.
So he comes in with the second fastest seed time at 1:52.96.
Still in Windsor, but an alumni of their track program there, which was very dominant across the last few years. For about 3 years there, they had 6 solid 800 guys. They could have lined up any of them on the 4x8 line and won the national championship. So Joe Kagumba there is in lane 4.
And what was the shout out?
So
Alex
Sear said the fun fact about Joe is that he has the most ticklish hands in Windsor, Ontario, but he believes in all of Ontario.
The most ticklish hands.
That's what he said, the most ticklish hands.
So in that line of reasoning, all it would take were for his competitors to reach out and do a little hand tickling.
Yeah, and but they can't hear us right now, luckily. So maybe they'll do some intel and next.
Gentlemen, if you're listening, 800-meter competitors of Joe Kagumba, next time you step on the line with this man, know that he has ticklish hands.
Maybe just a really soft handshake would be
I'm not
enough.
even going to say any more. I'm just going to leave that there.
Yeah.
You now know. Do what you will with that information.
Yeah, and this is definitely a paced section. Owen Babcock in the front there is pacing, and this is fast. 54 seconds for the 400.
Holy smokes.
54.
We've got that York athlete just charging up.
Yeah. And I think there's just the one pacer, so I think both of these athletes may be in the race. Could be wrong. Nope, they both look like they have bib numbers on.
These gentlemen are getting after it.
54 and change.
And here we go. York Hugh passing on the outside or making an effort to do so.
And the chase pack, it'll be interesting this last 200 because these two men went right at 54. The chase pack were about 55, 56. So will they have a little bit more juice this last 200?
So that's Abdiaziz Ali with a 153.76 seed.
Bib 6 from Harbor Track.
Passed back.
And
Bib number
flying.
6, that would be Ryan Carroll. Harbor Track making a big push to the finish. Beautiful performance.
153.
Nicely done.
Alex Sear, if you have the story behind how you know Joe has ticklish hands, that would maybe be interesting.
Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of curious about that too.
So Alex
How did
Sear,
that come up?
we know you're tuned in now, so shoot me a text. Let me know, how do you know about these ticklish hands of Joe Kagumba? Alex, I think the rest of the viewers out there, you either thought that fun fact was hilarious or a little strange, but either way, entertaining. So give us some fun facts. If you're still tuned in, that means there's people you're waiting to watch.
Let us know what you know about them, and let us broadcast it live to the nation.
And we have no way of verifying if it's true or not. So maybe you just want to make something up about someone you know, and it's semi-believable, and we'll tell the world about it. So,
I mean, we apparently don't have journalistic standards tonight, so let us know what you think, and we'll...
We don't have the time to do our intel to double-check what you're telling us is correct, so we're going to take you at your word for it.
We also trust that you're all good people. You're watching a track meet. You're not trying to tell us untruths. Embarrassing facts that you know as truth? Sure. We'll take that. And again, predictions. If you know that someone is only in a certain section because they are seated that way, but they're in shape to run way faster, let us know. Give us your hot takes. We're not opposed to publishing your hot takes live on the air. My hot take is it's a beautiful evening.
It is. It hasn't. The temperature hasn't dropped too much as the night has gone on, which is great.
The wind hasn't picked up that much. The rain has not started flowing. I feel like as I say these words, I'm jinxing it. However, I'm just very happy that it is such a lovely evening downtown Toronto, Varsity Stadium, for this amazing 800-meter night.
So for Joe Kagumba, I'm hearing Alex Sears give me an update here, and apparently what he said, I only listened to the video once and wrote it down. I must have misheard, or maybe he said he misspoke. So he said Joe's hands have an amazing capacity for tickling. So the hands,
so he's the tickler.
The hands themselves are not ticklish.
Oh,
so you can actually
hands.
You could tickle. So I don't know, Alex. You might need to clarify one more time here. Is he great at tickling, or is it that he's unticklable? Like, are his hands not ticklish? So we need some more.
Or is he a great tickler?
Yeah.
And in that case, how is that a performance advantage?
Yeah, that could be some start line tactics there for sure.
Yeah, please explain. I'm so curious.
I think that would maybe result in a DQ, but you never know.
Maybe, maybe not. Again, impeding space is a problem. Defending your own is not. And if that involves some tickling...
For sure. And I think Alex Sears' other two shoutouts are in this section. Okay, you can double check for me. I think this is Nick D'Alessandro in lane 3. Could be wrong.
We are on section
11 or 12. Section 12 or 13. Akiva Goldberg is in this section. Akiva Goldberg and Ben.
Yep, we're on section 12. That is correct.
And is Nick D'Alessandro...
He's listed here, hip number 3.
Perfect.
U Windsor, 151.97 seed. Again, very tightly packed, these gentlemen. In fact, 6 of our 8 have 152 seeds. And then we've got a couple 151s, all very, very close.
Awesome. The hometown AJ Bim in the middle of the field there. So, final clarification. Joe is great at tickling. So
he's a good tickler.
He's not super ticklish. He's great at tickling mostly because he has long fingers and he goes for the ribs. It's a strategy thing.
Ooh, the ribs are...
So
that's a soft spot for a lot of people.
So we went from that was an alternative fact earlier about Joe being ticklish.
Fake news.
Fake news. It's quite the opposite. He will tickle you to death.
Not fake news. This section is flying.
And there's Ethan Davenport out front pacing here.
Yeah, Ethan. We've got hip number 4 following very closely, which is Simon Berube a stride ahead, a 151.36 seed. But the whole pack is right there. They're all looking fantastic.
And you guys, if you tuned in earlier today, Ethan Davenport was on the live feed here commentating some of the events earlier on. He said he was going to go to 400, and he did in roughly 53. So 2 more Alex Sear fun facts in this one. Nick D'Alessandro, or we'll talk about Kiva Goldberg. He is in the front right now. Apparently, he is the St. Louis Blues of the running world. So
really?
Quite often the underdog, or no one really thinks he's got what it takes to win.
No
but
pressure.
He pours it on when it matters. And then Nick D'Alessandro, just out of the camera now. He's moving back in at the back there. He is the fastest runner to live off of a diet of just broccoli and chicken. So apparently, he is a very healthy, and this is AJ Bim in the lead here.
And he is looking fantastic. Beautiful move, just approaching that 200-meter mark. And, you know, that's where if you're going to make a move, you got to make it there. You got to assert your dominance, make it count, and he has established enough of a lead that he is not going to be caught. Let's see what he can go through the line in.
And it is 151.9, maybe 152.
As my hockey friends say, beauty.
Beauty. And
Well done by AJ.
Nick D'Alessandro with a great last 100 there. Must have been all that broccoli and chicken that Alex Sear said he purely lives off the diet of broccoli and chicken, which
that
there
could be comfortable on the gut.
could be two worse foods to eat for all your diet, but
Yeah.
you probably maybe add a little bit of variety in there, Nick.
Yeah.
So 151.65.
Seems to be working for him.
And that was Brandon McBride's younger brother in there. 152.63.
Big
Quite
things
the
to
great
come.
young athlete himself. I'm sure he's got an idol in his older brother being Canada's record holder in the 800. And
So, Lewis, if I'm correct, we'll have our final section of men running.
I was incorrect with that.
Oh,
I
we're
think.
going to do women first. All right.
Yep. I think I was told earlier today that we would roll with the first section of elite men first, but it looks like we're starting with the women.
Incorrectly.
Yeah. So I think we're going to go women's second fastest section, followed by men's second fastest section, followed by the fastest women, then the fastest men.
So we have a number of women in this heat that are seated sub 210. Again, that elusive 210 mark.
So we'll see if we have some fun facts here. Earlier, Madeline Kelly gave us some fun info. I don't know if any of these athletes are...
She seems to think that there's an athlete named Baskin Robbins. I have a feeling that that's not.
Or that is talking, I think she'll be in the top section. I think it's about Liz Whalen.
Oh, it's about Liz Whalen,
and
yes.
is she in this section? She's in the next one,
She's in the next one.
Yeah.
But apparently she, fun fact, thought that Baskin Robbins was a Toronto local joint, which, for the record, Lewis, it's not.
No, I believe there's quite a few of those across the world. I think all of our fun facts here written down, maybe about the next section. Trying to look at the women here in this field. So this is our second fastest section of the night.
Seems that we do have a pacer. She's out very quickly, striding well ahead of the field. Very strong women in this field. We've got Sveta, who is an Ottawa Lions athlete, former U of T. We've got Rachel Jewett, Jenna Smith, Sadie Morris, Jenna Freeman, Aaliyah Hutchins, Gabriella Benhara, Gracelyn Larkin, Jardine Lamb Colling.
And they're closing this gap on the pacer, which is great. Using that speed at the front.
Again, these women have a number of seed times sub 210. Let's see what they go through the quarter.
And the pacer takes them to 60 flat.
Ooh, 61. That is moving for these gals.
See if we can get a couple sub 210s out of this group with 61 opener. You'd sure hope so.
That's Svetlana Martinova of the Ottawa Lions up front, followed very closely by 2 more athletes. Bib number 6, Jenna Smith.
Jenna Smith with that bouncy stride, looking very smooth.
And also Aaliyah Hutchins of the Gazelles.
And a big
Now
push on the
making a big
inside.
move. And you know what? Honestly, Lewis, that is one of the best ways to pass. If you can find that inside line, sometimes, especially around corners, our athletes tend to swing a little wide to give themselves a little more space. And if you're confident in it, and if you can wait for that opening to happen, the pass on the inside is where it's at.
Maybe something if some distance runners tuned in here, maybe just stick to the rail a little bit closer. Don't want to be passed by a competitor on the inside. But it looks like bib 4 from the Gazelles
Nice
is taken away.
stride. That
Great.
is beautiful. And again, that is Aaliyah Hutchins striding for the finish line.
I think-
Gorgeous arm action, pumping strong right through.
And I think that's Jewett from Toronto potentially just moved into third, not Jewett.
Third, yeah.
Yeah, in third. She just had a great last 100 meters there, Jewett, to push into third place when she was quite far back with 200 to go.
She's coming off an injury, so we're very happy to see her back healthy. A lot of these women sort of opening up their season a little bit later, but really great to see that these gals are getting after it.
Especially with she'd kind of lost touch there with that front pack, but strategic and definitely probably the most even-paced athlete of that field.
Fantastic finish by Hutchins there, 2:07.23. Again, our first sub 2:10 women's performance of the night. We've got 2 women under. Jewett right on that 2:10 mark. Back to the gentlemen now. We're going to do the fastest section.
For the men tonight. On the inside, we've got Navid Rostami Balo from Newmarket.
Belmore just said great commentating by you and Kate.
So if you can hear that, we're going to run through this really quick. We've got Navid Rostami Balau of Newmarket Huskies, Matthew Larkin of Central Ontario, Ben DeVito, Andrew LeBlanc, Abdoulaye Hassan, Leon Atkins, Lucas Jaron, and Ben Richardson. Fantastic final section of this 800-meter night for men. Seed times all in that 149 to 150 range. Let's see if we can rack up as many personal bests in this section as we have in all of the others.
I'm sure we probably have another rabbit on the track for this one. It'll be interesting to see. It looks like there's only one individual in each lane. Nobody doubled up, so we'll see where it goes. And this is our second last section.
1 minute 50. So we can expect a 7:50 clock in here from this race for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Apologies there. This is our final race of the night
For the men?
for the men's side, and then the women will round it out.
Oh, and a false start. So this is always interesting. As we mentioned earlier in the sprints, especially if we're following international rules, the false start rule is one and done. However, in the mid-distance events, it may have been a timing issue, or if it was an inadvertent athlete fault, often they will charge no charge to the athlete. No one likes to see a false start in an 800, Lewis.
No, definitely not an 800. We actually had 3 false starts earlier today in the sprints. 1 in the 100 hurdles and 2 in the 100 A and B final. So definitely affects athletes. And in lane 4 there is Andrew LeBlanc, the tall figure. That is the final Alex Sear fun fact of the evening for you. I think it was more he just wanted to give a shout out from Andrew LeBlanc is from New Brunswick, and Alex Sear, being an East Coaster himself, takes pride in his fellow maritime athletes. So looks like we might have at least one pacer out front here.
Yeah, I think
flying.
just one. And again, to your point, man, Lewis, like these guys are so fast. You can't even fathom how quickly they're moving. The screen does not do them justice. Great work by our cameramen, but there's nothing that's going to be able to capture how fast these guys are moving. Bib number 6, that is Leon Atkins.
They are absolutely flying. And yeah, you can see the smooth stride of Andrew LeBlanc there. He makes it look like a breeze, but that is a 52-second 400.
Nice, powerful stride by our leader.
Which 4 of these guys have broken 150. 52, 53 is definitely not on the slow end for them. So 52, perfect. We'll see if our leader can hold on here.
That chase pack is not giving up. He's not putting any distance on them. Still some daylight, but he's moving well. So is the chase pack. 200 meters to go. Let's see what they got.
Yeah, looks like Andrew LeBlanc maybe getting a couple inches with each step, but our leader here, gun to tape, he clinged right to the rabbit from the first steps of the race. We'll see if...
Again, Leon Atkins just turning over.
And we'll see this last 80 meters so important.
Looking back, quick shoulder check.
He goes a
Gunning
little
for
wide.
home.
And it looks like, those guys were
149.
These guys were all right on the edge of 149, 150. See if we can, if they just got under.
Terrific race, 149.44. Atkins from Buffalo.
And that was a very impressive run, right on the rabbit from the start.
Well done, gentlemen.
And we'll get these results up here. So Atkins with the 149.43 gun to tape. Very impressive run. I think Richardson had a late push there from Newmarket. I think LeBlanc may have held him off. We'll see here in a sec. I think they're checking the photo finish for Richardson to LeBlanc.
You asked for a photo finish, Lewis. I think you got it.
Yeah, that was it. And then Luke Jaron there of the Vancouver Thunderbirds.
And as we're awaiting the final marks for these gentlemen, our final section of women are lining up. Men still awaiting their marks. This is a long time for an 800.
Still waiting for that result. They want to make sure they get it right before they put it up on the board. Nothing worse than calling a result.
Here we go. LeBlanc comes in officially at second at 149.87, a hundredth of a second separating these men.
So only 300ths between second through fourth.
Fantastic.
Sounds like Richardson just broke 150 for the first time ever. The Newmarket Huskies all making a big noise on the infield. Very happy for him. That 149.9. Ben DeVito, 152. Rostami Balo, 152. So we've got some insight here. So Liz Whalen, not only did she think that Baskin-Robbins was only in Toronto as a local shop instead of an international thing, apparently she creates her own eyelets in her shoes. So most people, buy a fresh pair of shoes, lace them up, leave them like that for a while, I guess, before she even puts them on. She's got some skinny feet, apparently.
Yes,
so
I've been told she has very delicate, skinny feet.
So she creates her own eyelets to tie them a little bit tighter.
Quickly, we're going to run through these starters. We got Victoria Chichinsky, Charlotte Gardner, Lucia Stafford, Laurence Cote, Madeline Kelly, Elizabeth Whalen, Sonia Gaskin, Melis Drapeau, and Kennedy Thompson. 9 women in this final section of our 800 meters of the night. A lot of these women coming off of big personal bests. Madeline Kelly having run 3 personal bests in the last few weeks. Ran a 2:02.08 last week at the Guelph Inferno.
And it looks like we got a great pacer out front here. She's checking the watch at 200.
And that's Madeline Kelly tucked in second. First competitor behind the rabbit. We've got a very close competitor behind her.
And then towards the
number
back,
7 being Sonia Gaskins of York University.
towards the back of that pack there, Lucia Stafford and Charlotte Gardner. We're going to be going through here under 60 seconds.
Absolutely.
59. Looks like a bit of a trip up there, but not too bad. It's Madeline Kelly continuing the way here. Lucia Stafford maybe trying to make a bit of a move on the outside there.
Madeline Kelly, of course, breaking that indoor Canadian 1,000-meter record with Jenna Westaway. It's always hard to be the second person
to break a record.
To break a record in the same race.
When your name never gets quite up on the wall.
But she's getting after it. Laurence looking really strong in third there in that pink top.
Lucia Stafford grinding away in fourth.
These women are all still there. 200 meters to go. Big push by Madeline Kelly. Here we go. Laurence Cote trying to make a move on the outside.
130, 131 through 600.
It's fantastic. Right on that 2-minute pace. Here we go, Maddie.
Maddie's driving away.
Not stand up and cheer for her.
She is flying down this home straight. She definitely had an extra gear there. She's pulling further and further away with each stride. Lucia Stafford pushing. Lucia Stafford may push into second here.
Oh, fantastic performance.
Looks like Lucia Stafford. And it's 2:02.0.
Oh, my goodness. And if Madeline Kelly runs another 2:02, she'll be
Please
just
let the time
devastated.
adjust. Look, she looks happy.
Excitement on her face. Lucia coming over to see the time.
Looks like 2:01.90. There we go.
All right.
Broke under 2.
That is our
202.
first performance of the women tonight, under 202, and that is Madeline Kelly's first time breaking that 202 barrier on this magical track, magical evening, 800-meter night, Varsity Stadium, U of T. Way to go, Maddie Kelly.
That does conclude our races for the evening. Kate here is hands overhead, happy for Maddie Kelly. 201.90, that's great. She's knocking on world standard, I believe, with that.
Absolutely she is.
So the trend she is on, by the end of the summer, she could be right on the door of that world standard. Do you know what the world standard is for the 800, Kate? I know in the last, I think it was maybe 2 years ago, it was 201.5. But it's very close to that 201.9.
Fantastic performance by all of our competitors this evening. Well done to everyone who competed in all of our events today, particularly our 800-meter night. There is Maddie Kelly giving a big hug to her coach, Terry.
Big jump and fist pump. Her eyes are bigger than her head right now. She is over the moon. This is what track and field is all about.
And you know what? Great to see that with such a dominant lead. She obviously had a rabbit out ahead of her, but other than the rabbit, she led gun to tape. And that was a phenomenal performance by Miss Madeline Kelly. That's a world performance. I'm going to go out and say that's a world performance right there.
Yeah, that is a great run. But that concludes our evening racing. Thank you for everyone who tuned into the live feed. Checking out here, I'm Lewis Kent, and I'm here with
Kate Van Buskirk. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
And thanks again to all our sponsors on the screen here. Doust, Vukovic, the law firm, Race Roster, CIBC Private Wealth Management, and then this is our Andy Higgins Classic and 800-meter Fest. We hope you join us again next year. Have a great night, guys.
Thanks so much for tuning in. Good night, everyone.